continue with the weekly AllSigns Love Readings. I did Aries, Taurus and Gemini a few days ago, so you can find them on the last live if you look in the lives playlist. We're starting with Cancer because we're picking up where we left off, going through in zodiac order. So it'll be Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra and Scorpio. No, not just Scorpio, Sagittarius as well. Oh, I've put through to Scorpio in the title, haven't I? That's annoying. It doesn't matter. Okay, so basically I'm going to do as many signs as I can do. I don't think I'm going to get more than 6 done in this live because my readings are long. So sitting for more than 6 hours is like, yeah, not good for the legs. Okay, so we're going to, actually let's do a bit of Sage. I'm continuing with the Viking, it's the Runic Tarot deck, Viking themed, because we like that. And then I think next week I'll go on to the Star Brights Tarot. But I need to do what I said I was going to do, which was a bit of Sage. I've not done Sage for ages, you know. I don't want to do loads. It's one of those like grey, miserable, drizzly days today, so I've tried to make it as cosy as I can in here. But I am going to have to open a window to let that sage out, because that's what you're supposed to do, get the badness out. That does smell good, actually. That smells really good. Okay. Okay, so these are collective readings by zodiac sign. So you just watch, see if it resonates. Watch your sign and watch the sign of your person. Hi Dee, welcome in. This is a new oracle deck, this Whispers of Why. I like this one. It's got a really nice matte feel to it, and yeah, it's everyone wants to know why is this happening, why is this not happened yet. So I use it in my business readings, but I thought it'd be quite good for love readings as well. I hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. I've been playing my favourite computer game all weekend and doing a couple of individual readings as well, a couple of private readings. I have not done any exercise, it's not good. But I have done some things that I want to do, like not just work. So that's better. Hi Duncan, welcome in. Hi Charlie. Okay, so we're starting off with Cancer. If you're looking for Aries, Taurus or Gemini, they were done in the last live, so you would just pop out of here, go into the lives playlist, and it's the latest live. Hi AR4E3, or Aries as I like to call you. Okay, so I've already done Aries, Taurus and Gemini earlier on in the week. We're starting off with Cancer. Spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Cancer's highest good. Oh, if you want Leo, that's going to be next, but it'll be in like 45 minutes. So I don't mind if you want to pop out and pop back in, or you can stick around. That's absolutely fine. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Cancer's highest good. How is Cancer feeling in this third week of January 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Cancer's feeling, please. Cancer, you've got the Ace of Cups. So this is either it's either self-love or you're in love, crazy in love with someone. Okay, so we'll know which one it is from the other cards that we get. We've got the 5 of Pentacles reversed and the Temperance upright, okay? So the 5 of Pentacles, when it's upright, is, you know, this person is literally the walking wounded. In fact, it's worse than that. You know, they're slumped down by a tree. They're completely beaten up and beaten down by life. He looks like he's drinking through a straw. I don't know what that is. It looks like a stick, but his hand is bloodied and bandaged from sword fighting. You know, he's trying to shelter from the cold. It's all snowy, icy winds, bloodied head, all bandaged. You know, that is like the sum of the 5 of Pentacles. So it's Pentacles are increments of time, money and energy. So when we feel like someone's not giving us, because this is a love reading, someone's not giving us time, money or energy, you know, it leaves us in a state of lack. So sometimes, you know, we self-sabotage or we put ourselves in a state of lack, but this represents being in lack. Okay, so when it's reversed, we're coming out from that, we're kind of recovering from it, or we're ready to pull ourselves out of that lack mentality. The Temperance is the major arcana for Sagittarius, and it's about finding emotional balance. Okay, so in the traditional Rider-Waite tarot deck, there's 2 cups and water's being poured from one cup into the other, back and forth, to get just the right balance. Okay, so there's a recovery of emotions, but I'm still no further clear as to what's gone on. So let's get another one, because they were a combination, so we get another card. The 7 of Cups reversed. Okay, so the 7 of Cups upright is, you know, these ladies, they're stood around and crowded around is a better turn of phrase, but they're crowded around this like baby, this child, and they're thinking about all the possibilities for it. What's it going to be? Who is it going to be? What are they going to achieve? So this is kind of like a daydreaming energy. When it's reversed, which is what yours is, we're kind of more comfortable in the daydream state than we are in our actual state. Okay, so life might be a bit sucky right now if you're a Cancer. For some reason, it's not being good. I'm leaning towards self-love, because it's kind of, you know, feelings of like going without, feeling out in the cold. So I think you're trying to find emotional balance and trying to fantasize, you know, get yourself excited about another way of living, another way of being, a new person, just because what you've got right now just isn't doing it for you. I don't think you're involved with anyone. You could have been recently hurt, so you're just trying to like lick your wounds and recover, because it's not really indicating, you know, like Oh, 8 of Cups, 3 of Swords, any recent drama. It's not really indicating that. Let's see who's showing up for you. We'll get 3 cards for them. We'll put them down this side. Where's everyone watching from? So we've got the 10 of Wands in the challenge position. So whoever this is like, goodness me, this has been a long and winding road with many roadblocks, bumps. It's been quite the challenge all the way through, and getting to the end of, 10's the end of a cycle. It's about being very stoic and persevering and just doing it anyway, grinning and bearing it, plodding on, fighting the good fight, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger and all that. Just seeing through this really tough period of life, this tough phase. When it's reversed, we're kind of going, do you know what, I can't be arsed with this anymore. Why am I doing this? And sort of downing tools and saying no right before you get to the end, which is everyone's choice. Like, you've got free will. You can choose to do that and just go like, I'm just tired of like how difficult this has been. It shouldn't be this hard. Okay, this is the challenge. Is like, do I keep going with this? Do I keep going with this or not? Do I call it a day? You're watching from Wales? Oh, that's cool. I used to work in Wales and I make my pottery in Wales. The 5 of Wands. It came out in the challenge position, so there could be inner conflict or there could be external conflict. Wands are fire energy, so we've got fire here, we've got fire here. I used to, North Wales, like Flint, Connors Key, D-side. The 5 of Wands is about conflict, so it could be I've got mixed emotions, I'm not sure what to do. Part of me wants to keep going with this, and part of me is just exhausted. Okay, it could be arguments with other people. So when other people get involved and they stick their oar in, they stick their nose in, they over kind of like, they get overly involved. It's not a parent's place or an in-law's place or a sibling's place or a best friend, a colleague, a cousin. I don't know, I'm trying to think of different options. Nieces and nephews, aunties and uncles. They like, this happens a lot in families. Okay, people overshare. They say what they think about a person that you're seeing, and it really, it's your choice, but it's not. If people say, I don't really like that person, or don't you think you've given it 100% and you should just not now, or like, I think they're a knob because X, Y, and Z, and it does affect like your thinking. Friends don't like to see you get hurt. They get tired of listening to the same drama. If I give advice to someone, I don't want to hear them ask me the same thing again a few days later or a few days later. That really pisses me off, because what I think about a situation isn't going to change. I've told you what I think. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, so when we say inner conflict or external conflict, it could be just not being sure within oneself. This is this person's cards, whoever this is that's showing up for you. They've either got mixed feelings about this situation, or someone around them or multiple people are affecting how they feel about it. Hi, La Unique or LA Unique. See, that was in the challenge as well, wasn't it? So without overcomplicating it, they're not sure. Do I carry on with this? I don't know. Because some of it's good, some of it's not good. The Three of Pentacles reversed. The Three of Pentacles, when it's upright, is working together, collaboration. Sorry, my hands are shaking because I've just taken my inhaler. And it's steroids, so like my hands will be like that. I'm not tweaking. Well, I sort of am, but it's legal. Just racks my nervous system, so bear with. Okay, so the Three of Pentacles, when it's upright, is collaboration, teamwork. So it could be two or more people, each putting in time, money, and energy to work towards a common goal. It's a nice card when it's upright, but when it's reversed, it's like, hang on a minute, I thought we were a team. I thought we were working towards a common goal. Okay, so there's a lack of collaboration in this person's eyes, a lack of teamwork. You know, it takes two. Okay, in the outcome, we've got the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords upright is closed off. I'm closed off to the situation. I'm shutting down. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to face it. Not today. You know, I'm tired of thinking about this and I don't actually know what to do about it. So I think this is their feelings. I think it's your feelings as well. Remember, you can't get the same cards twice. You can only get one of everything in a 78 card tarot deck. So really, you're mirroring one another, aren't you? I think you're leaning towards wanting to come out from the cold, but you are in a healing state as well. This person's saying, look, I just don't know if this has become too difficult. I don't feel like we're a team. It's not, you know, it shouldn't be this hard. The Six of Swords reversed, unfinished business. The Justice reversed, something's unfair. It's unjust. Seven of Pentacles, reflective energy. What's been achieved so far? Page of Swords, watching, waiting. Four of Pentacles is the Miser. This is like feeling like I'm looking back and I'm just like, I feel like I've given too much to this, but it's getting to me. It's got under my skin, this situation, and I can't let it go. Like, I can't just walk away and call it quits because I've actually put so much into this. I want justice. I want, like, whether it's someone to just book their ideas up and give me more time, money, and energy, or whether we call it a day, but they apologise and do take responsibility for what they did and need some sort of closure. The Justice is the major arcana for Libra, but that doesn't have to be significant. It just indicates like the situation, really. I think this is them because, well, it could be mutual, but I think you're leaning towards you want to come back in from the cold. Everyone wants to heal, but I wonder if you're still like open to this person. But I think this person's thinking, you know, when someone's miserly, they're uncharitable. If you think about Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, he doesn't care about people who are poor. He doesn't care about children and orphans. He says, throw them in the workhouse or throw them in prison. I don't care, not my problem. Okay, so it's like inhospitable, uncaring, uncharitable, you know, merciless, really. Selfish, self-minded, merciless. So it's a bit like when you feel like something's been really unfair and it just isn't right. you can't be arsed, like major CBA. Do you know what I mean? Like major CBA can't be arsed with this person because you've done your half. It's been too difficult all the way through. It shouldn't be this hard. A good relationship should just flow, okay? We shouldn't be sat confused, holding our heads, wondering what's going on. You know, we shouldn't be left with a series of question marks floating around us. It's horrible, but it's horrible being like that, isn't it? It's horrible being left like that. Or it's horrible when family interfere. They're trying to steer how the relationship goes, trying to control where you live, trying to control, you know, when you get married, when you have children, whether you stay together or not. It's irritating beyond belief. And when someone allows their family to dominate over you or get involved and have too much of a say, that's just, you know, I would just walk away from that, because they're not even going to follow their own hearts. You know, no one gets a say over what happens in a relationship other than the two people in it. You can try and give guidance if you think someone's struggling, if they're asking for guidance. But if they're not, you need to keep out of it, really. It's not for other people to decide what happens. And I go on about that because it's happened to me a lot, too much. You think your life's your own, and then you got like a team of 6 people telling you what to do. Let's get one more, but what's this called? We've been doing about poetry, social and political speeches, poetry. We were talking about in school, because I'm a high school teacher, sorry, I teach English. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, it's like no man's land. Yeah. So Wilfred Owen, when he wrote his poem Exposure, you know, if you just picture like World War I, people stuck in the trenches in France, it's cold snow. They've got barbed wire in front of them, their legs are rotting off because they've been in yeah, they've all got a trench foot, frostbite, feet are rotting away. They don't think they're going to see their family ever again. There's no signs of life. You know, it's no man's land. There's no animals. There's no birds in the sky. It's very much around the weather and how the weather reflects the feelings. So it's a really nice pathetic fallacy all the way through. This is what is it year 11? Year 11 are doing this in their poetry anthology at the moment, but it's like no man's land here. Like, you're trying to recover, they're trying to like decide whether, like, what are we doing this for? That's what Wilfred Owen says in his poem all the way through. What are we doing this for? And he actually dies there. He goes on to die there after writing that poem, and it's just so sad. But I feel like this is like, what are we doing this for? You know, like. The Nine of Cups reverse. This is the Nine of Cups when it's upright. It's about being single and happy. You know, just being contented. Your cups are full. You're okay being a single person that is independent. You're not emotionally needy. You don't need to be in a relationship. When it's reverse, it's like, well, I do want to be in a relationship. I don't feel happy like solo. So someone's definitely leaning here towards a reconciliation. I think there's potentially either way, but I'm just going to close that window because that's cold now. And I'm looking at these tarot cards, it's making me feel cold. And then I'm talking about being in the trenches in World War I, and my feet are just like, what's going on? Yeah, let's get a message to just see where they're at, because it's like hanging in the balance here. Ghosted. I'm sorry I disappeared. I needed to get away and clear my head. I hate it when people do that. If you've been out of order and someone ghosts you, that's just justice, isn't it? But when someone doesn't know what they want and they ghost you, that just sucks. Let's get another one. The Ace of Swords. There's going to be a confession. There's going to be major clarity, major truth, and major revelation. You're not going to be left unclear anymore. Like, they're going to tell you what it is that they want or how they're feeling or what this is all about, what's caused this situation where they've, they've cleared off and you're like, where have you gone? What's the nature of this connection, please? Distance. The separation you're experiencing is necessary to help the relationship grow. How can you answer something when you don't know what you want, or you can't express how you're feeling, or you're not ready to say how you feel because you're so mad that you can't even put it into words? So this is necessary for the relationship to grow. This time apart, okay. What's the messy truth? Because this looks messy. This is the definition of messy, this. Just checking there wasn't anything else that flipped over there. Fake apology. Oh my God. Fake apology. Manipulative guilt. No real change. Gaslit. Getting gaslit again. I can't stand people that do that, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then they just do exactly the same shit. You're like, fuck off. You for real? Can you see yourself? Like, can you actually see yourself right now? What are all the... That's just me knocking my divine timing cards over. Lovely. No, it wasn't that bad. And then I grabbed them and squeezed them, and they just dead shiny, so they slid into a total landslide. I've got too much on my desk. I get greedy with how many packs of cards I want to work with. Right, sorry about that. It's indicative of the situation, isn't it? Right, here we go. So what are all these, that 10 of Wands? Do I keep going? Because the numbers run from 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10. And then it resets. And we go into a new chapter, whether that's with each other or with someone new. We can't continue with the maximum amount of challenge, the maximum amount of conflict, the maximum amount of pain. You can't continue. It has to. It has to change. So what are all of those ones? What was each challenge along the way? Let's have a look. Crumbling. What you've built feels like it's falling apart. It's okay. You have the strength to build anew. So they feel like there's a natural ending. It's just been too difficult. It's not really telling us anything specific. Let's keep going. That's where we've got all these clarification decks back out. Consumed. Extinguish doubt by having open communication. Definitely needed, because while no one's talking, we've got nothing going on. It's just, you know, at a standstill. Liberated destiny. With release comes freedom, steering faith towards an unwritten future. Yeah, so whether that's letting go of the hostility and actually talking to one another, or winding this up and saying, let's just call it a day. It's its own liberty, isn't it? It's like, let's just stop carrying these burdens around with us. So that's like another way of saying what we got with the tarot cards. Let's get what lies beneath, because we need to dig deeper here. What have been the obstacles and the challenges in this connection? Don't want to hear it. So whenever it gets difficult, does someone just like literally cover their ears, or they run off? They don't want to like hear what the flaws are. They don't want to admit they could have done something wrong. Putting on a show. You could feel like, or they could feel like, this is too much concern around what this looks like to everyone else. Like, I went out with someone who was a teacher. He was very, very busy. He was senior leadership. He also worked for a charity, and he was also designing an app. Then he started writing his own autobiography, and I'm like, this guy just works like 24/7. And I was a teaching assistant at the time, so there was a difference in like role, a difference in working hours. We both worked in schools, so we had like a lot of interest in education. He was very philosophical. We're both quite intellectual, but he just had no time for a relationship. The house was a mess. You know, the grass was 3 feet tall. He wasn't eating right. His health was deteriorating. He was getting like serious health problems from it. He's now a head teacher. But I tried my best to like get him into more of a routine. And in the end, I thought, why am I going out buying special foods for you, like special, you know, like sweet potatoes, and you need your vitamin A because you've developed like psoriatic arthritis, because if you got arthritis and you don't take care of yourself, and you don't sleep well, eat well, have some sort of routine, if you don't rest, it can develop from your skin. It can sink down into your bones. So he ended up with psoriatic arthritis, and he's on like really strong cancer meds. And I thought, why am I doing this? Trying to bring normality, trying to reset the balance, and you're not doing it. You're not doing it. And it was really hurting me, because he's waking up in the night and he couldn't sleep because he's in pain. And then I felt bad because I could sleep. And he was hating himself. He was hating himself, really. What was the point of why I was saying this? To everyone on the outside, he was really together. He had a nice car. He had a really good job. He had side hustles, but he had no balance in his life, and he's actually deteriorating really like rapidly. And it's no joke, you know. You got to have like the same meds as like cancer meds, and you can't produce children while you're taking it. So it was proper serious. He ended up in a heart ward, and I felt like he went out with me because I was like a +1 to go to things with, because he was kind of going up in the world, and he needed like someone who he thought would be like, you know, look good on his arm, and know how to behave, and you know, from a nice home and stuff. So it got to the point where he's picking me up for an hour once a week. And it'd be to go to an event, and then he'd be like, right, I've got to go off to spend time with my family. I've got to go and do this or that. And I thought, this is not a relationship. This is not a relationship. That's just one example, right? Another example is taking perfect family photos and posting them on Facebook. You're actually like sleeping in separate bedrooms. You're actually arguing more than you're like happy with each other. But everyone takes a lovely family photo because that's what's expected, isn't it? And they post it on Facebook. Putting on a show, you could appear, or this person could appear like they've got everything under control, and actually the life's a bit of a mess, or the relationship is a bit sucky, you know, and it's got a little bit too much about, well, all my friends are married and settled down, so I want to be married and settled down. You know, perhaps there's a certain goal in mind rather than this being your person. And I don't know if it's you doing it or them doing it, but that's another option. Just with that putting on a show card. Sometimes we care too much. One of my friends, she married young. She had 3 kids. And guess what? She rushed down the aisle. She ended up doing everything for those kids herself. She ended up being a single mum of 3 children. Do you know how many of my friends have done that? So many, because they were like, I want to be young bride. I want to have all my best friends at the wedding. We're all going to stand like 7 of us in a row. We're going to pose. We're going to, you know, and I wanted the same. And I didn't end up doing that. But I always, for years, throughout my 20s, thought, I wish I'd done that. And in my 30s, I thought the same. I'm 40 now, and I'm like, thank God I haven't got 3 kids to bring up by myself, because that's not easy. Her friends were annoyed with her because she wasn't going to all their weddings. She went anorexic at one point. It's clearly been a struggle, because why would it be easy? That's not easy, doing all that. And I don't wish that on anyone. He was a knob, and we knew he was a knob at the time, but she was just like, oh, he'll do for now. And that, there's a lot of pressure on, you know, women, but we put pressure on ourselves when we're like mid-20s. We're like, I should be a young bride, I should be beautiful, I should be in a wedding dress, I should have loads of friends, you know, at my wedding. It's all about like, when am I going to do this? When am I going to do that? Sometimes it's better. Yeah, you see people getting married in their 60s, their 70s, they're marrying their best friend. They're mature people that have lived a life, and they've made a really good rounded judgment about who they want to be with. I think that's good. They could be on the second marriage because maybe the first husband or wife has passed away. Maybe they've been married a couple of times because they got divorced. But it doesn't mean it's like perfect happily ever after just because you get married. This putting on a show card is very loaded. Let's get, where's my broken mirror cards? I like these. Make it rain. Manifesting abundance, legal matters in your favour, unexpected money, promotion, entrepreneur. Oh my God, you know, because like one of the stories was talking about this person never has enough time. Maybe one of you is always like really, really busy with work, or you get really, really tired and run down with work. You know what I'm like. I've got my, you know, high school teaching job, which is full time, and then I've got my side hustle, and I don't know when I would have time to date. I think I would definitely make time to see someone, and I'd be very much present when I'm with them. But I wonder if I've become my ex. It's just, but you're hustling, aren't you? To be honest, in your late 30s and your early 40s, you know, that's when millionaires get made. So let's not knock it. But I reckon life's kind of dull without love in it, to be honest. But it certainly can. You know, it can go wrong. when you meet someone, if they're not your person and you marry them or you have kids with them, it's not the end of the world, but it certainly makes things a lot more complicated. Yeah, it's interesting because I thought it was going to say something like, in this deck, there's cards like bank failure. So I was going to go, oh, maybe they've got money problems. But I don't think it's that. Someone's very ambitious and they're working all the hours God sends. They could be an entrepreneur, or they could be someone that has multiple streams of income. You know, that takes a lot of work to bring in multiple streams of income. Eventually, you can get passive income. But to be honest, I don't know a millionaire who has a lot of free time. They're always, it's almost addictive. They can't stop. And it's not because they're not in control, but they love the success. And it comes from running teams of people. You can make a lot of money solo, but you tend to make more money when you set up an organisation or a company and you have teams of people. And you've got to pay their salaries, but that's how you scale up your business. So someone could be they could be a workaholic, is what I'm trying to say. They could be a workaholic. You know, it's really hard not to say his name, but my ex, because there's loads of exes, but this one that I'm talking about, he's now a head teacher, and they're the busiest people I know as well. So I doubt he's slowed down, but he's obviously met someone who's able, well, I assume he has, because I think he's got kids now, but I assume he's met someone who is happy to sort of try to support that, underpin, you know, like all his basic needs and everything to keep him going. Which is right, if someone is rising to the top, you know, you could afford, can't you, for one of you to do that? But that's not great when you first meet each other, is it? Because how do you get to know each other? And he was actually very sweet and very thoughtful with presents and stuff. But all I can say is at the time, I had my own illness to deal with. I had like stage 3 pre-cancer. And I was like terrified, and I'd had an operation. I was very upset, and I was getting all infections and things afterwards. It's a very internal operation, and it was very distressing. I was only like early 20s, and I was scared shitless because they scared me in the hospital, and they said, you need to not worry about work right now. You've got bigger things to deal about. And I burst into tears. I was a wreck. I was shaking. And they proper traumatised me. Like, I had to go back for colposcopy like a few years later, and it was the same room where I had the operation. They bamboozled me with it because they said, oh, you may need treatment at the time, and it was a 9 o'clock appointment. They gave me a load of leaflets, but they never said you will be getting operated on. And then it was all set up ready to go when I walked in, and I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Do you know what I mean? So I mean, for sharing now, but I needed his time, I needed his support. And one evening I was a mess. I was like, literally just the C word was freaking me out. I was very upset. I'd had to leave work. The hospital people made me feel like I'm gonna die, basically. It was horrible. And I should have taken it up with them and complained about that, but he was just like, I need to get my data in. I'm a teacher, right? I'm a teacher now. Getting data in, you know, you've got to be able to see what's important in life. If your partner is shit scared about cancer, if they are having operations and crying, you don't complain that you didn't get your data in. I'm sorry, but there's just certain things that you don't do. So it wasn't that I didn't want to be a stay-at-home mum, or it wasn't that I'm just an attention whore, but I need more than 1 hour a week, and I need more than just turning up at parties or anniversaries or christenings to be someone's plus one, because I'm not just a plus one, I'm a person, and shit things happen to me too. So if you can't look after yourself, how can you look after me? Do you know what I mean? And it's making me feel not like I'm going to burst into tears, but I just want to clarify that, like, I'm not someone who's an attention whore and never have been, and I don't think I'm more important or this or that. But there's just basic times that people should just drop everything and be there for you, and they shouldn't be complaining about not getting the data in. Do you know what I mean? It's like, don't be a dick. And he really didn't understand that at the time. He thought I was being, like, dramatic or whatever. Anyway, they're just real life examples, okay, of things that have happened to me, because I have lived a life. I've dated a lot of different kinds of people, and these are just examples. But someone could be really like a hustler. They could be a workaholic. They might not know how to give balance to a situation. I don't know if it's you or them, or whether that's like both sides. I'm like an elephant, you know, I never forget stuff. I never forgot that, and I did finish the relationship because I just thought, this isn't like fair. Do you know what I mean? Eclipsed by the other person. Running from your problems won't solve them. Someone's a runner. Do you know how often this comes out? And they said, I'm sorry for ghosting you. You've got distance, but you are going to get an answer. You're going to get clarity. You're going to get the truth. You're going to get some sort of major revelation. If you feel like something's been really unfair, and all about this person, or that's what they need to say to you, it's going to happen. Really hard not to say that person's name. I was like, don't. Yeah, and you know that Messy Truth said fake apology. So if they come back and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'll make more time for you. No. And once it's gone, guys. You can't leave a relationship and come back to it a few years later. The moment's gone. That was a moment in time where you were into each other heavily, and you had to sit in like perspective of one another. You thought a kind of way about one another. When you let chunks of time go by, everything shifts. And if you start to heal from a person, you heal from them, and your feelings for them change. So we did try and get back together because there was a lot I really liked about him. But his uncle was a bully. His uncle was like telling him what to do. Half of his family were like really chavvy, and the other half were really like intellectual. His mum was a head teacher. His sisters were teachers. I really liked that side of the family, but the other side were like job seekers, never worked a day in their life. The uncle did, but he was a bully, thought he was like top of the family. They would get drunk. They were the kind of family that are asked to leave, like if you go and you see like lovely families with anoraks and butties, like campy. We got asked to leave the Lake District because his like chavvy side of the family, the other side didn't go, which should have told me a lot. But the chavvy side were like drinking, they were swearing, they were like pissing down the side of the tent. I'm like, this isn't how I've been brought up. It's not appropriate. Like, it's really not appropriate. And then he was like shoving me, like the uncle and stuff. So you can understand why I left the relationship, because I just thought, you're in some weird like state of flux. You're changing, like, yeah, he was a hustler. He was working all the hours God sends. He was becoming someone who's like going to high places. But then he was like, his uncle was trying to like get his tentacles on him and say, no, you're one of us. You've always been like this. And it didn't go. And it's like, well, you're not being both. You've got to choose to be that kind of a person and distance yourself a little bit. But I'm not dealing with that horrible side of your family. So we had terrible arguments because we really liked each other, but this is my crazy love life, guys. That's what I mean when family can get involved and really break up. They can easily break up a relationship. It's happened to me loads. Was he felt like, the uncle felt like I was stuck up, which I'm not, but I'm not having someone shove me or bully me or act out of line in public. If you don't know how to behave when you're middle-aged, like, what are you doing? And I'm equal to you, I'm not less than you. So just because people are older, I, you know, think about it, at the time I was like early 20s, I've not been brought up to think I'm worth less than anyone just because they're like older than me in the family. You behave correctly, and that's what determines your value in life, not how old you are, or the fact you're the auntie, you're the uncle, you're the granddad, you're the nan, you're the mum, you're the dad. That doesn't make you like higher ranking than me. You're acting like a total imbecile. Do you know what I mean? Your soul's wisdom, everything you need is already inside you. So your karmic lesson is that you've got to follow your own wise judgment, your own better judgment on this one, Cancer. Why is that blurry? I'm just wiping the lens. That's a bit better, isn't it? Is it? Yeah. Everything you need is already inside you. So deep down, you know what to do. If you don't overthink it, is this fulfilling? Is this relationship balanced? Is it fair? Is it fulfilling? Do one of you need to apologise? Do you need to just have it out with each other? Crying in the rain, you know, screaming at each other. Is it done? Because it's been left just in standstill, hasn't it? Why is this relationship being full of trials and tribulations? Because it's time to rest. This being too difficult, guys. It's time to rest. Call it a day. Pack it in. You can try too hard, you know. You can give too much time, money and energy to situations. If someone requires to empty your bank account to spend time with you, they're not for you, are they? You could be anyone. If someone requires you to be eclipsed by them and just be in the shadows and isn't showing up for you when you need them, and I mean when the chips are really down, you know, in sickness, whenever there's drama, you know, that person should be able to show up for you. If they've got no time for you, then they're not for you. You can be in poverty because, you know, you're in time poverty. Someone's got no time. That's weird, isn't it? There was a clock on there as well. It's time to rest. You could also take that as if you're the workaholic. If you're the person that's spreading yourself so thin, there's no way you needed to be working for a charity during the summer. If you think, well, I've got no choice, you know, I really care about what I do, and term time, I'm not going to be available, pretty much, but we'll have amazing summers like the summers of a lifetime. I could probably live with that. But then he's doing the charity work and writing a fucking autobiography as well. Are you crazy? Like, you're sitting in a heart ward with a laptop on your lap. Like, what are you doing? So this could be a double message. It could be for the workaholic. It's time to rest. It's time to live some of your life, because life's short and you can work yourself into an early grave. And that's just fact. Okay, ask any doctor or nurse. It could be for the person that's like really tried to make this work, but is completely eclipsed by the other person and everything that they're, you know, they could be a hustler, they could be someone that just works 24/7, they're a workaholic, they bury themselves in work to run away from emotional problems, because sometimes people do that. So place it where it's appropriate. I love these. This is Whispers of Why. Because we all want to know why, don't we? Why? Let's get a message from the universe. I'll get you some general advice, Cancer, and I'll get you a timing. Been talking too much. Don't worry, everything you've been waiting for is on its way. Progress is being made even if you can't yet see the results. So much is happening behind the scenes for the creation of your dreams. Trust the process. Bigger and better experiences are coming your way. You may not be able to see it, but great things are coming together. I'm going to hold this card up because I think this is perfect for this one. Trust the process and let it unfold in divine timing. Move forward knowing that all is working out just fine. Okay, so that baby's future could be any of those things. It's all, I quite like the idea that it's all like divinely guided, it's pre-written, you know, it's time to rest. We can all like learn, can't we? Because maybe we've got off track. Whether it's working too much to run away from problems, we're not, you know, spending enough quality time with the people we love because we're obsessed with, you know, our side hustles, whatever company we're running. You won't get that time back again. If you've got young children, they're only that age once and they don't forget. You know, if you're an absentee parent, children don't forget that. You might be doing it for them, but if you're never there, you're ghosting your own kids, aren't you? It's not nice. Remember that programme? It was one where rich kids and poor kids like swapped places, and the girl that was rich was like growing up too fast. She was getting all like surgery, makeup, hair, lashes. She was acting like much older, and she actually preferred to live in a rough town in Glasgow with the poorer family because she said that she just wanted time with her mum, and her mum had grown up in that poor town, and she said, but I do everything for you. I work all the hours God sends for you, so you never have to struggle for money. And the girl was just like, but you never hear. You never hear. It's like I don't have a mum. It was dead sad. Oh my God, it was dead sad. Never forgotten that, you know. I mean, the idea is to get somewhere in the middle, ideally, isn't it? But people don't do themselves. Relationships, whether it's family member, whether it's friendship, whether it's you know, a romantic relationship, it doesn't do itself. You've got to, even work, you've got to kind of make yourself a little bit available, make yourself present, make sure people know they're special to you. You know, an hour a week, not enough. I keep going on about that, so something around that is like important here. Inner work, God brings me ideal situations for my inner healing. As I become aware of my weaknesses, I turn them into strengths. I direct my thoughts towards the light and see the positive side of every stage of my life. Darkness turns into courage. Thus, I get stronger. In God's hands. My trust in life is implicit. God's greater knowing and greatest love guide my heart and my choices. My faith is steady and I remain true to my light. Everything unfolds according to God's will. Yeah, you've got a lot about inner healing and finding a place of security, a place of trust once again. You know, your root chakra at the base of your spine. When we feel unsafe because someone's not giving us time, money, or energy, or we feel like we're worried about our own financial situation, we're worried we don't have enough time, we're anxious, you don't feel safe, do you? Money brings you security, time, basic things like having a roof over your head and knowing that's always going to be there gives you a sense of security, gives you literal security, gives you financial security, and it gives you emotional security. So we need to kind of like get back to that root chakra. Let's get chakra whispers and see what comes out, because I'm intrigued. It's the root chakra. I am secure in who I am. If you're secure in who you are, you don't need what a situation looks like on a Facebook photo, family photo. If you're secure about who you are, you know that you're going to be able to recover financially. You put out CVs, eventually you get a job. Do you know what I mean? You join an agency, you will get you used and you'll be fully appreciated somewhere. Money comes and money goes. You start a hustle, you know, and I don't mean like a bank robbery or something. I mean like, you know, start your own business like I did with the channel. I've got like a second stream of income. So I love to shop, yeah. So I could like shop using that money instead of dipping into what I get for my rent and what I get for like running my car and whatever else. You need to find a place of security for yourself. If you know, years ago when I lived abroad, I had terrible anxiety and depression because my work contract was tied to where I was living. So if I thought work wasn't going well and they weren't happy with me, then I thought I'm going to lose the roof over my head. And that's the case. It's not my perception of things. That's a fact. And they don't mess about in the Middle East. If you're not working for that company anymore, you've got to be out within 3 days or you'll be arrested. So it's not a case of, oh, I feel comfortable. I would never take a package like that ever again. Ever again. It was the only way I could afford to like live out from my family because I was early 20s, but no, mid 20s. But I would never do that again because the anxiety of, and it's happened to my friend so many times, like she's given up living in the Middle East now. She's Middle Eastern, but she's like, I can't do that anymore and be turfed out of where I live with young children overnight because the school just decided there's a pandemic, so our jobs don't exist anymore. It was brutal out there, right? So her and her husband got made redundant overnight with two children under 5. They were told they've got to vacate the premises within 3 days. And their marriage broke down. Like, they were jobless. They had to move back in and sleep on the floor with parents again in the UK. It's brutal. Life is brutal. Okay. So if you don't feel secure, I came home because my mental health was so bad. They came home to where their parents are because their mental health was so bad. If you don't feel secure and safe, if someone's not giving you like the time that they should just for basic stuff, like when you're ill, and I mean like really ill and really scared, that person should be there for you. And if they're not, you're not going to feel secure. There's a certain amount of time that people just need because it's not a healthy connection unless you're maintaining it. Friendships, work relationships, family connections, romantic relationships, they don't do themselves. You've got to show up, okay? And if someone's not showing up for you, it's going to affect you from the base of your spine, and your arse is going to be like that. Your rectal muscle is going to be like that. You're going to be tense. You're going to be breathless. You're going to be like wobbly. You're going to be pissed off and angry. You hold all this tension in your chest, in your muscles. Your heart is a muscle. Your heart attacks come from stress. So if someone giving you stress all the time, it's not good. It's really not good. And if the root chakra isn't right, that's going to affect your sacral chakra, and your libido is going to go. God knows what else will start happening. Your hair will fall out. You get major insomnia, like chronic insomnia. So it's when people are suffering, it's because they don't feel safe. And safety and security comes from knowing you've got a roof over your head and you're not going to end up on the street, but also that you've got a system of resources around you in the form of people that love and care about you. And I didn't have that when I lived abroad, and that used to really, everything was like a huge problem to me because I just didn't have, if you think about tribes, their best resources are each other. They protect each other. So if you leave your tribe and you go off and you be a lone wolf, it is really hard. Very, very tough. Okay, there's a couple more cards and then I'm going to let you go with your Cancer. I let myself grieve and the light gently enters. Okay, so face the emotion. Don't run away from it. If you need to finish it, finish it. It'll be sad, but it's already sad, isn't it? So you're just kind of extending the grieving period if you don't kind of make a decision. Let the emotion out, because it literally makes you poorly if you don't. One of my exes, he lost his hair. I know some people get like discoloration in their skin, lack of pigment in their skin. I know someone else. Men seem to suffer very physical reactions to stress more than, I'd say, women lose sleep more than anything, But men seem to get more pronounced reactions in the skin, the muscles, the hair. Forget your goal. Oh, that's weird, because I was saying at the beginning about having a certain goal. Or sometimes it's all about the goal and you haven't got the right person. So you might just be obsessed with being in a relationship, or obsessed with being a young bride, or obsessed with having kids by a certain age. Do you know what I mean? But if you're doing it with the wrong person, you're just making it hard for yourself later on. The next time you're about to engage in a task, be it reading a book or cooking a meal, first note down your initial intention. Once done, set that intention aside. Instead, zero in on the immediate sensations. If you're reading, focus on the texture of the pages, the shape of the letters. If cooking, notice the smell of the ingredients, the feel of the utensils in your hand. Devote all your attention to these moment-by-moment experiences, not sparing a thought for the end result. As you do, you'll find the activity becoming smoother and stress melting away, leading to inner calm. Okay, so that's all about mindfulness. Enjoy what you're doing and how you do it, rather than panicking about, the end goal, the end outcome. Because if you're doing stuff just for the outcome, you might end up doing it without enjoying it. Do you know what I mean? Well, I need to be married, I need to be, a young mum, I need to be whatever. You're kind of rushing, isn't it? The hare and the tortoise. Don't rush yourself through life. It's these I haven't done. I like these. I trust the journey even when I do not understand it. Reflect on past success to boost your confidence. That's a nice one. I like that. So these are like general life advice cards. Okay. To be honest, it does seem messy, so I'm going to ask for a timing for new love, but I will get you a timing for this revelation or clarity that's coming, because it said Ace of Swords, didn't it? They are going to come to you with communication. So stop rushing things. That was being the message. 2 months from now, you could meet someone new. If you want this person to give you clarity, if you want them to clear up how they feel about you, why they've been running away, when's that going to happen? Unknown. Oh, God. See, that depends on their healing, you see. So in terms of new love, you could have new love 2 months from now, but you're not to rush, okay? Because you're still getting it for this. If you want to hear from this person, they're likely to give you clarity, but they don't even know when they're going to do that, so I can't tell you. Hi, Valinda. We've just finished Cancer, and we're going to go on to Leo. Long horse reading, that one, wasn't it? How have I managed to make these even longer? I did drop my cards, though, twice. So we've got to take time off for that. I'm going to be here for like 7 hours. Anyway. I like the advice cards there because, like, we all get stressed, don't we? I think so many people are stressed, and sometimes you don't even think you're stressed, then you think, oh, that's quite a nice message, actually. I'm too hot. Is the heating on? Yeah. I'm going to change my dressing gown, open the window again. Can't be having a huge big radiator and a fluffy dressing gown. It's not acceptable. I think if I got into a relationship, what I'd have to do is just put like, you know, a few days turnaround time for personal readings, or yeah, because I can't really change how much I'm working, to be honest. And I can't, the lives need doing, but I just have to, like, you just have to do it, don't you? Because what you're gonna do, just become obsessed with money and like never have someone to live your life with, like. See, I have my parents, I live with my parents, so I'm quite kind of always got someone to talk to. You know, I get on with them really well. So I eat well and take care of myself because I've got them taking care of me, really. They're my routine. I've lived by myself and I've lived in a relationship. When I lived by myself abroad, that was the toughest because I knew I could lose the roof over my head. When I made food, I was exhausted from work and then I wasn't sitting down to eat it with anyone. So I'd just wash it down. The food was shit in Dubai anyway. Sorry if you're from Dubai, but the sheer temperature there, because it's a desert, the food spoils before you've even got it home. And the eggs were always off. You buy them and they're just off, like, already. So, because I love food and I love cooking and I love eating out, I really missed that. You know, you just kind of expect it to be how it is everywhere, and it's not. Certain things are just not. You're not supposed to hold hands, you're not supposed to kiss in public, you know, which is like, that's the rules of that land, so I had to live by that. I worked in a strict Muslim school for Emirati children, so I wasn't allowed a license for alcohol. A lot of decisions that I made sort of made it really tough. You know, if I'd worked in an international school, I could have felt differently, but I just didn't like how people are ranked by where they're from and stuff like that either. And I was so far away from my family. So you've got that in your head all the time. And then it's quite undeveloped out there as well. you know, roads, internet. I didn't have internet for 4 months. I lasted 3 more months, but I basically went mental while I was out there because I just couldn't communicate with people back home. And then you've got the time difference as well. Some people go out and they love it, don't they? But maybe it's because they've gone out there with a person and they're not there by themselves or something. You know, there's couples that go out there and stuff. But my friend's from the Middle East and she left after like 2 months, and that like really affected me as well because she's the only person that I've really got on with. And we're best friends now. So it's not stopped us from being best mates because she's actually back in Manchester. But in life, you're better with a tribe. You're better with a tribe because you just need that mental knowledge that you've got resources around you. You know what I mean? There's no safety nets, so that's where your anxiety comes from. That's where your loneliness comes from. So there's a reason there's a book called Desperate in Dubai. My friend's gone out there and she appears to be loving it, but people that knew me thought I was loving it because the photos that you do post when you are in a club or something, they look great, don't they? And you're not going to post like, oh, I'm going through this or I'm going through that, but I was. So that was really isolating. So I hope that she's all right. All my friends turned on me as well, my high school friends, and they were like, you love yourself, you're this, you're that. And I was like working 6 days out of 7. Barely had time with my friend who was working for Emirates, who was out there. It was her twin that fell out with me, and then because everyone was back home with her twin, she just turned everyone against me and no one would speak to me. They would like not speak to me when I went to one of their like christenings, and they were like, you're late and like you love yourself and all this, and I just like taking anxiety and depression medication at the time because I felt like, you know, end of life, like really, really bad. And that really didn't, that compounded it, that made it so much harder. You find out who your real friends are, let's say. So that really affected me for the years that I was living in Italy. I was still grieving like those friendships, and I couldn't believe how badly they turned on me and stuff, and I hadn't done anything wrong. And it's taken me like to 40 to not be affected by it anymore. Taking me to the age of 35, 40 years old to not get upset about that anymore because it just felt so unjust. But whatever. I always go away and I always come home, and it's always my family, my sister, my mum, my dad that are there for me, my cousins, my aunties and uncles that are always there for me. But they give me the freedom to go, and then I always know that I can come back. Do you know what I mean? So, spirit guides, the universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Leo's highest good. How is Leo feeling in this 3rd week of January 2026 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Leo's feeling. I'm just going to change my dressing gown. I can't keep about what it is in here. Turn that radio off. So if you're watching this from somewhere abroad and you're living by yourself and you're having these kind of thoughts and feelings, I've 100% been there. It's very, very tough. You're a hero. It's not always that bad. It was just a set of circumstances, really, that clashed. When I moved to Italy, I realised, like, oh, that wasn't right how I was feeling. This is a lot better for me. Temperance. The Temperance upright, okay, so it's fire energy. So Leo, at the moment, you're trying to manage your emotions, you're trying to stay emotionally balanced. The Temperance in the traditional Rider-Waite Tarot deck is a woman pouring cups of emotion back and forth, trying to get just the right balance, okay? So the Archer, Sagittarius, you can't aim for your goals. You can't aim with that bow and arrow and fire and hit the target if you're on unsteady ground or you're all wobbly and nervous. So you got to manage your emotions, find balance. So it looks like you're managing it. Why is that all ripply? I don't like that. The King of Cups reversed. Okay, so the King of Cups, when he's upright, is masculine energy, very, very calm. Someone who looks like a duck, you know, their feet are going beneath the surface of the water, but they just exude this calm energy. Really nice, relaxing to be around. It's to do with the heart chakra, so it's Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. Water represents emotions in tarot. So King of Cups energy is nice. You know, you've got dolphins, you've got like a heavenly sky in the background. The water around his feet is just calm and still. A gentle ripple of anything, but not tsunamis, not thunderstorms, not huge waves or anything like this. Just calm, okay? Because it's someone who's emotionally balanced, someone who's forgiving, someone who's emotionally intelligent. They're empathetic, they understand other people's emotions, how other people are affected by their actions. They're able to let stuff go and move on. They're able to apologise if they do something wrong. It's a nice, calm energy. When it's reversed, the King of Cups could be feeling like a muddied heart chakra, so they might be feeling like they're holding on to something that happened that was unfair, unjust. You know, sometimes we feel bitterness, resentment, sometimes we feel depressed, sometimes we feel angry. So you could be struggling with your emotions with regard to a particular person when you do think about them. You're not quite able to forgive and forget. The Fool. The Fool is ready for a leap of faith into a new chapter, probably with a new person, to be honest. So the numbers run from 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 10, and then they reset back to 0. So the Fool is Aries energy. So we've gone from fire to water, back into fire. And it's like, you know, yes, it can be foolish to do cliff jumping or cliff diving. But people do it, they take that leap of faith, they jump and they don't know whether they're going to smash their ankles on the rocks or whack their head on a rock and die, or they're going to be exhilarated by the fact that they went all the way down into the water, it took them ages to get back up, and now they've got first breath where they survived and they're like exhilarated. So it's this sense of like the Fool is like, I don't know if this is going to work out, but I'm going to do it. Okay. So it's having that courage, that sort of idea that I'm just going to go for it. Let's see who's showing up for you. In the challenge position, we've got the Death card, so that's the major arcana for Scorpio. It's about crossing through the gates into a new chapter, so that's the equivalent of the Fool card, really. But yeah, Scorpio energy, water energy, I'm letting go of what happened, I'm letting go of the past, and I'm ready to go through the gates and either approach this new chapter with you or with a new person, you know? So it's emotional kind of like closure. Now, you can't get more than one of each card in a 78 card tarot deck, so that's kind of the equivalent to the Fool card, really. But the Fool card is more like, and I'm ready to get involved with someone new, where you might just have Hermit if someone's like needing to isolate to heal, or, you know, so the Fool's a bit more optimistic. It's overly optimistic, it's courageous, it's brave, it could be reckless as well, where the Death card is like, that's closure on that chapter, you know, so it's more looking back, that's more looking forward. There's a slight difference. Oh my goodness, we've got divine counterparts. So we've got the King of Cups here for you in the reverse, and we've got the Queen of Cups upright for them. So when you have court cards like kings and queens, it's like not normal playing cards. So, you know, you have hearts, diamonds, clubs and spades with normal playing cards. The tarot deck has cups, swords, wands and pentacles. Okay, there's 4 suits. You've got the king and queen of cups. So there's no other kings and queens of cups in here. You literally suit one another, but you're feeling a bit unhappy towards this person. They're feeling quite forgiving, quite emotionally intelligent, quite calm, quite relaxed. See how she's got a dolphin up here? I don't know why there's 2 dolphins on that one and one on this one. I think kings tend to focus on the greater good and the wider outcomes of decisions, and queens tend to be, how does this affect each individual one by one? You know, are more focused in on each individual person. How are they being affected by a situation? So this person's feeling more positive. You are a divine pair. So we could be dealing with 2 people that are already involved. It's highly likely that you're already involved. Yeah, so this is a soulmate card. So we've got the 6 of Cups reversed. Thanks for the likes, guys. I really appreciate it. The 6 of Cups upright. See how lovely this is. So each cup is filled with flowers, and they represent years of time together. So the cups could be 1 year each or a few years each. And over time, you know, the person that we're in love with becomes our family. We start a new family, don't we, with them? Even if it's the 2 of us or whether there's children, they are family. Okay, your love is your family. So it could feel like you've always known this person, or you could be really deep into a connection with them, something that's lasted years or decades. At least, like, you know, 3 years, something like that, something established. It may feel like this person may feel like they've lost you as a soulmate, or you weren't really a soulmate and they thought you were, but it's very established. The fact that we've got 2 court cards tends to suggest that you've been in a long-term relationship for years or decades. The fact that we've got the 6 of Cups. But yeah, it's like the end of a chapter and the start of a new one, and you're both trying to just move into a new chapter, and I can't tell if it's with each other or without each other just now. Let's get 3 for the outcome. The Page of Swords is watching and waiting. There's like an expectation. See how she stood in front of that fort, that fortress, and she's waiting on the horizon to see what's about to come over. Is there people marching? Can I expect a person to arrive? You know, swords is like knowledge. So this person's trying to gain knowledge. They're trying to understand. This could be, you know, in modern terms, asking around different colleagues or having your ears open, listening to different conversations in work. It could be mutual friends, like waiting to hear if this person mentions you, or you're waiting to hear if your person gets mentioned. I was trying to think about the other way around. It could be snooping on social media, checking any updates to statuses, trying to understand what's going on, waiting for communication, waiting for action, waiting for change, trying to observe, but it's a bit sneaky. It's a bit covert in the way that it's done. The Judgment is a call to act. So someone feels really strongly that they need to take action. That scene is like crazy, isn't it? Death, destruction, fire, scorched earth. Okay? The time is now. Something needs to be done. The Magician. Okay, so that's like another card of like, I can manifest my dreams into a reality. So the Magician, see how it's one? It's all 4 aces. So this is the start of a new chapter with or without the person, whatever it is that's being manifested. They have all the tools to succeed. I don't know why he's got a chicken on his back. But it's like, yeah, let's go for it. Like, I've got the Ace of Cups, I've got the emotional intelligence, I've got the financial backing with the Ace of Pentacles, I've got the motivation, the drive with the Ace of Wands, I've got, what have I missed? I've got the truth, the facts, the knowledge, the research, the communication skills to make this happen with the Ace of Swords. I've got clarity on what I want now. You know, when you're the Magician, you have all the tools to succeed, to manifest your dreams into a reality. So yeah, so like there's definitely like major change happening here. The only reason I don't know, it's like you're ready for a new chapter. They're ready to let the past go. They're in a healing frame of mind, but I don't know if they feel like you're a soulmate and they've lost you, or if they're realising you weren't a soulmate. But it's kind of a bit sad, isn't it, the way that 6 of Cups is reversed? But they're kind of letting bygones be bygones. You were bitter, you were really emotionally struggling, and now you're ready to take a leap of faith, whether it's reckless or not. And there's this like sense of, I can make this happen. So I don't know if it's you thinking, I can make this happen with them, or I can make this happen with a new person. But if you want to know how they're feeling, because you know how you're feeling, I think they're looking back on this, not with bitterness. They've got a healthy heart chakra. There's forgiveness. There's emotional intelligence. There's calm. There's surrender. You know, we're letting this go, walking into a new chapter. It's closure. But it may be sad to this person on a level if they feel like they've lost a soulmate, like a real matching pair. You could have children, you don't have to, you could be married, you could have joint assets, joint property together, a business together, but they hold you in very high regard, but they may feel like they've lost you. Let's get a message from them. Thank you for the likes and the loves. unclear, and my dreams. See, this is what they would say to you. These are no contact messages. I don't know how I feel about this connection anymore. My dreams, I've been dreaming about you. In my dreams, we are so free and in love. Wish I could stay there forever. So maybe they feel like you've been very important to one another over the years, and now that love has run its course, you know, and it's a bit sad to them. Or maybe they're trying to understand like what kind of connection this was. They are quite wistful about it. Wish I could stay there forever. I've been dreaming about you. It's a shame, guys. It's a shame. Let's get another message from them. Wrongful advice. Someone could have stuck their oar in, like a family member, a friend, multiple people, a colleague. They've had poor advice off someone. They could have been encouraged, encouraged to let this go, or encouraged to be angry with you, encouraged to give up. So, you know, sometimes people can overly villainize the other person and say to your person, oh, they're just a this or they're just that, or they've never treated you right. You know, oh, they always do this. Oh, you're not still dealing with that person. You know, don't speak like that about people's like love connections because it's disrespectful. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. But I think they're genuinely confused. Like they're not sure how they feel. Which, when you're not sure how you feel, it's either because logic's telling you this isn't sensible, for whatever reason, this isn't a logical thing to do, or you're not really 100% happy because someone did something, they never apologised. So you're like, I don't know if this person's emotionally taking care of my feelings the way that they ought to, or if they're very emotionally intelligent and they just can't see what they're doing is wrong. If it's a pattern, you know, if it's a one-off, or you can have a lot of love for someone, can't you? And you can feel unconditional love for someone because they've had your children, or they built a family with you, they built a home with you, and it takes years and years to sort of collaborate and work together to achieve that. So you're always going to have unconditional love for this person, but you can love them from afar. You know, sometimes contracts expire, you know, no longer needed. You've learned everything you can from this connection. So maybe it's one of those where you've been together a long time and you just don't know if it's like what's meant to be in your future, or they just don't know whether it's what's meant to be in the future. Sometimes we genuinely feel unclear about stuff. It's not a game that we're playing. We just don't know. I'm just going to close that window because the radiator is cooled off now. Let's get the messy truth. Broken trust, lies, cheating, promises shattered. Well, that's not nice. So there's a lack of trust in this relationship, okay? So they could have unconditional love for you, but they don't necessarily trust you. I know that's weird, but say you're like the mother of their children or the father of their children or child. You can love, like, seeing you be a good parent. I know I could watch someone be a good father or a good mother to my child or children and still think, I still don't trust you as far as I can throw you in terms of having a love relationship with you, in terms of romance between the two of us. I think that's gone. Do you know what I mean? You can still care about someone because you built a family with them, because you built a life with them. There's a lot of memories. There's a lot of memories and nostalgia. Hi, the one. Sometimes you can think, I like the memories, I like the nostalgia, I like the security, so I'll keep going with it. But then, like, the more you keep going with it, you think, but are we in love anymore? Because that's when cheating starts, isn't it? If you think like you're doing stuff for purely financial and practical reasons, but you're sleeping in separate bedrooms, or you feel unhappy that your person's not can't like making love to you anymore. There's no emotional intimacy on the scale that you want it to be, that you require it to be for it to be a healthy connection. It's not romantic anymore, is it? It's more like favourable circumstances for living, do you know what I mean? Or companionship. And depending on how much of a tactile person you are, or how sensual you are, or whether you really need to feel close to your person and you just don't feel close to them, it may be that you've got a lot of love for them, but you're not in love with them anymore, or they're not in love with you. And they're just thinking, well, I don't mind it being like this, but I do. You might not mind it, but it's not fulfilling me. Like, I don't feel close to you the way that I should do. So, yeah, but trust is a big thing here. Even if there's not been an indiscretion, it could be going towards that just because there's room for manoeuvre, like with the fact that you're not being intimate anymore. Someone's gonna feel, sucky about how they look, or lonely, like they're not kind of calming down from stress because they're not making love with the person anymore. The person doesn't want to, So that's where room for cheating comes in, because once you've got like property together and kids together, it's not as easy as just breaking up with each other, is it? It's not. See, that's why cheating happens. I mean, if you're just dating someone and you cheat, you're just a knob. You're just a horrible person. Yeah, or a bitch. You're just a horrible person if you do that. But I get it, where there's assets and kids, you can't just break up with someone. It's not just that easy, is it? So, not saying it's okay, but I get how it happens. I do get how people get to that point, because you're not just going to leave a situation. I can't just do that. So I'm getting the weirdest like notifications on Instagram about people I don't even follow. It's so weird. Okay, what are the other issues then? Because why would you both be so confused? What have been the challenges in this connection? All talk, silver-tongued devil, big flirt, no action, player. Yeah, someone knows all the right things to say. Yeah, they know how to get around you, Leo, or you know how to get around them. It could be that you've both done that to one another, or you feel that they did it to you, or they feel that you did that to them. But someone is not bringing consistency or security to a connection. There's a lack of trust, and it's because they're very flirty. They know they look good, and I don't know if it's you or them, but you look like you're a bit pissed off with them, to be honest. But they also feel like, well, are we soulmates, or are we just people that have history together? Are we people that, do you know what I mean? Laid to rest, let go of lingering disputes and make peace together. In a fog, fear, obligation, or guilt makes you stay, get clarity. Yeah. So if you've had children together, or you've got property or family, just like, yeah, so and so and so and so together, that's our world. It's really difficult, isn't it? Because it's going to affect everyone. It's really difficult to make decisions without having to consider like a list of 11 people that it's going to affect, and it's like that can make you confused, because they're all going to have something to say about it, what they shouldn't do. You know, it's you, it's your life, you have to live it, and you have to live with the consequences of it. So you've got to say, people that love me and care about me should support me. Their job is to be supportive and just receive what I've decided and what I'm now telling them. Their job is to receive it and be supportive, whatever that decision is. It's not to try to be dramatic or be like, oh my God, you can't do that, you can't do this. That's not their place to do that. They're being selfish, thinking about, oh, well, I'm going to have to take the grandkids this way or that way instead of you two just living together. Oh, I'm going to have to like do this. They're thinking about how it affects them. And that's why they've got so much to say about it, or they don't want tongues wagging in the community, so they've got loads to say about it. But it's not that other people get to have a say about your life. This is your life. So if you're not in love, or you can't trust the person that you're making a home with, that you're continuing to live with, what are you doing? And what are they asking you to do that for? That's really selfish. So tell them that from me. Their job is to receive what you're telling them and just be supportive, whatever you decide. Look at this. Promiscuous. Okay? So you could be known as a player, they could be known as a player, and therefore there's major trust issues, and that's why they can't consider you a soulmate, or you can't consider them a soulmate, or you're both struggling with the idea, because there's, someone's like, I don't want to say for the streets, but let's be honest, a lot of us are quite confident, especially as we get older or when we're younger. Relationships don't work out. We're trying to discover our sexuality. We're trying to, get with people based off what they look like, based off what they've got. We think that we just need to be in love for something to work out. Sometimes we're just falling from one bed to the next because we don't really know what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know that it's not enough to fancy each other. We don't know that it's not enough to be in love. You've got to want the same things. You've got to have the same values. The conditions need to be quite favourable. If finances suck, if one of you is unemployed, that puts pressure on the relationship. If you're going through grief, you're not able to be present and alert for your person's needs because you can't cope with your own. If you've got addiction or something like this, there's lots of things that are needed for a relationship to work and for a relationship to last. So we've all got dating history. Some people have married the first person that they had a relationship with, and they're going to end up divorcing and then being promiscuous later on in life. It's very rare these days that people stay together forever. If they do, great, I've got no problem with that. But how often does that happen? Most of us have got a history, and you become more and more confident, don't you, as you get older? Like, such a big deal when you finally sleep with each other, like when you're younger. But as you get older, it's like can happen faster, and you're more confident with your body because it's not your first relationship, or it's not your third relationship, or you know, you're dealing with mature people and you're mature, so your body confident. If your body confident, and or you just really love, having these like sensual connections with people, then you could be termed promiscuous. But if you've got like a trail of destruction behind you, or your love life's a bit of a mess, people are going to be a bit nervous about making a future with you, or they're going to try to because they think, do you know what, I do want to have a relationship with this person, but then they're going to be questioning, like, is this person really loyal to me, or are they still being a bit of a one getting around town? Can they really, because sometimes you get people popping back up into your life because you've got that kind of a sexual connection with them. Say like every 5 or 10 years they're like popping up into your life, so that makes partners really nervous. You know what I mean? And you don't need to look at someone's phone to kind of know that they're attractive, to know that they used to be a bit of a one, to know that someone could be sliding into the DMs on Instagram. I've had married people do that to me. I've had married people do that to me. They slide into the Instagram, they slide into the DMs on Facebook because, they still think about me, or they just, it's what people do. It doesn't mean your person's going to be cheating, but there's definitely trust issues here, and you could be someone who's very confident with what you look like, or you have very flirty things with multiple people that never really end. So there's a lack of trust. That kind of explains why someone's not sure if you're soulmate or not, or if you're still, someone, if you're someone they're meant to be with forever, they're not sure. Let's get Broken Mirror. Did I do Broken Mirror, or was that What Lies Beneath? That's What Lies Beneath. Avoidance. In hiding, feeling guilty, no communication. Oh God. Someone could be cheating, or even like if you flirted or something on direct message and you're actually married with kids or something like that, or living with someone, you shouldn't be flirting back. So then you like just don't speak to the person for a bit because you're like, oh, I just feel like a dickhead, or you can't look them in the eye or something like that. Someone's avoiding because they're feeling guilty, or these could be options. Okay, so you could not be in communication right now just because it's all up in the air, not necessarily because there's been infidelity. Let's get the unspoken truth. I keep stepping towards you, only to pull away again. Oh God. People do that when they're feeling a bit lost, don't they? When you just love someone's, like, you love what they look like, you love their sex, they're really positive as a person, they're quite sensitive, it's flattering that they pick to spend time with you. If you don't know whether you want a future with them or not, you can dip in and out. You shouldn't dip in and out, but people dip in and out, don't they? And then they're like, well, it's all right because I'm not like marrying them, so it can dip in and out. I do that with people. I dip in and out because I like what they look like, quite like being around them. They don't disrespect me. I don't know if I want to marry them. I don't ever trust them to be like in a monogamous relationship with them. So a dip in and out. I think they're always between jobs, so a dip in and out. I'm not going to marry someone that's like never in a job, or seems to be struggling with money, or has kids all over the place, or I don't know. There's one person that I'm thinking of that, we're great in bed together, but I just can't get on to. I think he has love for me, but I don't really think that we're very. I don't think we have like the most intellectual conversations together. I don't think we have loads in common. We're quite opposite, really. And there's no law that says you can't dip in and out, but I wouldn't marry it. I wouldn't marry it because it's too surface level. So I don't know if someone's doing this because it's too surface level and they don't really want commitment, or they're just not emotionally available, or something else. But it's like someone's coming in, they're going, they're coming in, they're going. Do you know what I mean? I don't get money being an issue. It's very emotional, this reading. There's so much water and fire. There's actually no Pentacles cards here, is there? I've just realised there is no Pentacles here. There's no indication over finances or practicality or commitment or stability. It's more like, is this my person anymore? Is this my person forever? Was this ever my person? It's more emotional, it's heart-based. They like thinking about you. You've got a big heart, Leo. You know, you are that person that makes, you walk into a room and you make everyone stop and turn, you know, just with your presence. Like, you're very characterful, very egotistical, very charismatic, very good looking, you know, type A, alpha. In terms of physique, I don't really meet a lot of Leos who are struggling in the looks department. You're very romantic though, and you want loyalty, and you're capable of getting very hurt. And someone's trying to manifest a future, and I feel like it's you because you've got the Fool card. I don't know if this person's like a yo-yo in and out of your life, and they like to toy with the idea of being with you, but they don't trust you. And I feel a bit guilty because I'm thinking of my Leo man, that I do that too. What's the karmic lesson here? Because I feel like there is one. Oh my god, there's loads. Trusting the unknown. The universe has a plan. Okay, so we don't always have to know whether it's the right or wrong thing. Karmic debts, lessons return until they're learned. Ooh, I can't even whistle, and I just whistled then. I can't even whistle. Oh, it's hilarious. Karmic rewards. The good you give returns to you. The power of perspective. Shift your view, change your life. Oh my god. Right, what I'm getting from this, if you've got trust issues, then you'll attract people who have trust issues. If you have been a cheater, people are going to tar you with that brush, you know, and they're going to just go, well, I don't trust Leo. It's the same for this person. If this person's been a bit of a one, that could be a hindrance if they've got previous, or they've got a history of like having a very active sex life, a lot of different people they've dated. Yeah, it's carnage. People might think, oh God, because that person's so used to being like wild at heart, they're so used to, you know, taking chances, or they're so used to moving on from relationships. Are they hardened? You know, are they like someone that's gonna like toy with me and destroy me? Like, it's making me think of you know, Sex and the City, where you've got like Charlotte, Miranda, Samantha, and Carrie. Yeah, and they've all got very different, like, Charlotte's like, no, I just, you know, want to be conservative. I want to be married. I only, you know, like, have like monogamous relationships. Samantha's wild, you know, goes lesbian, has threesomes, hangs out with people who are like not emotionally available, but you know, knows what it is. Lots of like, you know, very sexual connections. Gets off with a delivery boy, like that kind of vibe. Who else have we got? Miranda has sort of like weird connections of her own. Doesn't she go out with someone who's like an emotional eater, and like she's an emotional eater? She meets Steve, but he's from like a very different like walk of life. He's like a barman, and she's like a lawyer, isn't she? And she's always constantly putting him down and like acting like he needs to grow up. Then they end up having a kid together. And then he ends up like, she sees him years later and he like owns his own bar, and then she realizes like she was just a bitch. And then Carrie's just like running around, going from like one person to the next. She has a love column. I feel like I'm a Carrie, you know. Um, Hi, Cara. She's constantly trying to figure out like how many loves do we have in a lifetime, how many soulmates, like why, you know, she'll date anyone just to like know, just to have the experience. And it's making me think of that, like Big was like older, you know, and it sort of gave her like security, but he actually doesn't she cheat with him on his like new young wife after they split up? It's like he's very elusive, Big, and he's like got a lot of money. He's like a banker or something. And she's like quite a bit younger, but they're still like middle aged, aren't they? And she's trying to just find like security, but he's a bit elusive, and he's like a bachelor, but then he ends up marrying like this one who's like a model type and like even younger than Carrie, and she's like, what the fuck? So then like they are actually having an affair. Oh, it's horrible actually. It's actually really messy, but I feel like if you got a proper history, it could put some people off who've had a more kind of black and white, conservative, simple, they married, you know, fairly young. It could put someone off, to be honest, couldn't it? Because they might just think, oh, but you're like so confident by yourself, or you're such a free spirit, or you know, you can get really hurt and come back from it. You're used to it. I'm not used to it. Um, it can make them quite nervous, even if you're not like a cheater or someone that's, you know, it doesn't mean you're an absolute slag or something. It's just like maybe you spent a lot of years like being a free spirit, or you've had to come back from a lot of relationships that haven't worked out, you know, not by choice, but it's just worked out that way. I certainly would be judgmental if someone say someone had been married like 4 or 5 times. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? You're just marrying each person you date, basically, aren't you? Like, what are you doing? But I don't know, everyone's different. It don't make it right to marry the first person that you meet, because you could marry a toxic karmic. You could marry a narcissist, marrying the first person that you meet. So, or just a loser that's got no goals, an overgrown teenage. So it doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't make it right just to get settled down straight away. Sometimes people are very inexperienced in love. You know, they've only ever known what it's like to be a parent, and they're very inexperienced and actually happy in the relationship that they want them married to, they've got kids with. We're not slut shaming on here. What's the nature of this connection? Or whatever, like, you know, a manslaughter's. The separation you are experiencing is necessary to help the relationship grow. So you might both be finding out more about who you are. You could feel like this is bigger than what you can cope with. You know, you don't know what life's great questions are, why everything's happening. You just feel like you've got more life to live before you kind of know the answers to that. You're being redirected to a new path. So this is whispers of why. I like this. Okay, so the reason this is being so tumultuous is you're being directed to a new path. So it could be that this relationship's run its course. It doesn't matter that you got children together or assets together. It's run its course, and you know it's time to set sail. It's time to pack your bags and go. It's time to be with a whole new person. Or it could be time to, you know, talk this over with this person, or just put a stop to them coming in and out of your life, the way that they are creating like this concept of like, oh, we're going to be together one day. Because some people will do that because it's nice. It's like a comfort blanket, you know. Avoidance, promiscuous, sleeps around, temptress, in a fog, laid to rest, all talk, broken trust. I think you should go for someone new, you know, like clean slate, new start. You both need like distance to sort of keep developing yourselves. Does that make sense? Let's get a message from the universe. It's never too late to start over. Oh my God. You have to trust. No way. You have to trust in the magic of new beginnings. They are waiting for you. Notice them. Stop. And appreciate all that you have. Just relax and trust. I'd say the universe wants you to sort of create new goals for yourself and go for them, you know. Create new goals and go for them. Life's for living. I think it, you know, if I'm honest, it's indicating like fresh start, new person, new phase of life. If you come back together in the future, fine. But the moment this person's like, oh, I'm unclear, oh, I'm not sure, you know, they're non-committal because they either don't view you as someone to settle down with, or they've got someone else that they're involved with, so they're keeping themselves available for that. They're not emotionally available. Or, do you know what I mean? It's like there's just trust issues either side or on one side based off your previous. You could go to a new place and just have a fresh start. You don't have to carry that reputation around with you with someone that just is a bit of a train wreck in love. Learning to love myself. I choose to see the beauty in me. My wealth lies in my nature and potential. I like that. I transform my weaknesses into strengths. I realise that I am a being of light and I allow myself to shine. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's like heart chakra, like healing, but then it's your connection to your faith, to the divine, to the plan, to the universe, you know, like trust that it's all going to work out. Have the courage, trust your gut, have the courage to take a leap of faith and be in a new phase of your life, a new chapter, a new person. What's the kind of person that you want to be, and go and be it. You know, if you want to be someone that turns up on time, if you want to be someone that is there for your person when they need you, if you want to create stability, be consistent, getting in touch with them, you know, be a good boyfriend, be a good girlfriend, take someone out the traditional way, try to do things the right way. It's never too late to start being that, you know, good partner that lays the groundwork for a trusting, loyal, ride or die relationship. You're not a bad person, Leo, and they're not a bad person, but if say like I've always known this particular guy is getting up to all sorts, that's what I'll always think of him. So he probably needs a new person to kind of be their hero, because he won't be mine. I'd always be thinking, but you're like this, really. Do you know what I mean? And it's sad, but it's not from nothing. It's not that I've just walked up to someone and go, you're like this. It's what I've seen, what I've observed, what he's told me. You know, things that have been confessed. So I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, because he proved that to me. But to a new person, he might treat them really nice, but it'd be best off finding a new, you know, he's thinking of going to the States, it'd be best off finding someone new there and just having no previous. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like people can't trust you otherwise, because they're just always going to think you haven't changed. But I don't know if it's you or them, but you know what I mean. Oh, cute. Look at this. How well does that go? That's the crown chakra. I trust the unfolding of my soul path. Okay, so I believe that my journey is just beginning. I believe that there's a beautiful chapter waiting for me somewhere else, another country, another county, another village, another person. I believe that, you know, there's my happily ever after waiting there for me. I love that, you know. Can't believe that came out on talking about the crown chakra there. Well, I can, because I'm just that good, but right, let's hurry up. God, reading's gonna be 2 hours long this week. Just like hanging out with you. Even without a plan. Oh, that's so nice. I still belong to the path. I mean, those three just complement each other so well. In stillness, my truth becomes louder. So I was thinking, you know, that looks like the throat chakra as well, because it's that turquoisey blue. Um, so just take time out from it all, okay? If it's all confusing and messy and just awful, take space from it, get physically distant from it, you know, don't be in touch with this person for a while. Just think, when I picture my happiness, what does it look like? If I picture, for me personally, I would love to live on a beach. I would love to have like a beach house. I would love to have a little artist studio, make pottery, have my own kiln. Oh my God, if I get to the point where, I understand all of that and I can afford all of that, I'd be happy, to be honest. I don't know if I'd have a dog. I might have a dog. It'd be really nice if there was another person to share it with, but we're all going to be alone again one day, so we might as well just like think about what our own individual happy is, work towards it, and hopefully if you meet someone along the way that has similar goals, you run it by them at the beginning when you're dating and they think, oh, do you know what, I'd love that as well, then that's what you've got what you need, haven't you? Provided they've got a decent job, and they're a good person and, family aren't interfering or anything. What's to say that isn't going to work out? That's all you need. Two people that want the same. It's not so far away. It's not so out of reach, Leo. Definitely not. Break a routine. Okay, so this is general like well-being life advice. Choose an action you know how to do, something that you do often, like going to the shop or going home from work. Instead of doing it like you always do it, change one part of it. Breaking a routine like this will inspire a so-called beginner's mind. How well does that go? The mind will awaken to observe and sense normal things as new and wondrous. With this, there will be a feeling of presence which reduces stress. I like that. Relax your body. Close your eyes, begin with your toes, wiggle them, and picture tension draining out. Slide up to calves, thighs, abdomen, letting go of any tightness. As you take long breaths, focus on your chest expanding and contracting. Drop your shoulders down, away from your ears. Gently roll your neck to release stiffness. For your face, relax your jaw and let your eyes close softly. And smooth your forehead. Stay in this relaxed state for 5 to 10 minutes. Releasing tension like this calms both body and mind, helping you face life with a composed heart. I like that. Yeah, composure. There's a couple of days that I had last week where I can get a bit nervous, if you're a teacher, but the start of the day is quite intimidating because you've got 5 lessons ahead and it kind of like starts off very like tense, like I've got all this stuff to remember, and then if you've got a form and you've got other things that you need to do, you've got to ring parents, you don't want to forget anything, and you've got so much to achieve, and then as each lesson gets done, the stress lowers throughout the day, and then you let yourself relax driving home, but you can get tense like on a Sunday night. You can get really tense because you're like, not only is it the start of like Monday, but it's the start of a week, so you're just like, what's going to occur? Am I going to remember anything? I must do this, must do that. And it happens with every job, but because I teach, that's my example. There was a couple of days where instead of getting all stressy in the morning, it was really weird, right? I just clicked into this state of calm, and I thought, I'm no better prepared for my day in terms of spending more time preparing the night before or spending my weekend preparing the night before. I don't know anymore in terms of teaching experience, but just to have that like very level, calm frame of mind, the day went better. I'm trying to think what caused it. I don't know what caused it, but I can tell that my emotions are very like up and down. I'm very nervous and fearful, like 99% of the time, because this was so pleasant an experience. It was very like unheard of for me to just be like a duck. People act like I'm a duck, but I feel very rushy and nervous internally. But I actually felt that I was a duck. Do you know what I mean? Gliding along, and it was just my day was so much more enjoyable. It really was. Because I think I got to the point where I lost my temper a couple of days, and I thought I can't do that again. I mustn't do that because I'm taking on personal stress and I'm losing control over my emotions. So I just thought, stay calm, stay calm. And I like just clicked into it. And I don't know what it is, guys, but I just clicked into it. I'm not even sure how I did it. And it helped me to make decisions better, and just, you know, my day wasn't as like dramatic. Have I done this one? I take time to nourish my body, mind, and soul. Okay, so if you're someone that goes to the gym a lot and you're like, well, I already take care of myself, do something like watching tarot, do something like reading about the chakras, dip into a different part of your psyche, go to a sound bath, get a massage. Instead of just doing weights or cardio, go and sit in the hot tub, go and sit in the steam room, decompress. Treat yourself to some reflexology and have someone rubbing your feet and working on your mind space. You know what I mean? Dip into something else. Because your mind and your soul need nourishment as much as your body, and vice versa. Like, I need to get out and exercise. God, I'm just sitting playing computer or doing tarot readings or teaching. So I'm just stationary like all the time. My potential to success is limitless. Visualize your version of success for 5 minutes. See, when I picture like what I want, I rarely take time out to do that, because you just think, well, that's just wasting time. But it's not. You're getting focused, isn't it? Why are we going to work every day? Why are we doing a business? Why are we building our bodies up? Why are we eating every day? Why are we sleeping every day? Why are we doing it all? You know, focus on what you want, because it gets you. I mean, you should do something that you love ideally, but it's nice to picture your future. How often do you sit and picture like your ideal living scenario? We probably don't, do we? Probably once a year for like 10 seconds. I've done all of them. We've done that. Timing. Well, let's do it for brand new, because I just feel like this person's yo-yoing and making you confused. When's Leo going to meet new love? Springtime. Okay, so probably in like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. You know, a spring romance with someone meaningful. I hope you liked this reading. I hope it helps. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, and I will see you in the next one, Leo. Trust and promiscuity were definitely a big part of that, weren't they? thanks for the likes and the loves, and thank you to those of you who've been sharing the channel. Like, I can see the shares going up. So kind, so helpful. And for what I do, I don't think I get enough, like, I'm kind of worried that people aren't getting my videos, they're not seeing them, you know, just because there's a lot in the YouTube algorithm, there's a lot of channels, isn't there? And I sometimes get down because I think I've got no likes, or like I've only got like 4 views, and it's like an hour of gold, and it's just a shame if it doesn't get out there. So if you can share, even if you say, if you like, well, I don't want to share the video because then people know what's going on in my love life, share a different star sign or sort of, do you know what I mean? You can be clever about it, can't you? Or just share the link to the page or mention it to a friend or something. I really appreciate it because I make a lot of content and then I'm just worried that it's not getting into the traffic. I know it is on TikTok, but I feel like that algorithm moves so much faster because it's mixed in with very short videos. Even though my videos are long form, I somehow seem to like get in front of a lot more people's eyes, if that makes sense. Might try and see my sister tonight and watch The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. My guilty pleasure. It's on Disney Plus and Hulu. But it's basically like, you know, the Real Housewives of Cheshire and the Real Housewives of New York and Made in Chelsea. It's like that kind of, it's not high intelligence stuff. But it's interesting. It's interesting, it's entertaining, is what it is. It's all boob jobs and hair extensions. Can't believe the audacity of some of them. It's just like mouth open, honestly. Oh, I've missed one. I need to take the car to get washed as well. I've had to wash my white coat because when I slide against the car to get out of my car, because car spaces are not big enough, I just got a black coat. So I need to go get the car washed as well. Covered in de-icer and all crap like that. I should go to an automatic car wash. I can't be washing the car in freezing cold temperatures, I'll get sick. I like a little car wash. It helps me get ready for Monday. You know, if I feel like I've got my clothes organised, my car's nice and clean. When it's like spring or summer or autumn, I'll like hoover the inside the car and I feel dead nice on a Monday morning. I'm like driving a nice clean car with a full tank. But I can't really do that at the moment because it's like rainy and drizzly today. Okay, we're going on to Virgo. Virgo. If we can get around to hers early enough, I could actually like say, do you want a quick walk around the block just so I can like use my arms and legs? Because I am like just, I don't know, gaining like a winter layer of fat at the moment from not moving. I'm a seal, so I could cope in like very cold conditions. But I don't know. I don't know if I need that because I've got coats and clothes. I don't think I need a layer of fat. But you never know. Winter flu. You burn something like 400 calories every time you have a fever. And the winter flu in the UK is brutal. You could have like 3 days of fevers. So do you know what I mean? I need a little food pouch to like keep me going. I'm just well prepared, if anything. I'm well prepared. Oh my god, touch wood. It's probably not even real wood, is it? But I've not had like proper winter flu. I was poorly, but like, you know, like a short cold in I think it was early November, no mid-November time. But I need to take tissues into school because the kids keep asking me for tissues and I haven't got a box now. It's one out. I need to take tissues in. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Virgo's highest good. How is Virgo feeling in this third week of January 2026 with regards to when they're thinking about dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Virgo's feeling, please. If you're looking for Aries, Taurus or Gemini, they were done on the last live. I've just done Cancer and Leo. Okay, they're about an hour long. So you can just rewind for them. I will be doing Virgo, Libra, Scorpio and Sagittarius. I think I put to Scorpio on the title, but that's not right. I'm doing like 6 signs today, so it's Sagittarius as well. Oh, okay. Virgo, you're looking quite carefree at the moment. You've got the Sun card. So she is smiling. She's looking good. She's not even holding on. No hands. You know, when you see kids like riding the bikes and they're like, one hand. Well, the no hands people are just legends, aren't they? You're like, how are they doing that? So you might feel like things are going in your favour. You might feel successful. You might feel attractive at the moment. You're carefree. I like that for you, Virgo. I like that for you. I wanted to say Leo because it's a Sun card. It's the major arcana for Leo. Six of Swords reversed. There's something that you haven't quite moved on from. There's some unfinished business. He's trying to like set sail for, you know, he's leaving for the horizon. What's over the horizon is for this person. When it's reversed, it's like, I'm not ready to set sail yet. I'm not quite ready to let go of this yet. But, you know, it's not affecting you like in an upsetting way. You're just looking good, feeling good, quite carefree. I don't think you're in like major distress over anything. But there might be a little sense of unfinished business. Seven of Pentacles, upright. So reflective energy, looking back at the past, taking stock, what's been achieved to date. You know, where's my time, my money and my energy gone? What's it gone on? Who's it gone on? Has enough been achieved? I mean, it's upright, so I'd say yeah. Let's get 3 for Virgos. Are incredibly reflective. You always draw on your experience from the past. You constantly look back. You are the Hermit, okay? So, whoever's showing up for you, that's very, like, odd energy for a combination, because we got the 4 of Cups, which is being a bit nonchalant, sort of rejecting offers. When people offer, you know, him a cup of emotion, he's got his hands behind his back. He's not arsed. He's ripped. He's beautiful, but he's not arsed, okay? This person has also got this Knight of Wands energy, so it's like suddenly I might feel like I want to go towards someone, but it's like in the moment, it's probably sexually motivated or very kind of reckless behaviour, like, yeah, what the hell, you know, I'll accept the booty call, or yeah, what the hell, I'll get in touch with so-and-so. It's very sexually motivated. It's very desire, passion, spontaneity. There isn't really a plan. There isn't really deep emotion involved. Okay, so maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. That's how they feel. With regards to you, whoever this is, Virgo. They're a bit nonchalant when it comes to deeper emotions, but they're up for a booty call. Or they're tempted to come towards you in the moment. There's not like a plan. There's no practical plan or like commitment there. Page of Cups reversed. They're not sorry. They are not sorry. Okay. Page of Cups upright is an offer of emotion. Usually an apology. Page of Cups reversed, closed off, heart chakra. Okay, they're not making themselves feel bad about this. They like to have fun. Maybe you enjoy the fun, okay, because you've got the Sun card. But you're a little bit reflective. You're like, what am I actually doing here? You're not like stressing over it though. Stains my soul. If you got one. If you got a soul. I'm not going to purgatory. You're going to purgatory for trolling people who are trying to work on their own personal development. You want to walk into a church, a mosque, a temple and kick chairs over. That's the kind of person that you are, and you can go to purgatory, my love. Burn in hell. Knight of Cups reversed. So, Knight of Cups reversed, again, this person is not coming towards you with feelings. For me, I've always said that someone who's the Knight of Cups has started to develop feelings, but they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that, okay? So maybe the player has played themselves here. Can you believe the audacity of people coming in saying, oh, you're going to go to hell for this, you're going to purgatory? I'm literally a teacher. I am the Hierophant, so fuck off. I teach young people, I teach mature people, I help people academically, I help them to develop themselves personally. There's not a chance I'm going to hell, sunshine. I'm an earth angel, baby. If you can't cope with it, fuck off. In the outcome, we've got the Six of Cups reversed, so thank you. Six of Cups. Was that reversed? I got a bit distracted. The Six of Cups upright is soulmate energy. It's years of building up nostalgia, years of memories together, holding someone in high regard, so you can feel like someone is a soulmate, either because you literally have known them in a previous life, so you've only just met them, but they feel like a soulmate. You feel like you've always known them. It's easy. It's because you have known them in the 5D, okay, and possibly had a relationship together in a previous life. When it's Six of Cups reversed, sorry, it can also be that you're together in a relationship now and you've been together for many years and you've got a family together, or you live together and you're very committed to one another, so you are, you know, like you have that soul tie. When it's reversed, sometimes we can feel like, no, this isn't my soulmate, you know, I'm realising this isn't my person, or they're making me feel like they're not my person, you know, so therefore maybe they're not, or, you know, with actions, or it could be like, sometimes you know something is surface level, sometimes you just know it is, and it doesn't really need just thinking. I think you're, at the moment, Virgo, you're happy, you're having fun, you're looking back at the past, you're taking stock, That's what Virgos do. This person is just really not emotionally available, but they could have started to get feelings for you, and they're like confusing themselves, but they kind of would want you to say it first. But whether or not they're good for you or not, I don't know. That's annoying when people want chasing, isn't it? I don't chase people. Queen of Swords in the challenge position. This is like, I want the truth. Look at her. She's not messing about, okay? I want the truth. Well, I'm speaking honestly and clearly. I'm not messing about. I'm not trying to... It's air energy. It's Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. Swords are justice. Swords are knowledge, communication. They're about fairness. They're about logic and reasoning rather than emotion. When an air sign is reversed, they can be very silver-tongued. They can tell us what we want to hear. They use those powers of oration, those motivational words, the ability to think on their feet, the ability to plan and scheme. That could be used against us. So why this is the challenge? This could be like, so I don't think it's like as deep as that for you. I think you're just like having a bit of a think about what you want and you're having fun at the moment. This person might be thinking, you tell me how you're feeling and then I'll tell you how I'm feeling. Because I do that. I like get involved with someone, but I want them to say I love you first. Or I'll start to get a bit of feelings for a player, get myself confused, and then think, but aren't we just meant to be like a surface level thing? Oh, if they tell me they've got feelings, I'll tell them. Otherwise, I'll just keep it to myself like poker face. Because they've started off wands and closed off heart chakra. Then it's like, and I'm not sorry about it. And then it's like, well, okay, I've got feelings, but I'm not coming towards you with them. I'm not going to tell you I've got feelings for you. So they're a bit weird. Sometimes it's insecurity and just want the other person to say it first. Sometimes you don't know if the other person would be open to having a relationship with you because maybe they think you're a bit of a train wreck, or, you know, you've got too much previous, you're not like a steady person. Maybe finances aren't good. You could be between jobs or you don't earn enough money. Maybe about to relocate, you know, circumstances just suck. Someone's already taken. Why would it be a good time to get together? So it's just fooling around. But then it starts to become something, so they don't tell you though, because it's like, well, what if Virgo doesn't want me like that? Or what if Virgo just isn't in the right headspace or practical circumstances to go for it right now? King of Swords, Queen of Swords. We've got matching matching court cards. You are of the same suit. You are of the same suit. So in tarot, it's like playing cards. There's 4 suits. So in normal playing cards, where you play poker and all that, you got your hearts, your diamonds, your clubs and your spades. You've got, in tarot, you've got swords, cups, wands, and pentacles. And there's a king and queen for each of those, and there's only one set for each, and you've got both of them come up in your reading out of 78 cards. She was like that, and this person's upright. So you're both thinking from a very logical, cold, almost emotionally detached, like, it looks a bit like it could be a sword fight. See, with swords, because that's communication, sometimes you can block communication or you can avoid communication, can't you? And just not reply to messages. You could block people. But with swords, you could also say unkind things, say stuff very bluntly, give ultimatums. It's not always pleasant communication. Sometimes it's unpleasant. Sometimes it's, giving ultimatums, laying down the law, drawing boundaries. Sometimes it's like, I want to separate. Usually when you get one of these and, if you've got heartbreak or 8 of cups and stuff like this, I would go, oh, someone wants a separation. But I don't really get that from this. You could both have air in your chart. Or you could just both be wanting to sort of have an honest conversation about what are we doing here. But you suit each other. You literally suit one another. See, that was an outcome card, wasn't it? Their outcome cards, the King and Queen of Swords. It's nice, King and Queen, because it's complementary. So someone's more in their feminine energy, someone's more in their masculine energy. We've all got like both masculine and feminine energy. And at different points, one of us will step up and take the lead of a household. One of us will step up and take the lead work-wise. For example, if a woman's the main wage earner, but then she's on maternity, she takes a drop in pay, she takes care of what's going on around the home more. Husbands can have to step in when there's a new baby or a second baby comes along or a first child comes along. They go way into their feminine energy and they have to learn to nurture. So do you understand like how it's very interchangeable? It doesn't really stay, but it makes a complete kind of a completeness. If one of you became really sick, with a terminal illness, the other one would have to step up. But they could also be very emotional at the same time, so they could be masculine and feminine in quite equal amounts. It's just different. It just constantly changes. A lot of my friends who are female are the main wage earner, and they do everything around the house because they're just very organised, very good at creating routines. If they're earning the money, they want to be in charge of the home as well. They don't feel like their partner kind of steps up to the plate, so they do it because someone has to. Partners still earn, but not as much. I think this is how a lot of it is in 2026, to be honest. I'm not saying the men aren't really appreciative and loyal. I think they are, but it's not easy being a woman 2026, I'll tell you that. Let's get a message from them. I can't quite. I think they've started to develop feelings, and it could have started off like they weren't emotionally available, but it's like they're playing poker and they're not telling you. Look, you could be two people that actually suit each other quite well. Because they were starting off as a knight, it could be on a page, it could be a new relationship or something that never quite got to going steady. So you've known each other for years, but you've never managed to have like an exclusive sort of public relationship. Run away? Would you pack a bag and meet me in Hawaii? I just want to get away from the world and be alone with you. They do enjoy thinking about you. Yeah, so like yes, you can be more in your like divine feminine energy. I think men go so gooey over dogs. I feel like men love children, but they go gooey over dogs, don't they? They like go gaga over them. Like, oh, it's my baby. But I don't know why. So that can bring out a really like feminine side in men when they have dogs and cats, but mainly dogs, I think. It's sort of a phenomenon, really. Oh, hi, Carol. Man's best friend, yeah. Yeah, it's the sense of loyalty, isn't it? I don't do individual readings in lives. I think you watch quite regularly, don't you, Carol? So you know that. So you can watch the collective readings, or you can order a personal reading if you email me. It's in the channel description, or you can direct message on Instagram and TikTok as well. You feel like that, do you? Yeah, well, this is like this person wants to whisk Virgo off and take them somewhere because they have a really good passionate time with Virgo. There's a lot of fire here and a lot of happiness, but it was previously more surface level and now it's going into it's what would you say? It's progressing, it's developing, it's maturing into love. It's maturing into divine counterparts, the soul bond. So that's quite nice, isn't it? Let's have a look and get a message from them. Hi, Jenny. Oh, it's weird. I've never said hi, Jenny, to anyone, you know. I don't think I know anyone called Jenny other than myself. It sounds weird. You feel like you want home. Oh. Do you live far away from home? Do you live in another country? They are waiting for you. This person's like, I think they'd get quite angry if you got with someone else, you know, or maybe that's it. Maybe they've watched you have relationships with other people and thought, no, I want to have a relationship with Virgo. Virgo's my person. Oh my God, you got some major, like, serious conversation to have. There's a serious conversation that needs to be had here. Because this is developing into, it could have started off as passion and it's developing into something very promising, but only if you say it to each other. It might just be the weekend that you decide to go exclusive, decide to have a relationship, which is quite nice. I've got that song in my head, could it be magic? Oh, let me get the messy truth. Because this person wasn't very emotionally available to start with, were they? You deserve better. Self-worth, realisation, empowerment. This person could have, like, reduced themselves to having very surface level connections for a while or just recently because they're just trying to protect their heart. But they deserve better. They deserve to have an actual relationship. Okay. Maybe they've realised that it's safe to proceed with you. They're going to be, you know, a bit more open to telling you how they feel, but it's that doesn't look very gooey. That looks quite serious. That doesn't it? It's like, no, you say it first. No, you say it first. But you are showing up as soul partners, like a matching pair, like you actually suit each other. Really nice balance of masculine and feminine energy. And this is the question, you know, do I want this with Virgo? I think they do. The thing about masculine and feminine energy is, I'm saying it's nice and it's complementary, because if you were both in your masculine, you might clash and sort of both try to steer the relationship, both be the boss. And at one point, one of you will be the boss and the other will take the driving seat, you know, like at all the points. That's what I mean. It's not like one person always has to be submissive or subservient, and you could feel like it's very equal. But generally, you tend to let one have the end to say, but you've got a common goal and you talk about stuff regularly. If you're both in your feminine, it can mean that there's no action going on, so no one's pursuing the other. You know, when you're first trying to get going and date, you're both just sitting on your hands, like waiting for the other one to reach out. So that's a big fat flop. We need someone to be in the masculine energy. Traditionally, women like to be pursued and men like to pursue. So why mess with that? Do you know what I mean? But if a guy's like more in his feminine energy at the beginning stages, he might be sitting on his hands waiting for what? I don't know. You know what I mean? So no one's kind of like in pursuit, so nothing's going to happen then. So you kind of want this complementary energy, and it chops and changes throughout each month of your life or whatever, but it works. It's complementary. I mean, I'm like more in my feminine energy. I like to be pursued, but I can be a bit more forthcoming. And if I like someone, I'll let them know, whether it's directly or via someone else. I can go into a more leadership vibe and sort of trigger them to ask me out, really. I'm quite good at doing that. But then I want to be chased in a traditional way. I want a traditional courtship. So, which is fine, you know what I mean? Like, it's normal. You're asking me to spend time with you. The way that you show me that you want to date with a view to having a relationship is through a traditional courtship. That's just clear communication and behaviour that makes sense. It's not me being a cow. It's not me being stuck up. It's me just saying, if you want a traditional relationship, this is how you would have to do. You'd have to do X, Y, and Z, or A, B, and C. And then I will know that from the way that you're behaving, won't I? That's just being clear. But it could be that this has started out quite surface level and just sleeping together or just having fun. And then they've developed feelings and you actually match quite well. Match very well. Yeah, they definitely do. Oh, you're waiting for Libra, are you? Patiently waiting. You want a relationship with a woman. You're living in the next town. Undecided, choosing between lovers, competing for affection. Yeah, this person was like multi-dating or you know, being a bit of a player previously. But you enjoyed, you know, the sex, you enjoyed what they looked like, you like quite like being around them, so you were like happy with how things were. Perhaps. Because you don't look like distressed over it or anything. Fluttering heart, your passion leads you to the love you desire. Yeah, so they tend to just go with what feels good at the time, so that's what they've done with you. Falling apart, falling into pieces. Check yourself. They know that they kind of like, they don't let the relationships that they get into mature. They kind of just run around keeping it like casual with everyone. And sometimes you do that to protect yourself because you just think, I can't cope with heartbreak again, or I can't be bothered with drama. I don't want to be vulnerable to anyone again because, you know, sometimes people look good, so they're quite good at that beginning stage, but then they don't want anyone getting past arm's length because they don't actually feel good about how their life is. If they're still living at home, they might be embarrassed. If they are between jobs right now or they don't earn that much, they might be embarrassed. You haven't got to answer to anyone and their family if you don't get into a relationship. So it can be quite addictive, keeping things surface level, and you get to run around doing what you want. You get to dip in and out. You know, it's a bit addictive. So they could be someone that you thought wouldn't want this, and they've kind of become like a bit more coming round to the idea of having a traditional, you know, relationship. Where's my broken mirror? Faith, healing, intuition and dreams, guidance. Oh my God. They're growing as a person. They feel guided to have a proper relationship, a traditional relationship. And they're picking you to do that with. It's quite nice, really, isn't it? It's quite a nice way for things to go in a tarot reading. Endings aren't always endings. Guys, you got a reconciliation with, like, Miss Lover Lover or Mr. Lover Lover. Mr. Lover Lover. So what is your lover lover? Is wanting to become your Mr. Right, not your Mr. Right now. Or your Miss Right, Mrs. Right, not Mrs. Right now. This is a big step for this person. It's a big step for this person. It's unknown for them to do this. They're trying to put themselves out there with someone they believe they could have a traditional relationship with. And it's you. Oh my God. Are you doing art? You put passion and fantasy and yeah, my in my school, because I teach high school, I didn't teach art, but I was covering an art lesson. And the year 11s are picking their topics that they're doing. So one was time. So it was all like images of people aging, you know, and at one would show, oh, it was like really moving, but one was like a person that was really aged, like elderly, with really deep wrinkles and stuff and white hair, and then like half their face was like them as a young child, and I just found that really moving. And then what were the other areas? There was ones that were to do with, I think one was movement, so it was more like to do with wider movement, like around the world, like migration, and ethnicity, and like, you know, your sense of like where you belong in the world, where you're from, your sense of self. Can't remember what the other topics were, but it's proper interesting. Oh, I know. One was, I can't remember what the topic was, but it was like images of people who've had surgery, so they had like really abstract, weird faces with massive lips, and there was like images of like scalpels laid out on their face, and I thought that's so like of the moment, isn't it? That's really contentious at the moment. I mean, that's to do with insecurity, isn't it? And putting too much value on face level stuff, surface level stuff like looks. We're far more than that. So if someone's not willing to let you get close, perhaps they don't believe that they're worth that much past what they can offer you on a surface level, which is quite sad, really. Well, that's what someone's made them believe. Hi, Barbara. So, karmic lessons, healing generational wounds, break the chain for future generations. I don't think you've got karma. I think this person's got their healing generational. It may be like everyone in their family is, divorced. Maybe that's something that is like a struggle. There's high rates of that around the world, isn't there? High rates of divorce, but you can kind of end up not believing in love if you're born into a house where there's divorce, or someone I know who's my go-to guy. We're not, it's surface level. He got married when he was like 17 to someone who was older, and then he got divorced and he never once got married again. So he's just like running around from one person to the next. He's never really got over it. So sometimes you get hurt and then you just close off your heart to love. But it seems like this person is, by settling down and slowing down and calming down and opening up and trusting in love, trusting him forever, having a traditional relationship, they might be healing their own generational wounds by doing that. And sometimes it can be a bit of a pattern, can't it? Or say, like, that's just an example, but say, like, I know someone who, like, lost their parent, one of their parents, like, very young, in the early 20s. So, well, I know a few people lost them when they're primary age, but still in your 20s to lose that person that's most special to you in the whole wide world is still a shock. It's shocking, it's upsetting. Some people get 20, 30, 40 more years with their parents, don't they? 50 more years with their parents. Some people are getting like cut off early, and it's like very distressing. It can create quite deep wounds in you, so that you don't like to get attached to people because you feel like you're going to lose them, or you can feel quite angry about that person. I know someone who's angry with their mum because she was like a chain smoker. She died at a much younger age. So he's got a lot of resentment towards her for that, because her choices, in his mind, her choices meant that they didn't have enough time together, that he's not had the guidance, the safety, the love. Many more years could have been had together. So, it is quite messed up over that, to be honest. It doesn't always have to be about, oh, we've had divorce in the family, because some people can go on to have fantastic marriages where they grew up with their parents separate or their parents divorced at some point. It doesn't mean, I'm not against divorce. I think if you're not right for each other, you should absolutely separate, but you can have generational wounds for lots of reasons. Trauma, abandonment issues, people in your family not kind of identifying narcissists and getting rid of them. It can become like a pattern for children then to do that, so it's a bit weird. I need to read about that a bit more. It's quite interesting. But this is like getting away from all that horrible stuff. This is going very positive. It's not aligned with this person's true path to be by themselves forever, to only have surface level connections. Sometimes it's not that fun being the person that's got lots of people on rotation, because actually you've put yourself on rotation, haven't you? You put yourself on the rota with these people, and they're used to you turning up, sexing them up, and then taking yourself home. You put yourself on the rota. So that's kind of not that nice. If you do it by choice for a short time, just because if your ex or whatever, that's different. But if you've got into a long-term pattern of doing that, that's avoiding opening up. It's avoiding making yourself vulnerable. It's avoiding being seen and having to live up to a certain standard and, be accepted by someone's family or whatever. You're kind of hiding yourself away. But you're getting used, aren't you? And you're saying, like, that's all you're good for. Now, if you're between jobs, I get that you're not going to present yourself to someone for a relationship, but at some point, you will have work again, you will have money again, and then you should be putting yourself, if you feel to emotionally go towards someone, you should, but to put yourself on a rota with lots of different people and they're just enjoying what you look like, maybe that doesn't feel so nice, maybe that isn't so good for your soul. Do you know what I mean? Over a long period of time. I think some people have got quite deeper issues if they're only doing that for very long periods, like years and years. I mean, it can be hard to meet people, but I kind of put myself on rota a bit for a long time because I just can't be arsed with the drama, and sometimes it's because there's a person I'm trying to keep myself available for because they're messing me about, and sometimes I've just had enough and I can't be arsed. Or I just think I'm too busy, but I'm getting to the point now where I think it'd be nice to date, but I just don't know how to meet someone and it not be surface level. I was hoping I'd meet someone through work and I'd meet a nice teacher. Then I was hoping that if I did the pottery course, I'd meet a nice creative person. And so far, I've met gay guys and older women. So that wasn't the best plan. But I'm loving it. It's great for my soul. But I'm almost getting like too okay with being by myself. Some of the people that I meet who just keep running away from turning into something proper, they're not very happy with themselves. They're not saying that they're not happy with their life, but you can tell they haven't got it together. So I think this person needs to set boundaries for themselves and not see themselves as just other people's entertainment, Yeah, I love people who are creative and I love people who can just talk about like a variety of subjects. I'm not really talking about politics because I think that gets people very divided. But just like my friends at pottery talk about like art, perception, astral projection. They go to like very hippie-ish like music festivals. We put music on, we chill out, we work with the earth, we have a laugh. Oh, you can't help but not use euphemisms when you're making pottery, you're not even trying to. When you're throwing pottery on the wheel, I've got pottery tomorrow actually, but everything you say is just rude and you don't mean it to be. So you end up having a really good laugh, to be honest. But they're my soul tribe, and it makes me feel happy outside of a relationship because if I only focus on, well, love makes me happy, I'll spend a lot of my time being miserable because you can fall out with your person, even if you love your person. They could turn around one day, say, I don't want to do this anymore. We need to talk. You could say that to someone because you're not into it anymore. It takes a lot to make a relationship work and just to meet someone these days that isn't just looking for a fling. And I think it's to do with the economic crisis. I think it's because of porn and people just not having any boundaries and just saying all sorts to everyone. You see it on here. People come into a spiritual channel like this and they just say, show me your feet, show me your boobs. Like, what are you doing? Set some boundaries for yourself and don't cross other people's boundaries because it's like anyone could just say anything these days. I see it in school, like really inappropriate conversation or comments towards female staff, really inappropriate comments towards boys and girls about what they look like. People have got no boundaries anymore. It's really inappropriate, and I know there's always been scoundrels and people that are a bit creepy, but I feel like the creepiness levels have gone up 500% over the last 5 years, and I'm sure it's to do with porn, and I'm sure it's to do with, because that's a place where boundaries do not exist, and it's all about crossing boundaries. And then I think when people haven't got their finances sorted, they just project their issues onto each other, don't they? There's actually quite a lot of people struggling to stay together because of political differences, like their own, who they support and why, is breaking up people that are already together, because that's very tumultuous around the world. So I think it is hard. I don't think it's impossible, but we're kind of working in a different playing field, aren't we? People are going away from the apps and they're going into like traditional dating again. Go to the gym together, go to a museum together, or go and meet people at a mixer where it's set in a museum or art gallery, or I don't know. People are trying to go to group stuff and actually do something practical and have like traditional courtships, aren't they, instead of meeting online, because it's like, it's not, the apps aren't being used the way that they were before. There's a lot of people as well that will say, post this bit like graphic, but this is a channel for over 18s. They'll say post nut clarity, won't they? And then be like, why did I do that? See, like they'll do something in the moment and then afterwards they're like, I feel quite lonely now, or I don't know why I did that. And I think that's just like, I honestly think that's like, people aren't really fulfilled by the stuff that they're doing. They've got a void that's going to need something more wholesome. Does that make sense? I can't remember where I'm up to. I'm up to messages from the universe and then advice cards. Wait, what's the nature of this connection? Oh, it sounds like you're literally really struggling with severe homesickness, Carol. Leave your fears behind. They are stopping this relationship from blossoming. How good am I? I am actually good at what I do. This person needs to just dive in. They need to take a leap of faith. They want to be with you. They want to make this legit. They want to stand up and be counted. They're ready to answer questions about how much they earn, what they can provide, what they want. They were scared. They were running away from it. They've run away from a serious commitment for a few years now. But they don't want to do that anymore. Okay. They've kept it surface level and now they've started to develop feelings. But they are really scared, guys. But they do match you really well. They actually match you really well. If we can go from that to that, that would be better, wouldn't it? Because you're sort of back to back at the moment. Did I get the... Yes, I did. Oh my God, look at this. Chakra harmony. I am aligned. I like that because this is coming from a place where this person is developing themselves. They feel secure. They feel very attracted to you because when they're with you, they feel secure. So that activates the next chakra. If you don't know about the chakras, one that they're like cogs, and it starts off with your root chakra, and that starts when that's turning nicely, it starts off the sacral chakra. When that's turning nicely, it starts off the next one and the next one and the next one. So this person got to a point where not only do they feel passionate about you, but they started to feel good about themselves. They started to feel emotionally balanced. They're at the point where they're ready to express how they feel about you, like verbally, with the throat chakra. And then the next one would be the third eye, which is like taking a chance. So they're sort of between like getting ready to tell you and then getting ready to put the money where the mouth is and have a go at being a legit boyfriend or girlfriend or husband or wife. And then you've got the crown chakra, which is like, I know this is part of the divine plan. I just know it. I've got belief. I've got total faith. So they're all dependent on one another. And this person is just coming into alignment. It's beautiful, that. They're not a train wreck. They're not confused. They're coming into alignment, okay, and they know that they want this. They know that this could be a soulmate connection, and you look really well suited. Virgo, you light up this person's world. They think a lot of you. Message from the universe. What a beautiful reading. I'm very jealous. I'm envious. It's probably better worded. I'm envious. I'm not jealous. I'm happy for you, but I'm envious. I would like to be in the same position. Who wouldn't want this reading? I hope some Virgos see this. Is anyone Virgo now that's watching? Because I always feel a bit gutted that these amazing readings come out and then no one's seeing them. It's so depressing when you see on YouTube like 1 view, like 10 views or something. I hope that the lives kind of get a lot more. It takes you to the top of the algorithm when you do a live. So that's why I got so many more views and lives. But I hope some Virgos see this because it's beautiful. Share it with anyone you know who's Virgo or who's dealing with a Virgo, or if you like my channel, share this reading just because it's a nice one. It won't give anything away about what's going on with you. Because it's a shame, isn't it, if it doesn't get seen. I'm glad I've got the TikTok one because loads of people like seem to see it on TikTok, but I can't quite break into the algorithm. Like, I think maybe it's just the sheer number of channels, and there's a lot more long form channels, so maybe the traffic's slower. Oh, thanks for the likes and the loves. I hope a Virgo's watching. It's beautiful. I think this is the nicest read I've had for a long time, you know. My friends are always saying to me, you deserve like someone to go for lovely walks with. You deserve to like be living with someone. I know I do. I know I do. There's someone I know that I know likes me, but it's just too, it's from like a friend group that don't talk to me anymore. And I think he's in love with the person I was 25 years ago. You know what I mean? I've changed. I've been around the world since then. I've like developed my career. I've got my own businesses. Like, I'm so different and I can't really go back, and I don't really want to go back. I've not been involved with him before, but he was like one of the best friends of like my ex, and I just don't know. I've got no desire to like go back to that period of my life, do you know what I mean? And I feel like he very much still hangs around with all of them, so it's no, I don't feel. I know he's a good person though. Like if I wanted someone who's like good on paper, really cares about me, probably work really hard till the day he dies, it'd be great. But I just can't. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's like that's a previous life or what. I feel like I've had 9 lives since then. Goodness, I refine my character and overcome difficulties by remaining positive. I calm my heart, that's the heart chakra, and illuminate my intellect to transform shadow into light. I consciously manifest goodness in and around me. I improve my qualities for the benefit of all. God, that's beautiful, isn't it? The more you heal and the more you kind of become okay with who you are, the more attractive it is. Like people, my work bestie said to me, like, I feel like you could get on with anyone, you know. You're always laughing, you're always smiling. My bosses are like, oh, you're so positive. I feel like you've been in the company for longer. I don't feel positive all the time, but I think I give off. If something really bad happens, you'll know because I'll have lost my sense of humour and you'll know shit. Like we need to help Jenny, okay? But normally, most of the time, I'm laughing, I'm smiling, and I can try to like look above stuff. So I think this is the effect. It just draws people in. Listen to life. I am attentive to the world around me. Signs and symbols guide me to success. So that's your third eye chakra, isn't it? Following intuition, following signs from your crown chakra as well, your connection to the divine, having faith. I listen and discover the way to the eternal. Yeah, trust your gut. Be open, be receptive to signs, symbols, numbers, animals. If you want to read about the clairsenses, where's my book? Everyone will know this by now because I'm always going on about it, but I really like it. It's a beginner's guide to the 4 psychic clairsenses by Kevin Hunt. You can get it off Amazon. I think it's like $6.99. He's got like a whole series of books. I've got one about twin flames at the moment, but this one explains all of the chakras. There's a page for each chakra, no more. Tells you what angels you can ask for help with each chakra. And he introduces you to sort of like the spirit team, the hierarchy. It starts off with him talking about his childhood because he always knew that he was quite psychic. And he says that all people have at least 2 psychic abilities. Okay, there's like 4. There's clairvoyance, so seeing entities that give advice and wisdom. Clairaudience, hearing sounds that give wisdom. Claircognizance, being able to articulate and explain spirituality and tarot and whatever else. Clairsentience is like if I'm doing a reading and I feel the emotions of the person I'm reading for, or the person that they're wondering about, or someone in the collective, or like my friend freaks me out. Amanda says to me, I was thinking about the other night and I felt really upset and I don't know why. And then I told her that my brother-in-law had died. So there's no way she could have known. There's not a chance that she could have known that had happened. But she was like, I just had a really like horrible feeling about you and I couldn't stop thinking about you. And it was very sudden. It was a heart attack out of nowhere. And she was like, I felt really upset and I don't know why. My friend's done that as well. she said, I kept thinking about my mum, and I wanted to ring my mum, and I didn't know why. And her mum had like been walking down the street, and she felt really uncomfortable. And someone was, and she wasn't walking down the street; she was sat in a car, and then these guys were like knocking on the car, and it was freaking her out. And it's so weird. Like my friend like rang her mum, and she was like really shaken up, and it was night time, and it was like in Manchester, and I think they were like trying to get her to open the door to talk to them. She was by herself, so she didn't feel good about that. God knows what they want doing that. Yeah, but I've got a few people that are, one's a Sagittarius, I think, and the other one's a Taurus. And they're like, I was thinking about you the other day, or like, when you just think about someone and then they text you. Okay, if you talk to someone all the time, then that's probably just chance. But sometimes you hear from someone that you've not spoken to for months, and it's like you were just thinking about them. It's probably because you knew you're making like a bit of a connection because you're both thinking about each other. So anyway, I like reading about that, and it's just an easy read. It's not anything dry. It's quite conversational the way he writes it, like he's having a chat with you on the couch or something. I've done them. Let's do this one. Calm down your body. Close your eyes. Go through your whole body first by tightening each part of it for a few seconds and then relaxing. Begin with your feet, calves, the front and back of your thighs, your buttocks, your stomach muscles, your back, your neck, your shoulders, and both arms and hands. Your face, your cheeks, your mouth, your eyes, your forehead. When you're finished, rest with this relaxed feeling for a while with your eyes closed. When you relax yourself properly, you will feel less tense. Now I've got my shoulders hunched, and I've got my forehead's all like wrinkled up. So I didn't realise until I did that body scan. That's called a body scan, that. They're nice. That look for your own power centre by Smile Talk. That's off Temu. I am gentle with myself and recognise my beauty. Write down 3 things that make you unique. Okay, so we're not talking about surface level stuff. We're talking about having a beautiful soul. This was a really nice thing that was done when we worked at Acre Lane, which is like a professional centre of excellence for early years teams. We did like this nurture group, and then so everyone in the room, a lot of them were from different branches of children's centres, never met me before. You had to draw around your hand, and then you would pass the paper to like, I think like a few different people, and they would write something that they noticed about you that was like really positive, or really, it was for being or doing. So if someone constantly smiles, you could say, got a gorgeous smile. Or if someone's just very calm, a lot of people say, like, I've got a calm voice. There's total strangers saying stuff, and I think it's like a really nice exercise. We could all do with a bit of that, because I've never forgotten it. I kept hold of that. Whenever you get like, you get like a thank you or a shout out in work, or you get nominated for something. I got nominated for like employee of the term for like always being positive. And it's really nice, isn't it? Like, you don't forget it. Especially when you have like a downtime, you can always like remember that, and it sort of like protects you from really going down. You're looking for recognition. Yeah, everyone wants to be recognised. You see it like in class, the kids are just sitting there like they're desperate to be like noticed for if they always do the right thing, you know, because the ones that are always naughty get all the attention for themselves. So you got to make sure that you take the time to recognise, like, yeah, it's nice to recognise the ones that are naughty when they do try. I love that as much. But sometimes, like, the kids are always doing the right thing, just like not getting seen, or that you know it with your own kids. You like, I bet they just don't speak in the lesson, and I want them to speak up more. I want them to like, but the teachers know, they for sure know, because they wish that there was 30 of your child. They wish that they had 30 of your child in the lesson. So you will not believe how elated parents are when I stay behind to like send a couple of emails out to recognise, you know, like positive change or improvement, or you know, the so and so just always like lovely, like in lessons, always on time, always got the right uniform on, you know, does a high standard of work, follows instructions. It's important to like recognise that as well. And you wouldn't believe like how over the moon, like how emotional parents get. They send really nice messages back to me. I love doing that, but it's like it's hard making yourself do it when you're tired and you just want to jump in the car and fly home, and it's pitch black and freezing. But sometimes I've got emails to send tomorrow. Actually, a lot of emails. I've done that. It says one day, when you least expect it, you're going to crash into someone who is going to be so soft and gentle with your heart. Is this not what we've been talking about for this entire reading? And you are going to be so glad that you kept it open. You are going to be so glad that you chose to believe it deserved more. Chills, like actual chills. Look at this. What did we say about someone? No, here it is. No, here it is. It's this one. This person realising like they deserve better than to just have like circus level, surface level connections. They're checking their own behaviour. Okay, they're checking their own behaviour. They're realising that they've found, you know, a true person in you that they could actually have the happily ever after. You actually suit each other. Healing generational wounds. Okay, you are worth it. Whoever this is that's dealing with a Virgo, you are worth it. You can have like that happily ever after. I don't know why my camera's pointing that way, but there we go. I trust what I can't explain but feel deeply. Yeah, the heart wants, you know, the heart knows what it wants. You can't explain why you feel like you've always known this person. You can't explain why you feel like they could be the one. You can't explain why you treated other people like they're just options, but this person, or at this point in your life, you know, you haven't got anyone, but you know you want something deeper. You can't explain it, okay? Sometimes you'll meet a kind of person that suits you and your circumstances are more favourable, and therefore it just lends itself to a nice steady relationship. It's not always about you haven't met the right one, but sometimes the conditions are just really unfavourable. You know, if you're not earning enough, you think, well, how can I like approach someone and their family and offer myself, you know, like to be their person? How can I do that? Because there's no practical plan there. But preparation meets opportunity. You know, sometimes you can create a better set of circumstances for yourself and have a particular person in mind and then go towards them. I think as well, it's important to remember that just because someone's in favourable circumstances now doesn't mean they're always going to be. A lot of my friends have had to, and my parents and I have, we've had to take turns being the main earner. Sometimes our person's got a nightmare boss and it's really affecting their health. So we'll say, like, it's all right, you know, I'll pay the rent or I'll pay the mortgage for a few months while you look for something else, because I know you just need to get out of there. It's what people do. You take turns being there for each other. Sometimes, you know, a partner will unexpectedly get made redundant, or, you know, you suddenly suffer with mental health. And it's just, that's life. You know, it happens. So you take turns stepping in for each other, stepping up for each other. And it's nice to repay each other by doing that same favour back later on. So that's a lesson for us all, not to be on our high horse or belittle our person, because one day they could be the main earner and really get us out of a bad situation. So try to be humble, try to be humble. I think some people, you know, get really carried away with their ego and constantly rub it in their partner's face that they're the main earner, or but it's a long way down, guys. It's a long way down. Anyone can get made redundant, or your company can go bust overnight. So hours can get reduced. Where am I up to? I've done them. Right, let's get you a timing. So when's this going to come together with this this person that's realising Virgo's the one? I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. It just looks like mumbo jumbo. I don't know if you're being like silly or rude, so just hidden it. I don't know what that means. November. See, this could solidify, because it's sort of like a little bit fluid at the moment. This could all solidify into a nice partnership in November time, guys. Right, I hope you liked this reading. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, drop me a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm going to go on to Libra. We finally got there. Jenny's been waiting for Libra. Good things are worth waiting for. I need to put my radiator back on because my feet are like ice. Did anyone else understand that message? Was he saying dog because we were talking about dogs, or was it like, was he meaning like God? And he's like, put it the other way around. I don't know. I didn't get it, so I got rid of it. I think even after an hour, I still wouldn't understand what that was pertaining to. I'm not that slow a person. I don't know what the espionage was. Or stories. These aren't stories. These are people in my life. And then my direct experiences. They're not stories. How like sad have you got to be to think like, how cynical have you got to be to think like that I've got all the time in the world to sit here and create stories? I haven't got stories. That's why I tell it so easily, because I'm telling it from memory. It's what happened. It'd be too much hard work, that, having to create stories. I ain't got time for that shit. Maybe I'm misunderstood. I don't know, but it's not the first time someone said, "Oh, you're playing cards. They look like Pokemon cards." Oh, how sad you've got to sit and make up stories. I'm not making anything up. Is my life that unbelievable? I ain't got the energy to make stuff up. The whole point of this is like everything has to be for a reason. Surely to God, I haven't gone through 40 years of having about 25 lives to just for it to be nothing. You know, surely I can share my wisdom. I'm the Hierophant. I'm Taurus the Hierophant. I'm literally a teacher in real life, but I also am a teacher via this as well. So if it's all for nothing, I'll just give up now. If all of that was for nothing. Surely to God it's going to help someone just to feel understood, or make someone feel supported, or give them a new perspective, shift their reality. I'm certainly not hurting anyone doing what I'm doing. Everyone's here by choice. And they're free to go. I didn't round people up and say, "You're coming with me." You are coming with me. Okay, Libra. Let's have a shuffle. Even though that was pretty nice energy for that Virgo reading, that was really nice. There's something solidifying around, what month did it say? November time, wasn't it? I think people act like I'm one of them people in the street that has a clipboard that chases you to like make you listen to whatever charity I'm trying to raise money for. But I'm not. I don't chase you down the street. I sit here and people come to me. So I don't need the shit off people. I don't need it. Go and have a moon somewhere else, okay? Don't walk up to me and project your shite onto me. I've got a shite umbrella ready. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra feeling in this third week of January 2026 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Libra's feeling, first of all, please. Right, so the 3 of Cups card, but it's come out reversed. So the 3 of Cups is about socializing, coming together, celebrating. 3 is a number of community in tarot. In a love reading, it sometimes can pertain to third-party situations. Doesn't have to, but in my readings, it does tend to indicate that. When it's reversed, that could have been exposed or ended, and it could be you that's the other man or the other woman, or you're seeing someone who's not, not available, or you've called it if you're the one that's taken, but it doesn't have to mean that that's your situation. It could be like you're just having me time at the moment, you're not seeing too many other people, whether it's friends, family, or relationships, or you're just hanging back from relationships, but you're seeing friends and family, going to work, all that. Queen of Cups reversed. So the Queen of Cups, when she's upright, is Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio energy. She's very level-headed. She's very emotionally balanced. She's empathetic. She's a nurturer. She forgives, lets things go. Doesn't hold grudges. The past is the past. The Queen of Cups, when it's reversed, we could be feeling over-emotional, whether that's angry, bitter, resentful, or sad, overwhelmed. It tends to be like a blocked or clogged up heart chakra, so there could be someone that's let you down, and you still kind of got a little bit of that. You might feel good generally in life, but in terms of love, you might feel like very emotional, or something's not as it should be, something was unfair, something was unjust. What time is it? 3:54. The moon. So we've got, do you know what? We've got 3 cards in a row that are water. So you've got the 3 of Cups, the Queen of Cups, and then the moon. So Pisces, this is the major arcana for Pisces. The moon card, when it's upright, you see like there's a little flower that's in its own like little spot, and it's doing quite well. And this person seems to be like a hero type because they're all in white, and they're trying to step over it and keep the bad back, aren't they, and protect it. And it's got this little bit of moonlight. I don't know what these are in the background. I'm going to have to Google that. But mountains represent obstacles, and you've got a mountain either side. There's kind of a way forwards. The way is a little bit winding. We're going to have to protect ourselves or defend others from circumstances or people that approach us. With the moon card, the Fool realises that he must walk forwards anyway. Okay, this is the story of the major arcana. The Fool realises that he must walk forwards anyway, even when it's a bit scary, even when there's going to be obstacles. He must proceed, okay? When it's reversed, it's too scary. No, it could go wrong. It could fail. I'm not going to try to have a relationship with so-and-so because I might get hurt. It's this kind of thing. Oh God, was it upright? I think it was upright, wasn't it? So it's about being bold, being brave, trusting your gut and going, do you know what? We'll deal with each problem people say, we'll deal with that bridge as we come to it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That's it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Stop anticipating every problem that's going to come up or that could come up. What if this, what if that? If you did that in life with everything, you'd just sit still, wouldn't you? You'd never go anywhere, never do anything, because you're just kind of catastrophizing everything. Take one step at a time, and it's manageable. If you don't know that there's going to be a problem, you can enjoy the here and now and then deal with the problem when it comes up. Trust that everything can be overcome, everything can be sorted out. Money can always be sorted out. Relationships can always be sorted out or recovered from if they come to an end. But time you can't get back, so don't live your life miserably, okay? It's okay to recognise how you feel about something. It's natural and healthy to cry and grieve for the loss of loved ones or the loss of a relationship, but you need to give yourself a break from feeling worry or fear about stuff. You can't just constantly be in that state. Relationships are terrifying for me because I just remember how much it hurts when you realise someone doesn't feel that way about you anymore, or if someone turns around and says, I felt like this for 6 months and I didn't tell you, it's like, why are you saying that to me? Or if people just go ghost on me, and it's horrible. It's brutal out there, guys. It's brutal. All's fair in love and war. Love shouldn't be a war zone, but it is. Eight of Pentacles upright. So this is the person that's showing up for you sees growth and expansion. This is a person working really hard to master their trade. They're, building those shields, carving them, tempering the metal, polishing it, getting it just right. And they're diligently working away with time, money, and energy to build a future. It's growth and expansion. So if this was a career reading, I'd say someone's trying to upskill themselves. They've started a professional course or they're adding more trades. It's about growth, expansion, investment into the future. 7's looking back. 8 is projecting forward. So whoever this is that's showing up has like every intention of building towards the 9 of Pentacles. In terms of love, they're trying to invest. They're trying to put time, money, and energy. They're very diligently working away there. The Magician reverse. So something's not quite right. Okay, they've got some of the tools that they need to succeed with the Magician card, but one of the aces could be missing. So maybe they're not quite rich enough to provide for you. They'd like to be on the next pay band. They would like to have more of a deposit saved up for a house. It could be Pentacles that they're working away on. Pentacles represent money. Because when you've got all 4 aces, you can manifest whatever it is that you want into reality. So if you've got the income and or savings, if you've got the Ace of Cups is the patience, when the time is right, when a time isn't right to act on something, you can understand other people's feelings. You're able to manage your team because you're empathetic with your subordinate, like co-workers, and you know how to handle your boss or whatever. You need different skills, don't you? So each ace is like a really unique skill. So Ace of Wands is the drive, the motivation, the passion, the tenacity. The Ace of Swords would be like intelligence, research, forward thinking, forward planning, strategy. Someone wants to make their dreams a reality, but one of the aces or more of the aces is missing. They're working really hard because their intention is for growth and expansion. I'm going to have to go to the toilet after Libra. Just thinking out loud. I'm just acknowledging the fact that my bladder's a little bit full. The Five of Swords reversed. The Five of Swords, when it's upright, is division, arguments, crosswords being exchanged. The Five of Swords reversed is trying to avoid that. I don't want an argument. I don't want to get into conflict over this. So I don't know why that's showing up. Let's get 3 for the outcome. If someone's at the 8 of Pentacles, they're trying to aim for the 9 of Pentacles. The next step is 9 of Pentacles, which is I've got enough abundance to take care of myself. With the 10 of Pentacles, you're putting 2 lives together. So 5 Pentacles from one person, 5 from the other. And you create lasting generational wealth. This person's not yet self-sufficient. They're not yet the 9 of Pentacles. So they could be really trying to like level up to get themselves into a better position to manifest their reality. The Chariot's overturned. Okay, so the Chariot upright is someone very determined. How beautiful is this card? She is taking control. Okay, she's jumped into the Chariot. The Emperor gets into the Chariot. Okay, they go to war to win. Okay, this is huge perseverance, determination, tenacity, that fire, passion, energy, but coming from, this is the Major for Cancer. So it's emotionally loaded. This is my dream. This is everything to me. You know, I will not fail. It's watery energy that's being transmuted into fire. It's like, let's go. I'm playing to win. You know, so it's fast movement, but it's huge determination. Now, when the Chariot's overturned, there's been failure, loss, or defeat at the last minute. So it's not from lack of wanting that this hasn't worked out. Now, this could have already happened, or it could be about to happen. There's going to be a setback, and it's not through lack of wanting this. Okay, the Emperor wants to win, but, you know, some empires fall, and that's not because the Emperor can't be arsed. The Emperor is always looking how to expand, how to take new territory, how to push forward, how to maintain what we've got and not lose it. No Emperor sets out to lose what they've got. Okay, so something big, some kind of goal or aim, it fell at the last minute. It was a flop. I just think this person they haven't got the resources, or something isn't quite ready. King of Swords, air energy, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy. King of Swords upright, so the person's well-meaning. They're very logical. They probably like to have a plan. They probably like to have a strategy. They like to have things in order. They're in the masculine energy, so they want to direct how this goes and at what pace, where it goes, when it goes, how it goes. They like to be in control. Okay, and they could come off a bit aloof and a bit detached at times. If it were reversed, they'd be using those, you know, powerful skills of oration, being able to think on their feet, come up with just the right way of saying things to convince, to persuade, and it would be against you, but they're for you because it's upright, or they're for whatever's right and fair and just. But they could come off a bit like they're not emotionally in this, but it's because they know they haven't got everything ready. So it's like, logically, they're just like, no. They might not even let you in on the plan. You know what I mean? They might not even like share with you what their internal thought processes, because that would be like a chess game and telling someone your next 10 moves, or it'd be like a poker game and showing someone all your cards. They don't want to do that. They don't like to play like that. It's just how they operate. So you might feel like you're always trying to catch up with where they're coming from or what it is they want. You're trying to get it out of them like blood from a stone. The Four of Pentacles reversed. See, the Four of Pentacles upright is the miser. So if you think of Scrooge in A Christmas Carol, I teach English, right? So that's why I've got this example. But I think it's a good one. Scrooge doesn't care. It's not his responsibility. He's inhospitable. You know, poor people, children, women, throw them in a work factory or throw them in a prison. It's not my problem. Okay, it's just not connected to other people. So that's a miserly energy. Okay, I'm not sharing my time, money and energy with others. I don't care. It's not my problem. When it's the Four of Pentacles reversed, it's like becoming softer, becoming, you know, in the end Scrooge changes because he has like the visits from like the three ghosts, and they're all people that he's let down. And then so he changes and he softens and he becomes more charitable. So this is becoming more charitable, more hospitable, more giving with time, money and energy. So it could be a little sign that things are tipping a bit more into a favourable situation. Who's doing scared smiley? Let's get a message from them. My feet are like blocks of ice, oh my god. But I have to change these Viking cards because looking at the snow and literally feeling cold is like, it's like compounding the issue. We're going on to stars, Star Bright's Tarot, which is gorgeous, next week. I've always got a plan of what I want to do next. They're my pots, by the way, in the background. They're what I made in pottery. That one and that one. They look like little homes, don't they? Like those little, sorry, my voice went then. Them little homes that you do stargazing from and watch the aurora from. They're like dome type wooden things. I know what I mean. Nervous. You make me nervous. Even just thinking about you, I get nervous. I'm not sure what to say or how to act around you. Ooh, they feel like you're giving them a bit of shit over stuff and you're starting to create drama over what is just a clear-cut situation. I'm trying to build and grow here because I haven't got the conditions right to take this forwards, and I need to do it at my time and pace that's comfortable for me. And I don't really want to discuss it because it'll become an argument. You might feel like they're avoidant, but it's not comfortable saying my money's shit right now, is it? No one wants to walk around saying, oh yeah, to the person that really wants to make a life of me, my money's shit right now. Status can be very important to all of us. We've all got our ego self. We all like to feel, we like to share it when we've got promoted, or we like to share it when we've just secured a new work contract. We like to share it when we've just won the lottery. But no one wants to run around saying, oh, I've just like secured myself a load of debt. I've just increased my debt. I've just failed to pay off X, Y, and Z credit cards. I've just, do you know what I mean? Oh, I've just like had my hours reduced. Can't wait to tell my partner. You don't do that, do you? You don't want to talk about it because it's uncomfortable. It's ugly. It's the ugly truth. Okay, but it's someone's just not comfortable talking about their circumstances, and they'd rather keep a distance from you until they've got things, until they've got the ducks in a row. I like a metaphor. I'm not taking questions, but you're welcome to book a private reading. Or you can go to another channel where they're doing a live Q&A. These are collective readings, collective love readings. Ooh, big fat yes. Yes, I like you. No, there's not a problem. Yes, you're annoying me. Yes, everything's going to be okay. What's the messy truth? I'm definitely going to watch The Secret Lives of Tarot Wives. That's like a Freudian slip, that, isn't it? Maybe I'll become a tarot wife. I might become a millionaire that just keeps my little husband in the shadows and puts him down constantly because I've just run off, like, got carried away with like all the huge success that I've got, and I'm just all boobs and hair. So that'd be terrible. I'd be such a bad person. The Secret Lives of Tarot Wives. Oh, I'm gonna have to tell my sister that. She's gonna be howling. Muted, not moved on. Hiding feelings, fake calm, still hurting. Okay, so if someone's being distant with you or uncommunicative, generally just like avoiding, uncommunicative, sometimes a message or it's one word answers, sometimes they don't talk at all. You could have just touched on a bit of a sensitive subject, okay? So that they just not comfortable talking about it, so they're just not going to, okay? It doesn't mean that they don't care. When people move away, they're creating space for themselves, aren't they? They're creating space, they're pushing you away, keeping your arm's length. So there's always a reason why people do that. But I don't think it's as like terrible as what we think. I'm not getting anything sinister. That, we'll have a dig, but there could have been other issues. Let's have a look. Drowning. You are going under and barely keeping things afloat. Ask for help. Sometimes, like, people are really embarrassed when they've got, well, not sometimes, I think everyone deals with money issues. Like, we take it hard, we're hard on ourselves, we tell ourselves we should be able to sort it, we're so stupid with this, with that. Everyone goes through money woes at times. Never, like, tell yourself that you're a shitty person because of that. Like, money comes and goes. I'm telling you now, some months this year have been destitute, or this last year, or some months have been rolling in cash. It depends if you just paid out for something. It depends if you just got made redundant. If your work contracts just come to an end. Some people who work for themselves are addicted to working all the hours God send because, maybe they got seasonal work, or they've got to get loads of work booked in because they don't. If you've got, like, say you got like a plumbing business or something, how do you know that you've got enough work in the year ahead? You've got to get it booked in until it's all booked in. And some jobs can fall through, can't they? Because the materials don't arrive, or people say, we've had a family bereavement, we can't be doing this now, we're going to have to put it off. You've suddenly lost like a few grand. or tens of thousands. So people are tempted to just constantly work. So it's not like the solution all the time to have your own business. It's not how you think it's going to be. I can't remember what the point of my story was. Someone could be drowning financially. They're drowning emotionally because finance is not good, or they're not where they want to be and they don't like talking about it. And you're like pushing them to talk about it, because I feel like Librans are good communicators. You're the social butterflies. You love to be in a relationship. You're always striving for balance. So if you feel like someone's being closed off with you, you're going to force them to open up, because you always want to reset the balance. And some people don't like, if you're just looking to be supportive, they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't want you to get involved. Okay, because that's people's ego. They're like, no, you're putting me down, or I feel embarrassed. Well, that's their problem. It's not yours. But this is how people are, isn't it? Because we're all fragile. We all like to be proud and say, oh, I've just got a promotion, or I've just had a shout out and work. Oh, I've got loads of extra money, like saved up at the moment. But when it's not going well, no one wants to talk about it. And I know people that literally go out of their way to keep it secret. So, especially from family, especially from siblings, parents, we're all worried about judgment. Can you imagine trying to impress a partner and be like, oh, no, I've got no job at the moment, or I've just had my hours reduced, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's not attractive. So no one's like shouting about it. Sometimes you just want to, I'll sort it out, but I just want to quietly get on. Sometimes you can have like a golden age with a business as well, and like this is the trend, waist trainers are the trends for the next 10 years, and then no one ever buys a waist trainer ever again. I feel like with retail, that's the danger, isn't it? If you're someone that's always liked horoscopes, you might one day just think, no, I'm going to go really science-based now. I don't know, but that's less likely than someone. I'm trying to think of something that like very gimmicky that became very popular and then just disappeared. But it happens constantly. All businesses have like a golden age, and then it just stops, and they've got to move on to something else. Insecure. Yeah, it's insecurity. That's why they create distance. They don't open up. It's not because their feelings have changed towards you. This is making me feel a bit differently about my situation as well, but I don't know. Let's get Breaking Mirror. What's this? This one's never come out before. Unknown caller. Oh, that's creepy, isn't it? Stalking, hanging up, unknown numbers. How creepy is that? That's never come out of that deck before. Oh, they could have debtors, They could have people that they owe money to. It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that, but if you take it less literally, they could or I hope they're not involved with like loan sharks or anything, but if you take it less literally, they could sometimes think of ringing you and then stop it, or type something and delete it. But that's just odd. That unknown call is a bit odd, isn't it? Stalking, hanging up, unknown numbers. It's a bit creepy, that. Don't think anything terrible just because that card's come out, because it's what I take from it, and sometimes I give examples that are spot on, and sometimes I'm just like thrown off by the image that's on there. just never come out. Been using that for a few years. If you ask, I'll stay. Yeah, they've been pushing you away. And you're like, what are you doing? Like, you playing with my heart here, like leaving me on the outside of things. I don't know what's going on. I feel like your feelings have changed me, and they're actually they're trying to sort their own problems out. They don't want help, and it's created like distance. It's like pushed you away, like inadvertently. You seen that? Have you seen Good Girls, that TV series where like they've all got really bad money problems for different reasons? So they like rob a grocery store, and one of them has a husband that's like the main earner. She's always like being the childbearer and runs the house like meticulously. Is her name Brie? Or have I just made it up? But her husband has actually got into loads of debt, and then he has an affair because he's like insecure. And he knows like he's letting his wife down, his kids down, but he loves his wife and kids. And then the one he has an affair with just around like in work because she's like a floozy. She like wants to be an actress, so she's making like TV adverts for their like car company, and it's just like it could have been anyone. Do you know what I mean? But he's not like in love with her, and she's not someone that he would make a life with. He loves his wife, he loves his kids, but he knows he's failing, so it's just like anything to escape, isn't it? And it's horrible. He comes home and he's, and then she sees. I can't remember what the reason is why she sees the paperwork. I think the mortgage doesn't get paid on this huge house because they've got like 4 kids or something. I think the mortgage doesn't get paid. So she sees like paperwork, and then she's like, what the hell is all this? And he's actually like been building up all this debt for like years, and she didn't know. People can really like, they can breed a lot of hate for themselves, and create distance because they just feel like they're failing. They feel like they should be able to do better for you. I'm not saying this person's cheated. I'm saying this person isn't in a position to kind of manifest their dreams into a reality right now, and they might go a bit aloof with you or like push you away. I hope this is resonating. You might look at the cards and you might be like, no, I know what that is, because I'm not a fly on the wall, but it's I'm usually quite good. Why is this relationship like got the brakes on it? Which one turned over then? That's quite annoying. I bet they're the same colour on both sides as well. Here we go. To prepare you for what's ahead. Yeah, it's preparation. It's preparation. Don't try to like rush this, because the brakes are being put on for your highest good, okay? Because you could have taken a leap of faith and got onto, a mortgage for a house together. You could have invested jointly into a business together. You could have moved into a rental together. There could have been like some level up that you were looking for, or like remortgage the house, or, booked a big holiday or something, and they're not in a position to do it. So they kind of like put the brakes on and push you away a bit so they can like sort this out. And it's part of like preparation. Don't read it as like, they're emotionally not into you, because it's not that. It's nothing like that's coming across. I've not got 3 of Swords, not got 8 of Cups, not got 7 of Swords. There's nothing about deception. There's nothing about and if you look at what's come up here, That's my mum dropping dishes in the kitchen, don't worry, because my dad's there to help her. The cards that could have come out are like hotel room. Do you know what I mean? The cards that could have come out are like doing drugs. What you've got coming out is just phone calls you don't really understand. Someone being insecure and drowning, and they're trying to work hard. Hiding feelings. They've muted, they've not moved on. Does that make sense? You could have like cards that there's nothing that says, oh, like get in a hotel room or like anything like that. So there's nothing to make me think that they're over this or they don't want it or it's too, there's no cards showing, oh, this is too difficult, but they don't want to argue. I hope that's resonating. Oh, that's good. Right, so let's have a look, see what the nature of this connection is. And then I'll get you like general advice cards. I'll get you a message from the universe. And I'll get you a timing. I don't think you need timing because I don't think this relationship stopped, but just in case you're sort of wondering when it's going to like stabilize, maybe I'll get a timing for that. Different paths. You're not on the same page with the person you have in mind. The directions you want to move into are different. Yeah, so that's why you've got to have a pause and a slow down, because how can they walk down this like plan and manifest this like future together if they haven't got the money to do it, they haven't got the finances to do it? There could be multiple things that are missing from the equation that are needed. A part of an equation does not equal a product, does it? So you've got to have something times something equals the product. I was teaching maths the other day. My work bestie was off, so I ended up covering her maths lesson. But we need all the bits in place, all the parts of the calculation to get the end result. So this is all preparation, okay? So the chariot overturns sometimes because we got a wonky wheel. And it's better to stop the car and fix it than just go, do you know what, I'll just keep putting the gas on and it'll all be fine. It's not going to be fine. Okay. Because it's not funny, is it? Because you could like invest money into something or splash out on something or book something and then you're like, oh my God, we haven't actually got the money to do that. So think of it like that. I really need the toilet, but I really want to finish your reading because I don't like leaving in the middle. So I'll just coach myself emotionally to keep going. Advice. Oh, do you want me to get karmic lesson? I knew there was something I hadn't done. Lessons in love. Relationships reflect what we need to heal. This person wants their dignity back. They want space and time so they can regain their dignity. Okay, and you need to allow them the space and the time to do that and not try to solve the problem or redress the balance or fix it or create your own justice. Let them, don't micromanage them. Let them solve it themselves. Okay, just give them a bit of space and time. I need the toilet so bad. I'm on like a 9 out of 10 for like needing the toilet. I'm sorry, but I've got to let you know. I'm Libra moon, and I'm Taurus sun, and I have to like say, when I'm suffering, people have to know about it. No act of kindness is ever wasted. Some of the kindest people you will ever meet have been through hell and back themselves. That strengthens their compassion and empathy. If this is describing you, keep being the beautiful soul that you are. You're not a bad person for wanting to figure out what the issue is here. You're not a bad person for wanting to help. You're not a bad person for trying to get this person to communicate with you. Okay, you're not done anything wrong. You're a kind, compassionate person, and they know that, but some people like to do things themselves. Release old doubts and fears. You are currently undergoing changes that are necessary for your highest good. They are changes that have been long awaited. Leave the past where it belongs in the past. Trust that everything will fall into place for you in divine timing. Yeah, because it said about being better prepared, didn't it? I know that you've been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do that which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. Okay, that could be for the cross watcher as well, couldn't it, that one? Oops. Expand time. Close your eyes. Imagine that the present moment expands with you in it as well as your surroundings. The building, the whole city, the country and the earth. Imagine all that inside this moment. Let your mind rest in this expanded space for a little while. On top of this, you can expand your calendar. Make each week a big board or each day on a blank A4. The bigger the markings, the larger the calendar. The mind will react to the looseness. On the other hand, the small calendar on your smartphone will make time seem cramped. It does, doesn't it? Oh my god, someone showed me their timetable for school once and they'd colour coordinated it all. And I felt like I was going to throw up. And you know, when you see timetables where it's like everything that's going on around school and it's all, oh, it makes me want to throw up, it makes me really anxious, honestly. And it's too detailed and it's too cramped and it's so busy and yeah, you can't focus. So, yeah. You think about how many minutes there are in a day. You could say, oh my God, I've only got X number of years on the planet. And you could think about the number of months and the number of minutes, the number of seconds, and how long that, you know, how I'm always shocked by how much time slows down when you're all cuddled up in bed with the person that you love. It feels like the seconds are so slow, time's moving nice and slow. It's the two of you in your little nest against the world. Like, it slows down, doesn't it? So it's a state of mind. It's anxiety and stuff when you're rushing around. You think, I've got loads of stuff to do and I can't get it all done. And my list just keeps growing. Oh, horrible. Horrible. Or you can sit in your room all day feeling miserable about a breakup and you could spend the next 7 hours doing that and then you just think, God, I've just lost like a day of my life feeling miserable. You can live your life miserably through anxiety and fear or depression. So do stuff like I am not creating more time when I go to pottery on a Monday. I do feel tired when I get there, but after 15 minutes, time slowed down and I've got another 2 hours after that to like enjoy every second while I'm there, and it doesn't feel like it goes quickly. It's nice, slow. I'm having a laugh with my friends. I've got music on. I'm working with the earth. And I've been rushing around like a headless chicken in work all day. And it like resets my brain, honest to God. It slows me down, makes me realise I'm someone outside of being a teacher. And that I've actually made a load of decisions and been really pressurised. And then I've dealt with traffic and all sorts. And it's a bit of me time. So I'm not creating more time, but the quality of like those 2.5 hours are very different. If I just went straight home, I'd probably just feel tired, worry about work, all the stuff that I didn't get done, and then I'd go to bed and probably not sleep very well. Sometimes it's like that if you go to watch a movie. Movies can be great because they're mind-blowing, they shift your perspective on stuff. You can feel very like a sense of escapism, can't you? When you watch a movie, even if it's on Netflix at home or a series, it allows you to escape from your problems for a few hours. Just switch off, just find ways to switch off, but slow down as well. Because I find, like, in school, every second, not even every minute, every second counts. It's just a marathon. It's a marathon that's run as a sprint, and it's horrible. And you might have the kind of job where it's like that, you know, and you're in retail and you're the kind of place that gets rammed. Because you can have retail places where it's a slow tick. You know, you can work in a shop where a customer comes in and it's like a convenience store, and then you've got like 20 minutes and then someone else comes in. Or you can work in Gordale and it's like half the country's decided that they're all going to come, you know, to Gordale because it's pouring down with rain, and you're just running around like a headless chicken for the entire time that you're there. So make sure that you know, we can't create time, but we can spend it in a way where our experience is slowed down, we're calm, we're serene. Do you know what I think is great for couples if you're lucky enough to be in a relationship? Is like lights off, candles on, naked, massaging each other. Honestly, if you do that, it's like every second is just lasting forever. But if you sit watching TV, you're quite disengaged with each other. It's all right doing that, but the time goes quite quickly in the evening watching TV. Maybe you've taken kids to clubs, you know, maybe they want dropping off places. You can be a taxi and you can be someone that's just staring in front of the telly, or you can think, do you know what, I'm going to have some me time, and just think about our well-being and just turn everything off. You know, I don't know. I think expanding time is something, I think that's a really good point. Because time, you can wish time away, you can will it away, or you can enjoy every second, can't you? It depends how you're spending it. Oh, I love candles. I love a candlelit bubble bath. Oh, God. And then if you're lucky enough to have a person that is willing to rub oils on you, or you're going to rub them on the other person, I think it's mutually relaxing. I think it's relaxing whether you're the person giving the massage or the person receiving it. It's so damn relaxing. It slows you right down. Though these times are difficult, they're only a short phase of life. Practice mindfulness or meditation to stay present and remind yourself that challenges are temporary. So I do this when I'm in the car. Sometimes I want to use the time to get myself thinking, right, when I get into the classroom, the first thing I need to do is this, then I need to do that. The priority this morning is X, Y, or Z because I've only got a couple of minutes before going into meetings and whatever. So sometimes I use it for organising myself, and that's my choice. Sometimes, though, I'll use it to listen to music, or I'll say, do you know what? Instead of being tense for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to drive safely. I'm going to pop on some music or some tarot and listen to that. Or I'm just going to have some peace and I'm going to enjoy looking out the window at the beautiful sunrise. And I'm going to thank, you know, the world for like my eyesight or nature or another day being alive. I try to just consciously keep myself calm, because otherwise, if you rack up the number of minutes that you're allowing yourself to sit and worry about the half hour once you first get into work, then you're just kind of tense all the time when you actually relaxing. And you see how dangerous people drive when they're stressing out because they think they're late for work. They drive like they couldn't care less if they plough into you or plough themselves into the central reservation. They acting like they're in a computer game and the whole world's against them. I can't stand it, honestly. What are you doing? What a selfish ass. Do you know what I mean? Can't stand it, and they're always there. See, that adds to my stress, so I really consciously try to not do that. And if I'm running a little bit late, I just say, do you know what? Maybe there'll be no traffic on the motorway today. Sometimes that's happened, and I am grateful when that happens. Sometimes I leave extra early and there's a huge accident and a collision, and I'm just so sorry for the people that's happened to, but I'm thankful that I'm not hurt. And I ring work and they're always really good about it. So, you've just got to find a way. This is to do with personal power, but find a way to find, if you know you've got 6 hours of stress once you're in work, don't spend the 45-minute drive to work being stressed. Try to keep yourself calm and just say, when we get in, it's go time, but until then, this is me time. It's the same coming home. I try to make sure that I've got something on the phone that I can listen to, or music, or tarot, or something, so that if I get stuck in traffic, which I know probably will, I've got water. I've eaten something while I'm in work, even if I rammed it down. I'm all right. I've got something to listen to. The only thing is toilet bothers me a lot. If I desperately need the toilet, that's very difficult to sort out when you're halfway down the motorway sat in traffic. But I just try not to be anxious every minute that I'm alive, because it's not a nice way to live. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, things will change. Do you honestly think that your boss wants you to be distressed and not sleeping? Do you think they want you coming in looking tired? Do you think they want you to turn your life upside down? Because they're not doing that. They're going home and they know how to relax, they know how to chill out. So you've got to find a way to relax and chill out and take care of yourself, because it is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And they'd rather that you take care of yourself and you're able to come in consistently, than you have a huge problem with your health, physically, mentally, whatever, because you're overdoing it and you're getting yourself way too worked up over stuff. No one's here to just suffer, are they? No one's here for that, so don't do it. They won't want you to do that. Listen to life. I am attentive to the world around me. Signs and symbols guide me to success. I listen and discover the way to the eternal. So that's just about being receptive, being open. It's interesting because it is the third eye chakra, which is what the Pisces card is all about. The moon card. Go with your gut. Trust your instincts. Read your body. Are you stressed? Are you scared? Are you calm? Try to reset yourself. You can cope with whatever challenges and obstacles come up, as long as you're not in that state all the time. There are times when you are safe, when it's your time, me time to relax, when you know that you are in a heightened state and you need to come down. So do that thing that you deserve. You've been on your feet all day. You've dealt with whatever problems, emergencies, God, last thing on a Friday, there's a bloody fight outside the classroom. And then the kids went hysterical in my class. And I'm like, is that honestly how you deal with an emergency? Because the person was like on the floor, like injured, and he was crying, so he couldn't tell me what had happened. So it's very upsetting. And I don't need like 30 of them going hysterical behind me, like all trying to look out the window and screaming and stuff. I don't like year 7s and 8s for that reason, because they won't modify the behaviour to they sort of make everything about themselves, and it's very insensitive to the person who's actually in trouble, and it can make things like very chaotic as well when you're dealing with large numbers of people. But it's like, you've dealt with all kinds of crap, you know, so you deserve downtime. Don't go to the gym and pound at the gym. I'm not saying you can't do it, but then make sure you get in the hot tub, make sure you get in the steam room, make sure you have a swim and slow yourself down. You know, book in a massage, do something for you. Because if you're just pushing yourself in every way, how will you be setting yourself emotionally, mentally, spiritually, vibrationally? You know, make sure that you're like taking care of yourself, because it catches up with you if you don't. Why do I feel like I've already done these? I haven't already done them, have I? No. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the last. I trust the timing of my soul's unfolding. That looks like a cupcake, that, doesn't it? I must be hungry. It's like a beautiful flower coming into bloom. My nervous system deserves kindness. That's what I've been going on about. That's what I've been going on about. If you're in a nervous state all the time, that's how you're going to spend your whole life. Don't. If you break it up into increments of time, you think about all the minutes there are before you have to actually start that appointment, start that job interview, start that working day. Any minute you can get up to that and outside of that, or a few minutes for yourself, lunch, instead of working through it because you're all nervous and anxious and you're like, oh, I need to be perfect and get everything done. Don't, because no one else is doing that. Even your managers aren't doing that. Try and make sure that you take care of yourself, please. Create time. If there isn't enough hours in the day, create some. Because how you spend it slows it down. Remember what we were saying about the massage and like being in the dark, the candlelight, the warm. When you're happy, time slows down. When you're anxious, it feels like, oh, if you ever had like an anxious evening and just each time you look at the clock, it's like another hour later and you're like, how is time going so fast? It's not physically changing, is it? It's not literally going faster, but your perception is, because you're probably shallow breathing, your head's probably ruminating on stuff, and you just kind of don't want it to be tomorrow, basically. But you need to stop that. You need to like do something that is going to distract you, or do something that's going to, you know, feel like time slowing down because you're really enjoying it. Send my peace. Yeah. Oh my God. I tell you what, I am gifted. I'll be the one to say it. I'm gifted. Look, I embrace joy and sensuality. There you go. Sensuality. That is the sacral chakra, okay? So it's the pelvic area. So that's sex, it's massage, it's candles, it's oils, it's incense, okay? All the senses, touch, smell, reflexology, aromatherapy, sound baths, yeah? what are all the senses? What are your sensory receptors being treated to? Because if it's traffic noise, phones ringing, and I don't know, babies crying, dogs barking, you're not kind of giving yourself those nicer, sometimes we're in harsh light all the time. Dull it down. Put the lamps on, buy some lamps if you're just putting on, oh, I can't stand that. When you go to a guy's house and you've got no lamps, what are you on? Why do I want the big light on all the time? What do you mean you haven't got any wine glasses? You just steal glasses from the pubs that you go to? Please no, I've got PTSD off like all this. Create the mood, create the vibe. I was reading a book called what's it called? It's by Helen Russell. Oh, The Year of Living Danishly, because it's about a couple that was struggling to conceive. They were working away in London. It's a true story. It's like, I only read non-fiction. I'm not a fiction person. But she and her husband, she was an editor and writer, and he was working for Lego, and he got headhunted to go and he got an opportunity for them to relocate to Denmark. So they're like one of those couples that are like, you do all-nighters. The culture in London is like work, 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 graft, like the rat race and all this. So they had like a fairly nice quality of life, nice group of friends, doing aperitivo after work. But a lot of the time doing all-nighters, working through the weekend. They couldn't conceive, right? They couldn't have a child. It just wasn't happening. So anyway, pull that to the side. They decide that they're going to try this year in Denmark, and the friends are like, you're mad, what are you doing that for? So he really wants it, the husband, because it's a fantastic work opportunity. So she does what he wants, and they go just for a year to and then they'll decide if they're going to stay out there. She gets pregnant within 6 months, okay? So picture the lifestyle how it was before. He goes to work for Lego. They do shorter hours. They're efficient with the time when they're in, but then they're out, okay? They stand up while they work. Things slightly different. All the men go to pick up the children from free childcare at midday on a Friday, because in Denmark they believe that family is first, right? You're efficient with your time, and then you go, and the men pick up, the dads pick up the children. The childcare's free. If they want to retrain in a professional job or a trade, then they will do that, but they'll get paid the salary that they're already on whilst they retrain. So there's no sense of anxiety or fear over losing the roof over your head or not having happiness in work. She started to work from home freelance because she got plenty to write about because she's living away somewhere else. She was in a dressing gown all day. This is her words, not mine. They had a dog, and the culture was to forage and have local food that's really healthy, sourced locally, growing in the region, and she got pregnant. They were, that hygge culture where you have like candlelight and it's all cozy inside, and you have fairy lights, and how I make it like all cozy here. Yeah. It's funny because she described it looking at her partner, and she was like, it's more attractive because it's candlelight and it highlights all the right places. It's very forgiving, isn't it? It's very romantic, but primal. So, I don't know why I started talking about this. And embrace joy and sensuality, create the hygge, or higgy as I used to call it. And then I met someone who was from that area of the world, like Scandinavia, and they were like, it's not higgy, it's hygge. Right, well, let's get a time in for when all this is going to be resolved. When you're going to hit a more stable, sort of like closer time. in the fall, okay? So this is just a phase in time. In autumn, you're going to find them you're sort of much happier, much more level. They might feel prouder of where they're at financially, and it might fix everything in, you know, in this area as well. Reproductive wise, or just wellness wise, well-being. It's going to calm down. I think I've done everything I can do for you, Libra. I hope you liked this reading. Please give it a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel, leave me a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. I'm going to run to the bathroom and then I'll be back to do Scorpio, and I am doing Sagittarius. I just didn't say, for some reason I didn't say Sagittarius on the title, but I'll do Scorpio and Sagittarius, okay? And then I'll turn off because I want to see my sister. I haven't seen her all week, and I don't want to be sat at this desk. I want to do something other than sit at the desk, even though I like being here. You're welcome. Right, I'm going to go for a minute because it's necessary. But thank you for joining me. I don't show my face because I'm a high school teacher and I don't want my students to know that I do this. I don't tell them about it anyway, but I just rather... Sometimes, like, it's obviously got on my profile picture and that, but I tend not to. It's faceless readings. Oh my god, it's actually freezing in my room. I just nipped to the low if you've just joined. I'm not pranking you. Right. So we're going on to Scorpio and then Sagittarius, and I'll do Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. It probably won't be tomorrow because I've got work and then pottery. But I'm thinking Tuesday. I'm a bit behind because it was parents' evening on Thursday. So that was a late one. My legs were gone because I put slightly smarter clothes on. But I won't be doing that again because the legs were shot. You know, from having like a heel. Ow. You always wear flats now. Life's too short to have burning feet. don't know how some people wear heels in work every day, you know. I just don't get it. I do not actually get it. I've got quite high foot arches, so they look good in heels, but I tell you what, no. Have you seen people walking in town, like, down the street at night time, and, like, you can tell, like, their legs are just gone, aren't they? And, like, they look like they just got off a horse. I hate that feeling. I used to be the one taking my heels off, just walk down the street. Like, I can't do this anymore. I don't really like this card because it looks like a spider, doesn't it? It doesn't look like a scorpion. Unless I'm, like, very uneducated on scorpions. Why do it always look like that's to the side, though? I'm glad it resonates. Glad it resonated. I'm not drinking because they changed the law, didn't they, in the UK? Like, women basically can't drink anything now and drive. What is the point in saying, oh, it's like affects everyone differently? It's 0.0 whatever ever. If your breath can be like alcohol, but it affects everyone differently, how are we supposed to, like, control that? I think men can get away with, like, 1 beer. I know some guys that are lightweights though as well. So basically, if you want to drive anywhere in the UK since, like, the 7th, was it like 7th of January this year, like, you can't drink anything at all. But I think we had the most liberal, apparently we had, like, the most liberal rule around drink driving, like the highest limit. So it's just been harmonised with all the other countries. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. How is Scorpio feeling in this 3rd week of January 2026 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Scorpio is feeling first of all, please. Nice. Okay, so we've got the 9 of Pentacles. This is being single and abundant. Looking good, Scorpio. So when we get 9s, it does tend to be that you're not married. Tends to be that you might not even be dating anyone, but you've got plenty of money. Pentacles are, you know, your financial situation, so you could be quite an abundant person. You're not codependent, you don't need anyone to survive. In terms of resources, you've got resources around you. The Star, okay, but the Star card's reversed. So the Star card is the major arcana for Aquarius. It's about healing and wish fulfillment. You know, water's very cleansing. It's very clarifying. I never really talk about this card because I'm not sure what to make of it. It's very stormy, but then there's this, like, star in the background, and he is winning. He's fighting back the demons, isn't he? So that is healing. That's cleansing. He's rescuing that boat in the storm from the mythical beasts, the sea serpents. So it's like, wasn't that reversed though? Maybe you're just off love at the moment because you're still healing from a past hurt. Or you haven't got wish fulfillment. You would like to be in a relationship, but you haven't got wish fulfillment. However, financially, you're fine. Okay, so this is telling me more now because we've got a combination of cards. We've got the Knight of Swords, the Five of Cups, the Page of Cups, the Ace of Cups reversed, Six of Wands upright, and what's that? Two of Pentacles reversed. So this is talking about an urgent message that needs to be delivered. Usually with the Knight of Swords, it's not romantic or something really positive. It's like, I need to blurt this out. I need to, it's on the tip of my tongue. I need to say it. I can't hold it in any longer. So it's a bit dramatic, to be honest. The Five of Cups is grief, sadness, loss, regret. Okay, so it's a very upsetting image that the cups are spilt. There's a lot of casualties and she's just feeling hopeless. Do you see that? There's like tiny people in the water. And she's like half skull. So it's like, I'm going to feel like this forever. Do you know what I mean? It's just weighing too heavy. Grief, sadness, loss, regret. So there's been some sort of ending. There's a lack of apology, feeling bitter, feeling hurt, holding a grudge, feeling resentful. That cup of love is gone. Okay, it's emptied out because that would be the Ace of Cups upright, would be like being in love or having self-love. That could be self-loathing, or it could be there is no love in this relationship anymore. It's gone. For whatever reason. The Six of Wands is victory, success, recognition. The Two of Pentacles reverse is refusing to make a choice, not having balance. Okay, because the Two of Pentacles is the eternal juggler, so there could be priorities and we don't know which to place priority on, like different responsibilities, like work and home or kids and work, or, me time versus everything else. Love versus everything else. I don't know why the victory, success, recognition would be there unless someone feels like they won the battle in a huge argument, but or a sense of like good riddance. But when you got grief, sadness, loss and regret, it's just, I don't think you would think good riddance. That would take a long time, wouldn't it, to get to that stage. And there seems to be a lot of hurt, a lot of sadness, so you're just focused on your own individual abundance now. They've got the Six of Pentacles reversed, so that's a lack of equal give and take. 6 is an even number. Pentacles is increments of time, money and energy. So the shields represent the pentacles in this depiction. 3 pentacles would ideally come from you and 3 from them. However, when it's reversed, someone feels like they're giving time to this and you're not. They're giving money to this and you're not. They're giving energy to this and you're not, or not enough. Okay, so you could be emotionally like unavailable, or they might feel like you're being selfish with your money and just pleasing yourself, acting single, and they want to collaborate, they need more from you, more time, more money, or more energy. That's their feelings, that's their perspective, okay? The Eight of Pentacles reverse, no growth and expansion. King of Wands, disempowered, disemboldened. You know, libido could be gone. Because when this is upright, this would be like hella good, this, because this is fire energy. Someone's sitting in their power, Aries, Leo, Sagittarian energy. They create goals, they go for it, they're action orientated, you know, they're a doer, they're assertive, solar plexus activated, very confident, they know what they want, they could even be a bit pushy with it sometimes. The Eight of Pentacles is growth and expansion. These people are working diligently, they're working away to create more, to expand, to grow. So in a career reading, that would be, I'm taking on more trades and adding them, you know, more strings to my bow. I'm like taking on a professional qualification. I'm starting, you know, to open up other branches of my store or whatever it is. This is growth and expansion into the future. It's working hard, and this is leadership. It's being in control. So with a love relationship, everyone wants to say that the intention is, and that there's effort going into the future and what we're trying to build together. This person feels very disempowered. They feel like there's no kind of like future in this because you're not putting in your half. They can't do this alone. Let's get one more for that. The Emperor and the Six of Swords. Okay, so they're taking back control. They felt disempowered by the situation, and now they're going to let sleeping dogs lie. They're going to let the dust settle after the nuclear explosion. You know, I think they're going to let it go. I don't think they're going to fight for this, to be honest. I think they're just realising, like, I need to command my own ship, and I'm going to set sail for the horizon. I'm going to leave the emotional baggage behind, because they just don't feel like they were getting, this is their perception, they don't feel like they were getting like teamwork. They don't feel like you wanted this to grow, or that you were able to put in the time, money and energy, you know, that this requires. So let's get 3 cards for the outcome. For God's sake, where's that gone? The Chariot reversed. So this relationship, okay, there was huge dreams, goals, ambitions. You know, this person jumped into the Chariot with huge gusto and vim and vigour and huge aims, okay? But there was failure, loss or defeat at the last minute. Once the Chariot started moving, the wheels came off and it's overturned. Okay, so it's not about not wanting it enough, but unfortunately, it just wasn't in favourable conditions. It takes two, doesn't it, to make a relationship work, or it takes good conditions to make a relationship work. You can have 2 good people, but one person gets made redundant, it puts pressure, you know, struggling to pay the mortgage, start to argue, someone starts to drink a bit too much. It can really, like, life's a game of snakes and ladders, and you can feel like you're a really strong couple, and then suddenly your outside pressures. Sometimes it's down to us and we're not emotionally available because of past hurts or past trauma. Sometimes we're just scared and insecure, so we just keep it surface level. Whatever it is, okay, it caused like this to derail, basically. And they're kind of saying it that you didn't really put in the time, the money and the energy that it requires to make it work, so they're kind of moving on. We've got the Queen of Pentacles reversed. So it could have resulted in separation, one of you moving out, or just reviewing the cards. That was the Knight of Swords. So we've got knights on your side. We've got knights, pages, I'm trying to work out who would be the Queen of Pentacles in this scenario. They're coming out as a king and an emperor. So I feel like you're pretty good financially solo. They've become the emperor, which is the major arcana for Aries. It's all 4 kings. See, this person is taking back control. They've got a plan. They've got motivation. They've got patience. They can get really logical if they need to. No, because I've already said something about strategy, and I'm thinking of all the kings. King of Swords, King of Wands, King of Pentacles, King of Cups. So they've got the Pentacles to, like, you know, collaborate with someone else or take themselves somewhere else. This could leave you out of money if you are the Queen of Pentacles, because they're the Emperor. They're the King of Pentacles, really. They've got all 4 kings. So this could leave you in a state of, like, lack or feeling not very generous, because the Queen of Pentacles upright is a nurturer, a provider, is someone who can pay for children or pay for elderly parents, you know, very generous, lovely homemaker, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. So lots of us can get into a position where we're being a fantastic provider, but it only takes a divorce or a separation or losing our job or, you know, something like that to sort of like undo that, or our rent suddenly being almost doubled overnight to suddenly put us in a bad position. So I'm not saying it's only Taurus, Virgo or Capricorn that are good providers, because there's plenty of times where I've not been able to provide for anyone other than myself. I've been very close to the wire a few times, but the Queen of Pentacles is an energy that we embody, so we tend to be in a lack, you know, a state of lack. The pentacles are falling out of the bank account when we go through a separation, because you've got to move out. Okay, sometimes you're paying for a new place as well as the place you were in. Sometimes you're paying removals to move your stuff. Sometimes you're not able to earn the way that you once were. I don't know, you're showing up as the Queen of Pentacles reverse, so maybe you just don't want to collaborate and that's the end of it. Or you've hit hard times because of a separation with this person. There's definitely a lot of emotion there, because there's sadness, loss, regret. Why would you have the 5 of Cups if you didn't care? There's definitely a lack of healing, and you were quite self-sufficient before you kind of met this person, and then they're making you feel like, they're either making you feel like you're a shit provider, or you just can't, you're not able to level up, you're not able to take that role of Queen of Pentacles and be like a solid provider, you know, in collaboration with this person, because this is when you've got a major ambition or goal and then it flops at the last minute. So what I mean is, like, oh, we haven't got enough money to, like, get on the mortgage together, or I haven't got enough money to move into a rental that's that expensive where it could house children as well. You know, there's something about the next level. and not having the money required or not wanting to collaborate and be a provider. But I take that more as the Three of Pentacles reversed rather than the Queen of Pentacles reversed. You could have become a parent and, you know, and money's tight. And then this person's like wanting to like expand and grow, and you're like, I can't, I've not got the resources, or I've not got the energy or the time or the emotional, like there's something that makes it unfavourable here, like that they're making out like you're not giving enough time, money and energy. Let's get 2 more for the outcome. Knight of Wands reversed. So Knights are in active pursuit, however this is reversed, so this one is not in active pursuit. This Knight is usually very spontaneous. Okay, they go with what they feel like doing in the moment. They're very excitable. They could be quite unpredictable. If they feel like doing it, they'll do it. If they feel like not doing it, they won't. I think there's a definite, like, the fire's gone from this situation. The passion, the desire, the libido, you know, the lust, it's gone from this situation. Someone's not approaching someone else. They're stopping that horse from going in that direction. This is the Judgment, okay? So the Judgment is a call to act. It's all out war. It's complete destruction. And we need to do something about this, okay? So sometimes you just think, do you know what, you're being too overbearing, you're being too bossy, you're dragging me along for the ride, I'm not sure I want to be on this train. Do you know what I mean? So you draw your boundaries and you say, no, you've been too pushy, you've been too harsh with me. Yes, I need to level up, but I'll do that at my own pace. I'm not ready for this next step. I'm not ready for, do you know what I mean? Because this person's just like, they're sort of putting everything on you, and they're very impatient, and they've got certain goals and things that they want to achieve, but they're not waiting till everything's ready. They're just like, well, it's now or never. And then it could really get you into more debt. Like, I know someone who, one of my ex is persuaded his best mate to get on a mortgage with him, and the guy just got into debt because he was never earning enough to pay half a mortgage on a 4-bedroom house to start with. So don't let anyone persuade you into doing something that's going to leave you even worse off, because mortgages are just debts, okay? And you can actually lose a property and get negative credit rating if the bank has to take that back from you because you're not keeping up with your payments. It's just a debt. You don't own that house. So if you're not in a position to be getting onto a mortgage, then you shouldn't be doing it. Don't let anyone drag you along for the ride or tell you you're this, you're that, because you won't do whatever for me, because they're not really thinking of you. Anyone who loves you will wait till the conditions are right. Anyone who's not thinking of you is going to push you to do something you're not ready for. And this person's very pentacles focused, very goal focused, very action orientated. And I just feel like your emotions are getting tossed around in the turmoil. And you were quite fine as you were. You weren't without money for yourself, but in terms of being a Queen of Pentacles, we're not there yet. And so, worse than not being able to level up is leveling up and it all derailing. Do you know what I mean? It's not ready yet. We're trying to harvest a crop that's half grown. What are we doing? It doesn't make any sense, you know. Let's get a message from them. jealousy. I'm very jealous. I can barely stand it. They're like, no, I want Scorpio and I'm having them, but I want to level up with them now. So I'm locking it down and I'm locking them into a mortgage, or I'm locking them into getting married, or I'm locking them into having children. And I'm not waiting because I want this one. But I want it on my terms. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, it's a bit domineering, this. Anyone that won't wait, they've got not good intentions, okay? I would do anything for you, 10 of Cups, 10 of Pentacles, okay? So that they might say that, they might hold you in high regard, but they're not waiting. They're being impatient and foolish, okay? So they might think, do you know what, I'm going to take control. But how nice to jump into your own boat and just take off on a new course, the way you always wanted to do things, and leave the other person without a life jacket. Like, it's not that nice. I don't know why, but I think because I've had it done to me, where someone tried to push me into, because his best friend wanted to get off that mortgage, he tried to push me into it, and he was trying to dress it up as like, oh, I just want us to move to the next level. But I couldn't afford it either. I earned the same as what his best friend earned, so that was completely illogical. But he basically had a problem that he needed solving. He needed half coming from somewhere else. So, no. And he just saw me as expendable, where we were actually, like, very in love. He still just got to the point where he's like, right, I'm off then. And he swapped me for someone that could pay it. So, don't really appreciate that. That didn't do very much for my self-esteem, but I was strong enough to say no, even though it was like the hardest thing I've ever done. And I begged him to like reconsider like the house and just say, we'll rent somewhere together, your sister can move in, we'll do it together when we're ready. No, he wouldn't do it. So he did what he did and got with someone cross-eyed. Literally. But she's an NHS nurse, so she can pay half the mortgage. And they got children now, so that's my dating history, guys. Just one of the stories. That when I was like early to mid-20s. God, that was hard. That was a really dark time. That really affected my confidence. He was like, you're taking so long, you this, you that, you blah, blah, blah. God, horrible. Wait, let's get the messy truth. Broken trust, lies, cheating, promises shattered. Yeah, see, this person's promised it all, and then they've gone, you know what, you're taking too long, so I'm just going to do it myself, and I'll get someone else to, like, play that role. Well, you can't just replace people. And he's never said it, but I'm sure he does regret it, because it's about who it is that you make a life with. It's not by a certain date, I want to do X, Y, or Z. And you got to be able to admit when you made mistakes. You know, if that Chariot, and if they hadn't have like pressed accelerate on that Chariot, it wouldn't have derailed, would it? It'd still be upright. So you got to take accountability for being the impatient person. Exposed, fragile heart, too open, in danger of heartbreak. Yeah, so sometimes this person has a propensity to take control of a situation, hijack it. If they call a time on it, pronounce it dead before it's done, then they feel like they've taken the wheel, they're in charge, they don't get hurt. Yeah, so they ducked out before the Chariot really crashed and burned. They've kind of jumped out of it and left you to deal with it. They could have painted a beautiful future, beautiful picture to you, but they weren't prepared to wait, so what's the point? Was that, okay. Love's disguise. Go beyond superficial looks and see who they truly are. Yeah, I liked my guy at the time because he was handsome. I did think he was a good person, but his principles, I don't know. Yeah, he was being operated by his mum, and I really liked like some people in his family, but I didn't like her. I didn't trust her at all. And it was her money that the deposit, it was her partner, her new partner's money, where the deposit had come from for the house. So that's why there was all this like pressure, like, well, you got to break up and get with someone else then. And I've got evidence to support that as well. That's not my wild accusation, but she was trying to steer everything. That's like her trying to steer the ship, and he thinks he's in charge, you know what I mean? But really, if you swap those around, that's them getting encouraged to set sail somewhere else, and that's the person operating them. Envy. Okay, they're envious that you've got the time to live a life like this. 9 of Pentacles, chilling on your Scandinavian wool. All abundant and sexy like. They wish they could do that, but they've been told they've got to do this. Okay, because that's being brave, that's being bold, that's being successful. But that's on the face of things, isn't it? If you're causing shit like this everywhere you go. Yeah, he went on to ruin the business that he bought. He's no longer living in that house that he bought. He's moved to the country where his mum is. So it's not all like rainbows and unicorns for that person that is going off on their own course, but they haven't really got the option. They're quite envious of you, Scorpio, taking your time to do things at your own pace. So they could have had all the intention of having a happily ever after with you. 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups, but it's not to be, okay? I think they could be jealous of you, actually, as well. I think they're jealous of you. It's a bit sad, actually. Was abused when he was younger, so I feel bad about that. I didn't know how bad it was, and I found out some stuff later on that really made me cry, but I was a victim, you know, to him, really. He said some very hurtful things that really didn't help my emotions, my self-esteem, my self-image in my early 20s. So it gave me lovely romance, and like I do believe that I really was in love with me, but I think I would have got scorched by the flame that is his narcissistic mother, to be honest, if it had stayed how it was. I already got scorched in these. No contact, blocked, silent treatment, cut off all communication. Even if they are talking to you, they're not talking about proper stuff, you know, things that matter. They might be avoiding the issue. I erased every trace of you except in my mind. Ooh, that's deep. That's real deep. He's never got in touch with me once to say, I'm so sorry about all that. He's never said, I regret doing that, but I know that he is in love with me when he broke up with me. I know he was. Bloody hell, it's a bit deep, isn't it? Karmic lesson. That's the unspoken truth. Proper deep, that's heavy. Compassion over judgment. Everyone is fighting their own battle. So that's what I'm saying, is like, I didn't know what his situation was. He presented as very confident. He presented as very forthright. I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 25 or 30. I'm going to own my own business. You need to run a nursery. It's going to be like this. You know, I'm getting a 4-bedroomed house. I'm doing this. Okay, you know, you can say shit like that, but you can go around ruining it all if you're an impatient. If you're taking on stuff that you're actually not ready for. You know, crash the business, crash whatever, crash your car if you don't take enough lessons and you don't give yourself the experience on the roads. You can fuck up. You can present yourself as an emperor and you can fuck up, can't you? You can throw away real love because someone's not working to your timeline. They're not meeting the deadline for X, Y, and Z. I've done that. I reckon I did that. I'll never get over the Italian because I reckon that's what I did. But we all do things, don't we? We all make mistakes. I did say I'm sorry and I'll go back and I'll fix whatever. But the damage was already done. Everyone's going through their own stuff, so you know, it's our own job to be our own advocate. You know, they're advocating for what their needs are, their immediate concerns, their long-term goals, their pressures, and you're advocating for yours. So if that means you advocate for the same thing because you both happen to be in the same position and want the same thing, then you kind of get closer and closer together and you work together. But if it's sending you in other directions or just getting too difficult, you have to think that they believe that that's what's right at the time. I'm just wiping the lens because it looks a bit fuzzy, unless it's just how my phone screen being dirty. You don't know. There we go. Everyone's got their reasons, haven't they, for doing what they're doing, making the decisions that they're making. But best believe this person had you. Their goal was to, you know, make you their wife, their husband, the mother of their children, the father of their children, to have a home with you forever. Like that was the goal at some point. But it's derailed big style. Why did this end? Well, because the timing isn't right. Timing is everything in love. To teach you patience, because you need to trust your inner wisdom. Something in your gut or something in their gut. Maybe my person knew that his life is different to mine. Maybe he knows he has to do this now because it's being presented as a must by people around him. And he knows that, he knew that it's being presented as a you can do what you like as long as you're happy and we will support you on this side, you know, like my people around me. You didn't get, you know, married, you didn't get children, you didn't get a house early on because it wasn't right for you. They didn't get their business or their 4-bedroomed house or get married or whatever because it wasn't right for them. The timing isn't right. Someone's trying to force something. And part of you said no, You know, I said no to getting on the mortgage because I knew I couldn't afford it. And I knew he'd probably leave, but it was just fact. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to get myself into debt. I've got my head screwed on, and I've been brought up to think for myself. You know, his friend didn't think for himself, and his friend got into debt. So you'll get what you're supposed to have when it's the right time for you. And that's the lesson, isn't it? But try to exercise compassion, because everyone's coming from different places of equity. Not everyone can be told, you know, take as long as you want, or it's okay, you can leave that course, it's okay, you can leave that job, it's okay, you can move back home. Not everyone's got a family that's going to say it's okay. I'm very lucky because mine do. But some people are getting touched with a red hot poker and told to go faster, you're taking too long. Do you know what I mean? So you can have compassion for that person with time, and you can understand that they did what they did for a reason. It's not easy to let it go for years, and then over time it gets easier, but bloody dark for a long time it was. We're always speaking to you and sending you messages. When you feel like you're alone in a situation, just know you never truly are. We are reminding you to stop, look around, and believe in something else, something more. We've got you back. Okay, so that's messages from the universe. You're in good company. Okay, the universe has got you back. Got you back. The universe has got you back. You're back. Okay. To teach you patience, this isn't the right time. You know, you're learning to use your inner wisdom and navigate these drawbridges that you're walking over, and whether to go through the castle gates into, what was that horse called? The one where all the soldiers were hiding? A Trojan horse. You don't want to go into a Trojan horse situation. Okay, you're choosing what to navigate and how to navigate it. And sometimes you're going to have to walk away from stuff, or say no, or draw boundaries, or say, I'm not ready yet to do that, X, Y, and Z. Whatever it is you're proposing, I'm not ready. Have children, get a house, you know, whatever the aim is, the goal. It's not that easy. You don't just do it and it just does itself. Like, you do need some sort of like plan. You do need to realistically have the money to pay for stuff. You can't just go and it doesn't matter and we'll just deal with it after, because that's just reckless, isn't it? Let's get you some general advice, and I'll get you a timer for new love, because I don't think this is continuing. If it hasn't already stopped, it's going to. I am light. I always have hope, no matter the ordeal. I have faith in a better future. I turn darkness into light. I open my heart to others and to God, and I'm spiritually strong. I draw light to me and shine with all my being. Okay, so you're rebuilding your confidence after, you know, after this quite a big knock, body blow. Creation, I have the power to direct my life with a constructive attitude. I create what is best for my soul. This is wild, how much this resonates. It's creepy, but in a good way. I firmly believe I can transform and improve my inner and outer world by turning every thought into affirmative action. I act in the image of God and bring light into my life. The first things I did in those dark moments, because I felt like my whole future had been erased when he broke up with me. You know, it was very clear that we were going to be moving in together. He was very much going to propose, very much wanted to be a dad. So to have all that taken away because I wasn't ready to get a mortgage yet and someone just saying, no, I don't want to do all that with you anymore, was horrible. And especially because he was the higher earner and it was like my fault, do you know what I mean? And I got really depressed and I stopped eating and all the rest of it. And I had to really dig deep. I had to turn the car radio off because I couldn't listen to songs because I would just be so depressed. I cried that much, tears weren't being produced anymore. There wasn't any water left in my body, do you know what I mean? So I just thought, do you know what, you're going to have to really dig deep here. And like, I exercised like twice a day just because when I put Davina Body Buff on, it was like music, movement, and it sounds a bit sad, but it's like, I don't want to go out because I feel vulnerable, but there's people on the DVD. So I was spending time with friends and family, but I was in a bad way. I was in a really, really bad way. I was depressed. I was still going to work, made myself go to work, but I had to turn the radio off, couldn't listen to music. It was dark. It was very dark time. I made myself eat because I knew I didn't deserve to be ill, but you'll learn how to come back from stuff, and each time you do it, you'll have the confidence knowing that you've done it before. Do you know what I mean? And it's very, very hard when you're in your teens and your 20s. It's so hard. And it doesn't really get easier, but the only thing that's better is you know you can do it. You know you can do it. Do you feel like you're rebuilding yourself, or if you're not yet, you're going to be rebuilding yourself? Rebuilding your confidence, rebuilding your self-esteem, getting back on track. You know, I knew I wanted to work with children. I knew I wasn't going to make a lot of money doing that short term, the route that I was using. But I felt like at the time, the uni course was just not supportive that I was on. So I left. And then he just viewed that as failure and like despised me. And we couldn't get a mortgage because of it. So I was like, well, these are my choices that I've got to make for myself. And I have got time. We're very young, we're early 20s. So because his friend was getting into debt, he didn't really be honest with me about that. And he wanted me to get on a mortgage, but romanticised it and made that like, you know, he just wants our relationship to move to the next level. Meanwhile, his best friend's like, I need to get out of this, mate, and my debt's growing and stuff. So it wasn't, do you know what I mean? I had to navigate that, and I knew that I was going to lose my happily ever after. But I did it, and then I met someone loads better. Like, it took quite a few years, but I tell you what, I had fun looking for that person. But my confidence was so low, and I just felt like it was my fault because I wasn't earning enough, because that's what he kept saying to me. It's your fault, and all this. But I didn't abandon him. I said, we'll get a rental. I know you look after your sister, you can move her in. And I was cooking for them, I was cleaning for them, and I was working. So I'm not like, you know, I always knew I wasn't crazy, but it didn't really help my confidence, the fact that he was earning a lot more money than me and telling me I'm this and I'm that and it's my fault. Do you know what I mean? But why did he try to get a 4-bedroom house at like 23? Why did he do that with his best friend, knowing that he couldn't sustain that? Do you know what I mean? The best friend wasn't earning enough. So you did stuff that was foolish. It was a big gamble and there's a lot of money at stake, and then you put basically projecting that poor decision making process of your own onto me and trying to rush me. So you've got to navigate shit and you've got to do stuff. Be patient, do it when it's right for you. Because you only get into bigger problems. The stakes are higher. Once you've got houses and property and kids and this and that involved, the stakes are higher. Okay, all you've got is more stuff to lose, haven't you? That's all you've gained. More debt, more stuff to lose. So just just thinking about what to get next. And as I said, it wasn't sweet corns, unicorns and rainbows. After that, like, you made some really bad decisions that where the stakes were even higher as well. So do not worry yourselves, okay? Walk slowly. During your break from work or when you're moving from one place to the next, try walking intentionally extra slow. The busier or more stressed out you feel, the slower you walk. Pay attention to what you're walking on and take mental notes of how the walking feels. When you act calmly, your body will calm down. That's it. I saw a head teacher once and I thought, do you know what? There's all sorts going on here and he's gliding around the place. And I thought, good, I appreciate it. Because if a head teacher was running around like a headless chicken all out of breath, I'd think, shit, I need to get out of here. We're all about to die. Do you know what I mean? You can't do that. You've got to exude calm because it rubs off on everyone else. So even if you're aware there's something serious going on, or even if there's multiple issues arising throughout the day, you can't be running around out of breath like a headless chicken, because you're communicating to everyone around you that that's the situation. We're all going to die. It's all going to be terrible. We can't sort any of this out. So it is. I did take that. I observed that, and I thought, Jay, what, I'm going to do the same. Move your thoughts to a small cottage. Close your eyes and think of a small cottage. Look around for a while and then move to the door. Open the door and let your thoughts from your head go into the cottage. Let them flow as pictures, colours or words, as many as you've got. The English isn't very good on these. When you're finished, close the door. Breathe deep 3 times with the thoughts in the cottage. Open the door. Now you can choose which thoughts you take with you and which you're going to leave in the cottage. Remember to close the door when you leave. That's nice, because especially if you've got like the kind of job where loads of stuff's coming up and you're going to have to prioritise, your mind wants to keep all the stuff in your head. But if you just go, do you know what, these 3 things need to be done before I leave, I'm not staying till stupid o'clock again, the other stuff can wait. You know, the earth's not going to like implode. It's just, you know, it's just tough. Like, I've made a lot of decisions today. My brain's tired. I've been on my feet all day. There's only so much you can do in a day and you deserve rest. So what gets done, and what doesn't, the earth's not going to shatter. Okay, it can wait. It's going to have to wait. You're only human. Create a mental escape. Lie back and close your eyes. Transport the source of your stress to a beautiful, secluded beach. Ooh. Picture yourself standing on the shore. With the problem as a small, distant object, observe it from afar for 5 to 10 minutes. This act of distancing allows you to break free from the immediate emotional grip. It provides a calm space to analyse the situation objectively and gain fresh insights, effectively melting away stress. I like that. These are look for your own power centre, these exercises. Six o'clock. I see my worth and value every day. Invest in a small way to improve a skill or a hobby. That's nice. I've done them. Last couple of cards for Scorpio. So these are more like general advice cards. I don't have to know the way, just the next breath. Okay, that is exactly right, guys. If you feel lost, so what? You haven't got a plan. You're safe. You're not in danger. You're not living in a war zone. God forbid you be in a situation where you're getting abused. If you got a roof over your head and you know what's going on, and you got some people that care about you, you're safe. Okay, you got time to think about what you want. You got time to think of solutions. It will all get sorted. Okay, when you go all breathless, it's because you're anxious and fearful. Okay, so you need to reset your brain. You need to breathe deeply. Swimming's really good for slowing down your breathing. I think it's the reason people smoke, isn't it, and vape and stuff like that, but it's better for you to do something like swimming or have a massage. Slows down your breathing because you've got to kind of get used to being still and relaxing your muscles. You're not going anywhere until they let you go. I am not lost. That's weird because I said that. I am in a space of becoming. Okay? Why would you go up to a caterpillar and be like, you're not even a butterfly yet? What are you doing? Why are you taking so long? Imagine if like a little caterpillar is in its like chrysalis, yeah? And a giant human just walks up and starts bullying it, going, "You're not even you're a butterfly. You're not even a butterfly yet. Like, why are you taking so long?" It makes no sense. People are gonna take time to develop and grow. You don't shout at your like giant uterus that's got a fetus growing and go, "Why are you taking so long?" You might do in the last few weeks because you're like, "Oh my god, my ankles are swollen." I've got 50% extra blood. I'm hormonal. I just want you out because it's so uncomfortable. But really, you're not saying that on like the 3rd week or the 12th week, are you? You're not saying, "Come on, get out, hurry up. Why are you taking so long?" That's abusive. That's just weird. It's not okay for people to speak to you like that or treat you like that because you're not ready yet. It's weird. Don't speak to yourself like that either. Have I done chakra whispers? Don't think I have. Right, so I'm going to do this card and then I'm going to get you a time in for new love. Oh, I envision my highest path. Okay, so don't let anyone force you onto a new path or put you down or pressure you into anything. This is the 3rd eye chakra, the sort of indigo colour. The crown chakra is more like mauvey violet. Okay, so this is you're using your better judgment, your intuition. What's your body telling you? What's your gut telling you? What's your heart rate telling you? What are your nosebleeds telling you? What's your hair falling out telling you? What's your skin pigmentation colour changing telling you? What else? What are your sweaty palms telling you? You know, your breathlessness, your insomnia. What's it all telling you? Because your body tries to tell you stuff and you are using your better judgment. It doesn't mean that it's like just like ha 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 all the time. It could really take bravery and you could feel really depressed, you know, like recovering from a huge change, like a massive breakup or something, or realizing someone isn't the person that they would present themselves as. It's going to be dark times, but you follow something in your gut is telling you, like, alert, alert, you know? You're not lost. You do know what you're doing, and you deserve time to grow at your own rate. Right, timing for new love, because I'm pissed off with this person. But they are, you know, like I say, they got their own story. You can learn to be compassionate. You can learn to forgive over time, even if they still don't believe they did anything wrong. you know, you can kind of like see the bigger picture, can't you? And think, well, I'm lucky that I've got time to grow, because maybe they've been told they haven't, you know. April. Okay, so you got new love coming in April. That's nice. I hope you liked this reading. Please give it a like for me. Share the channel, even if you share a different sign so people don't know what's going on with you. Subscribe, follow, repost, hype me up, drop me a comment to let me know what you liked, if you like my vibe. Personal readings are available. They're £18. I've got one to do after the Sagittarius reading, actually. I do business, education and finance. I do health. I do love readings. I've even got like mediumship cards for loved ones that have passed away. I don't charge for the mediumship though. What else? Memberships are starting next year. They're starting this year, but like it could be after March, to be honest, because I'm waiting for my tax number to be created and sent back to me from the US. So I'm outside the US, so it takes months. It gets me when it gets to me. But for £5.99, you would get an £18 business, education, finance reading, and £18 health reading, which is the Native American Indian medicine wheel. They're like my most popular readings, so I'm not even giving you stuff that no one wants. It's like the best stuff. Love readings that are collective will remain free, and you know you can get personal reading whenever you want. Okay. I am going to get my dinner, and then I might just get through Sagittarius reading, so I've just got the live boxed off. I'm just going to bring my dinner in here. But yeah, hype me up, because I'm a full-time high school teacher, and whenever I see shares or comments or even one new subscriber or someone saying, oh my god, that resonates loads, it really like makes my day. It just gives me energy, makes me look forward to doing it. And this is a lot of work, you know. I sit for a long time. I sacrifice time with my friends, my family, everyone, but it's not work to me. I love it. I do enjoy it, but it's still work. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm still sitting here in my dressing gown 7 hours later, 6 hours later. It is tiring, but it's miraculous and amazing and wonderful as well. And I know it means a lot to everyone, because when I watch tarot readers, it means a lot to me. So just keeps me going. And like any interaction will help the videos get seen, because like I was saying earlier, I'm a bit concerned that on YouTube I'm not getting through the algorithm for people to really view the videos. That's why I do the lives, because it puts me to the top of the algorithm. My lives get a lot of views, but when I post the videos, it's like, and that's so frustrating, guys, because you've got to have 50 subscribers before you can start doing lives. So it's really slow when you first start your channel. It's like 0 views, 0 views, 0 views. Well, now I've got 1,500 subscribers, and still my videos are like 4 views or 10 views, and then sometimes they'll get loads more, or just go like, I don't think going viral's the word, but they'll do really well. They'll take off. But it's like, I must just not be getting into the algorithm then, must I? On TikTok, it's just constantly growing, like really, really, like so much interaction, and like very, very fast. So I think the traffic moves faster on TikTok. I think there's more long form videos on YouTube, isn't there? So it's just a lot slower. It's hard to break in, I think. But it's a bit of a waste if people don't see the readings. So if you can share or like tell people about the channel, that would really help me. My back's cranked. I must be sitting really far back from the desk. It's so you can see all the cards. The things I do for you. I'm just a complainer. I'm like a professional complainer. Right, I'm going to bring my dinner in here because I get shouted at, and then I'll just get Sagittarius done. Okay, thank you for waiting. If you're a Sagittarius, thank you for waiting. I was just bringing my dinner through. God, the rest of the house is like really nice and warm. My room's freezing. You know, if you're on like one of the external walls of the house. I know I was complaining earlier because it was too hot, but I come out my room, the whole house is hot because the oven in the kitchen. And then I come back in the room and it's like, you know, the temperature of a fridge, like 4 degrees. So basically it's the same temperature as outside in my bedroom. But I've told my mum this before because she'll say, but I'm hot in the kitchen, and I'll say, but the heat's going through to the first, like the living room, which is where like my dad is. She's in the kitchen and then I'm the other end of the house and it's freezing. So I've just popped the heating on. You can get what she's saying, but I'm not in the living room and I'm not in the kitchen. I'm freezing my ass off, like in my room, my room's very large, so and it's an exterior wall, so it's just really cold. Even my clothes and like the cupboards are really cold, but the problem is the size of the radiator. The room goes roasting really quickly with the large radiator, so sometimes I'm complaining about being too hot, sometimes I'm complaining about being too cold. I'm just a complainer. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I've not had any of my mods on today, have I? I think I forgot to schedule the reading. I did like a little post to say I'm going to do it, and then I didn't schedule it, did I? So yeah, so I've got pottery after work tomorrow, so let's be realistic and say it's going to be Tuesday for Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces, just in case you're thinking that I'm going to do them tonight and never. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Sagittarius's highest good. How is Sagittarius feeling in this third week of... Why was I going to say September then? In this third week of January 2026 with regards to one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in. 3 cards for Sagittarius, please. The Hanged Man reversed, very stubborn energy. When the Hanged Man is the correct way, he puts himself upside down so he can see things from another point of view. So it's like a very open-minded energy when it's the right way up. If you put him the other way, he's therefore being stubborn, okay? He only sees things from his point of view. So you're quite like stubborn about something at the moment. You're like, no, my way or the highway. That was mad how that came out then. Did you see that? 4 of Cups, piss off and stay away. Close the door behind you. Okay, I'm getting that vibe. 4 of Cups is like nonchalant, like I'm lying against a tree with my hands behind my back. I am not in pursuit of anyone. I'm not going towards anyone. In fact, you know, you're not welcome. And I'm laughing and saying it like that because of that Hanged Man being in the reverse. It's like very stubborn, very, very stubborn, closed-minded energy. Could be for very good reason, mind, but the Fool reversed, not willing to take any chances. Okay? You could have been dealing with an absolute charlatan. You could have been dealing with someone that's a feature faker, or someone that's been loyal for a long time and then just really let you down, you know, badly. And so it's like trial and retribution. Like, no. It's pretty brutal. But as I say, it could be very much justified. Let's get 3 for the one that you're dealing with. I think it's fair to say you're off love at the moment. Okay, so we've got the Star card. Oh, no, it's not the Star card, sorry. I couldn't see it. It's the Sun. So this person's very happy. They feel very carefree. You know, she's having the time of her life. She's got the wind in her hair. She's got flames coming out of her hands. She's just absolutely, she got her best outfit on. She is absolutely loving life, isn't she? She's like, attach some fireworks to me because I am lit. Let's go faster, let's go higher. You know what I mean? It's like just... Is that a wolf? I think it is, isn't it? Keep noticing all the stuff in the background. I don't get what that is, but... She's flying high. She's like Icarus flying too close to the sun. But she's not melted. She's just like flame retardant or something. She's loving it. Okay, so that is the Sun card. That's like, I haven't got a care in the world right now. So someone's showing up for you in that energy. And I don't know if it's someone you're thinking about, someone you're currently dealing with, or someone you're manifesting in. Then we've got your major arcana, the Temperance reversed. So the Temperance, when it's upright, is someone who's very calm, very serene. They're trying to manage emotions. There's obstacles in the background. In tarot, mountains represent challenges. But here we've got the permafrost thawing out, and we've got, you know, lovely like prairie flowers, and she just chilled, isn't she? Like, her modesty is being protected by her hair. But she looks very serene. So it's like, even in dark times, we can manage to be light. So yeah, so Temperance is all about tempering your emotions, managing them well. So this person's chilled. Were they Temperance reversed or Temperance upright? I can't remember now. But they were having the time of their life. Not a care in the world. And then we've got this card of like managing emotions. I think it was reversed, you know. They could be a little bit crazy. They could be like having mood swings. They could be really up and then really down. Because if you think of the opposite of balance, it's imbalance, isn't it? They've gone wild. 7 of Cups has been at a crossroads. So sometimes this person could appear grounded and like they're dreaming of a particular future that's quite level-headed. When it's reversed, they could be getting right carried away, thinking about stuff that's unrealistic, or living in their head, you know, more than dealing with reality, because that's more comfortable at the moment. So this person could be like having too much fun and you're like, that's actually pissing me off. Stop it. I do that because if I think there's a big problem with the relationship or you've really let me down, you're not allowed to have fun, because that's just how I feel. Do you know what I mean? But they could be feeling more comfortable in like fantasy land than dealing with reality, and that's why they're running around doing the most, getting up to all sorts, happy-go-lucky, big smiles for everyone, lots of photos out with different people, you know, looking like they haven't got a care in the world, socialising, and you're like, your life's a train wreck, what are you doing that for? I don't know how I'm getting that, but maybe the reality isn't that nice, so that's why they're trying to pick the mood up. But it tends to suggest like carefree imbalance of mood and then living in fantasy land a little bit. In the outcome, we've got the Four of Swords, so that's time to think, time to slow down, much needed respite. Okay, I need to take some time to think about this. I'm exhausted, I'm drained. Time out. I don't really know what makes that a Four of Swords card. I'm still thinking about what I could say about that one. I guess with that, there's nothing left to do but wait, because that boat's on its way in. It's kind of time for a pause, isn't it? Three of Cups could be celebration, socialising, getting together. 3 is a number of community. However, in a love reading, it can be a third-party outcome. So it could be that there's another man, another woman involved. Doesn't have to be that, but it tends to suggest that in a love reading. The Lovers upright, major arcana for Gemini. The Lovers is 2 people that are soulmates. They signed a contract in a 5D saying that they agree to have a relationship in the 3D, and that's why, you know, they match so well. Geminis, the twins. Okay, they're twin souls, they belong together. They just complement each other, it just works, and they both feel the same for one another. Bit of a weird one, isn't it? Because your energy is so dark, fed up, stubborn, not feeling any trust in this situation. Theirs is really light. They're almost quite imbalanced about it, and they're living in fantasy land. And then in the outcome, we've got taking a pause, you know, time to think, trying to recover, trying to recharge, take some energy, you know, back. And then we've got, it's either third party, another man, another woman, and then the Lovers, or spending time together harmoniously and coming back together. It would make more sense to me if this was a new person, because your energy is so opposite. If they were someone new, they could just be someone who's really happy-go-lucky, you know, takes things as they come, they ride the crest of a wave. You know, they're quite ambitious, but very bit hyper. And maybe you've been hurt by someone else and you're quite jaded and you're quite fed up, closed off. You're quite, you know, stubborn that you don't want to get involved with anyone. And then it all ends up kind of, after a short pause, you're going in a really nice direction with this new person. If it would make more sense to me if they were new. because I don't get why that's all light and that's all dark. Let's get a message from them. So if you're single at the moment and you're kind of quite jaded and pissed off, you're about to meet like a very upbeat, optimistic, happy person. They might seem quite unbalanced at times, like very optimistic, very upbeat, very bit hyper, bit ADHD, scattered, you know, like, but you quite like the ride because it's taking you up. There could be a fire sign, there could be a Gemini, which is air, but it's not really like a Gemini to be like that. There could be a Sagittarius. You're my favourite. The future. You're the person I want to call. Oh, there could be a Leo because that's the sun, isn't it? You're the person I want to call when something good or bad happens. The first thought when I have news to share. You're my person. The future, I daydream. That is literally it. I daydream about our future together. Going on adventures and growing old together. I want it all. Hey, why do you get that for your why do you get that for your reading, Sagittarius? Well, that's beautiful. It's got to be a new person, hasn't it? It's got to be a new person. There could be a Leo, you know, because Leos are just wild. When a Leo likes someone, because I dated a lot of Leos. Leos enjoy the hunt. They enjoy the romance. They enjoy traditional courtships. They're very masculine signs, whether you're male or female. They like a conservative, you know, loyal, you know, you're my lioness, I'm your lion. We ride together, we die together. Very solid, very loyal, very romantic. They complement well, more feminine sides. You're big fire, but you do look like you've been through the wars, literally, and you're just not willing to take any chances. But this person's all like, yeah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be amazing. I've set up this for us. I've set up that for us. I've planned this. I've planned that. Now, one of my viewers is a Sagittarius. She's a Saggy, and she says, I need to be out and about. I need to have stuff going on. I need to socialise. I don't like my Taurus guy. He sits inside. You know, he just wants a movie and some nice food. And I'm like, that sounds perfect because I'm a Taurus. But she likes to be out and about, doing things, seeing people, on the move. The Archer, you know, like adventurous, fiery, passionate, in active pursuit, you know, constantly chasing goals, chasing entertainment, chasing people. So this could be, oh, Libra, I did 2 hours ago. So if you rewind to 4 hours, you'll see the Libra card here. Aslan, you'll see the Libra card if you just rewind the live. I did do that tonight, Libra. Where was I up to, guys? Oh yeah, the Saggy. She don't like to be sat in, and she likes deep conversation. I don't know what her moon sign is, but she likes deep conversation. Doesn't want just to talk about like being cozy or just sit around, you know, like with basic needs met. It's like, I need adventure. This is a very adventurous person. You know, think of what's her name, Katniss and the Hunger Games. That's what it makes me think of. Someone who's just looking for the next adventure. Not just looking for the next adventure. I mean, like, very excited, you know, by new, very excited by curious, you know, an explorer, busy, likes to be socially busy as well as work hard, you know. So yeah, so a Leo's very up and a Saggy's very up, I think, so you could get on really well. They don't have to be a Leo, but I just had a thought because there's a Leo and Temperance. That's a lot of fire energy. We've got the Lovers, so you're going to be really well matched. This person's like, do you know what, this is my person. I'm going to marry this person. I love being around this person. They're like, that's all boxed off, it's done. So they're thrilled with you. I mean, you are the Queen of Wands, so you're very attractive. You're confident, you're outgoing, you're busy. That's how Leos are, you know, so... This looks really nice. I'm sorry for whatever you've been through that's put you in a dark space and not trusting space, but well, we'll dig, but I think you can trust this person, to be honest. You know, they're thinking about a future and they adore you. They hold you in very high regard. Aslan, I did Libra about 2 hours ago. So if you rewind the video until you see Libra, the Libra card, you'll find it about 4 hours in, I think. Will you choose me? Look, 4 is the most stable number. It's the 1111 card, the 4 of Wands. Guys, you got like a serious contender here. This person is just very serious about you. They're very jovial, they're very happy, they're very upbeat. They really want you, have fantastic intentions. Fantastic intentions. I don't think I should dig because I just think it really... Do you want me to dig and see if there's anything? Oh, so I won't ask about this relationship, but I'll ask about their past relationships to see what they've dealt with previously. Let's do that. Because I don't think they've caused you drama. I might be wrong, but... Distant, so far away physically and emotionally, so it can rekindle the passion. So the passion burned out with this person's last relationships. So you want to be careful that doesn't happen again. So if you're both fiery and you're both very excited and upbeat and social at the beginning, just make sure you're not rushing too quickly into a serious commitment. It's not always bad to do that if you feel like it's a good match. And you have got the Lovers, so you could feel like you've always known this person. What they don't like is that other people, the passion went after a while. So this is from their previous relationships, because I don't get that this person has done anything to you, but let's see. In their past relationships, in a compass, trust your instincts to lead you in the right direction. This person trusts their own judgment, okay? They do trust their own judgment. They're quite confident that they make good decisions when it comes to their love life. They know when it's over. But they, you know, they're very sure about people when they, you know, when they first meet you and they decide that they want to be with you. That's quite quick for them. Oh, thanks, Dad. Oh my God, tantric sex. Don't be offended by the picture. Someone said, oh, I don't like that because it's Buddha and Buddha doesn't have sex. But I think that's kind of the point, isn't it? These people are connected soul-wise, not through their bodies, but it will be good when you're with this person. It'll be very good. It'll be good. How much better is it when you like are really in love and you're connected on a soul tie? You know, when you just feel like this is your person, when you make love, it's amazing. You get really good at it, don't you, as well? You could have known each other in a previous life. See, this is with regards to their prior experiences with other people. What went wrong? Netflix and chill, sneaking around, friends with benefits, spending time with someone else. They could have got cheated on in the past. This person is not interested in messing around, okay? They want marriage, they want commitment, they want to live together, they want to build a future together. They think, you know, they feel like this, they feel like you're their person. It's time to celebrate. It's time to, you know, be with my twin, my person. I'm not getting the messy truth because I don't think they've done you dirty. I can't see anything like Seven of Swords or heartbreak or anything like that. I just think you're closed off to love because of something previously that's happened to you. Every person who leaves takes away something you no longer need. So, what's this one? We were supposed to be us, not just you and me. Yeah, see, like in the past, they truly believe that the love went. They're not stuck on anyone from the past. That's why, see how like happy they are with the Sun card. They're not stuck on anyone from the past. You are, but they're like, no, that wasn't meant for me, and that's why it's done with. And I know when to leave something because it's not for me anymore. They don't believe like they've left chunks of the soul with other people and stuff like that. They want to feel like they've got their person, and if it goes like this, they'll walk away from it. Why is all this good stuff happening now then? Why is Sagittarius being offered this commitment from this new person? Oh, it's time to rest. You've got double confirmation there. You could have had quite a tumultuous relationship or marriage to someone for decades. You could have just had a bit of a train wreck of a love life. This person's coming in for you because you deserve solidarity, you deserve loyalty, you deserve commitment, you deserve a calm, you know, like love life where someone's boosting your mood and not pulling it down. They're giving you like, you know, that upbeat energy that you like. So I'll get you some general advice, like life advice. Hang on, message from the universe and then the other stuff. And then I'll get you a timing. But I think this person might already be in your surroundings, but they could be coming in. If something deep within you tells you that something is not quite right, trust it. If you're unhappy in your life, change something. It is entirely up to you. Stop making excuses. You are in control of your life. Okay, so you're in control, Sagittarius. If this person tries to go too fast, you don't like it, you've got every right to slow it down. If you're not over something, they need to read the room, okay, and get on your vibe. But otherwise, you've got someone new coming in that's just very upbeat, a breath of fresh air, very positive. They're not putting all the problems on you or pulling the mood down. They don't just want to sit around at home, okay? They're like, they're ready to explore the world with you. You do look very distrusting and closed off at the moment, so perhaps you haven't met them yet. Perhaps you don't know what to make of this person who's cajoling around, doing all sorts. But they've got good intentions. I don't see the devil. I don't think it's a toxic person. I don't see the Seven of Swords. I don't see arguments or division. I just see someone who's happy, and they've almost gone into a state of delusion because they're just so deliriously happy. Like, you know, you look like you've had such a horrible time that you're not allowing yourself to dream anymore. Everyone deserves to dream. Freedom through faith. I calm my thoughts and rise above fear. I free myself from all doubt by entrusting my doubts to God. I have faith in God's perfect timing and placement. I trust His will and find freedom. That makes me think of two things. It makes me think of water, like bubbles in water. It makes me think of, you know, like when you're in the aeroplane, like going on holiday, and then it's like you can see almost where the atmosphere begins or ends, and It's like oxygen, isn't it? And it's space, and it's like peace. Freedom through faith. That's beautiful, that. I hope that you can recover from what you've been through and enjoy this, okay? Because you've got a really strong offer coming in. You haven't got to navigate anymore. You haven't got to stress out or feel affected by someone projecting the shit onto you. You haven't got to be confused by what's going on or feel like someone's drifting apart. This person's looking for, they want to ride shotgun. They want to like go on an adventure with you, like everywhere. They want to be with you. And they want a solid future with you. You're pulling up to the spiritual drive-through, and this person's like, what are we having? What do you want? They're just like all jacked up, ready to go. They're loving it. They're loving it. What's the nature of this connection, please? Unbreakable love. This person has genuine love for you. There you go. You can overcome any issues that may arise. That's beautiful. Be present. You will attract love by enjoying your life as it is. Wherever you are, be all there, okay? So if you're like unable to smile for photos at the moment, or you feel you're having to fake it, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to have moments where you're laughing your head off, so create an evening where that's happening, where you go to watch comedy, or you book a holiday with a best friend, or I don't know, you put Netflix on and you watch like someone doing an hour and a half of comedy, like a stand-up comedian, or you deserve to laugh. You deserve to be Sagittarius, be happy, carefree, fiery, passionate, bold, adventurous. You start a course, doing something. You think you haven't got time, but you have. You got time to do one session or something a week. Make time, okay? You deserve to have fun and live in the moment. Don't dwell on the past. Don't. Even if you like, it's okay to be processing emotions and sadness. You want some rest from that. It's time to rest, okay? It's time to stop going over the past. It's time to stop dealing with people who pull your mood down or burden you, and it's time to let this lovely person come in that's just riding the crest of a wave and surfing through life, and they want to do it with you, which is really nice. It's telling you, okay, I know you feel like you can't trust this person, but this is an unbreakable love, and this person has genuine love for you, okay, this new person. So should we see when this is coming in? Because God forbid I forget to do that. That would be the most important card. When's this new person coming towards Sagittarius, please? Okay, so you've got full time and August. So that's very accurate. So August, September, late August, early September. It's going to be slightly different for all of you, but you're gonna get swept off your feet, okay? Because fire signs are very romantic. They love to plan surprises. They're very traditional. They're very excited by love. They get very carried away. If you think about fire, it's unrelenting, and once a fire gets going, it just gets more and more powerful. You're the fuel for their fire, so they're gonna just want more and more time with you. But they like loyalty, they like stability. It could be a fire sign, could be a Gemini, could be a Leo, could be a Sag. It doesn't have to be, but they're gonna be high as a kite after meeting you, and you're just gonna love it. But you can trust them. You can quote me on that as well. I allow pleasure to nourish me. This is gonna lift your mood. This is gonna, like, you're gonna have a really good time with this person. They're gonna make you laugh. They're gonna make you feel beautiful, make you feel sexy, make you feel handsome. You're gonna have so much fun. You might make a load of friends because their friends will be fun. Um, you might have amazing sex. You know, I'm sure it's all gonna be amazing. So you got that to look forward to. I'm very envious of some of these readings. The Libra one, I think the Libra one was either Libra or Virgo. It was like amazing. Forest escape. Close your eyes. Imagine stepping into a thick forest. As you enter, outside noises vanish. Walk on a leafy path, feeling the soft forest floor with each step go deeper. Tall trees reach up, their branches making a canopy. Sunlight filters through, creating patterns on the ground. Stop by a small stream and listen to the water trickling over the rocks. Let your mind roam. Picture your worries as leaves on the stream, carried away by the current. From this peaceful spot, daily troubles seem smaller. Stay for 5 to 10 minutes, soak in the calm, and feel stress fade. When ready, walk back, keeping the calm that you found. After this forest retreat, problems and stress shrink and anxiety eases. I felt that as I was reading it, you know. I was picturing it and I thought, that's lovely. Because we were talking in one of the other readings about time and slowing time down and how slow it feels when you're like, oh, you know, sitting cuddling someone that you love, or you're in bed and you're thinking about, you know, how cozy you feel, how supported you feel by your person, how serene you feel. It feels like every second just feels lovely, doesn't it? Because it feels like time's slowing down and you're really enjoying it. When you're anxious, keep looking at the clock and it's gone round another hour and it's like, oh, I've got so much to do, or I really don't want to do X, Y, or Z tomorrow. And the time just seems to run away from you. So it's obviously time isn't literally speeding up or slowing down, but it's your perception. So this is how we slow down our hearts, our minds, our breathing. Okay, we get time back when we do that. I'm a very anxious person, so I enjoy learning all these different techniques. I am a unique and valuable presence in this world. Celebrate a small victory or achievement today. Lovely. This is the You Are Not Alone Oracle deck. So it's more like general advice, nice messages. And then we are done. Through softness, I've found the strength to stay. Oh. You've definitely been through the ringer lately, you know. You have. You've been right through the ringer. But it's all about to get a lot nicer for you, I promise. It's all about to get a lot nicer. You've really lost trust and you don't take a chance on anyone. You feel fed up. You feel like love just isn't for you, or love sucks. Okay, but it doesn't. It's not going to from August, September. So make sure that you're planning nice things for yourself, taking care of yourself, having fun, because you deserve it, and you deserve to be loved the right way. And on that note, guys, I'm gonna sort out my body temperature because I'm like a block of ice at the moment. The heating's on full blast and my feet are, because I've been sat here, I've just got cold to the bone. But take care of yourselves. Please give this a like, share, subscribe, follow, repost, support the channel, hype the channel. Drop me a comment and I'll see you in the next one. Private readings at £18. Yeah, if you want to treat yourself to a private reading. I pre-record it and put it on YouTube, but only you can see it, or anyone that has the link can see it, so I send you the link. Just because I can't send large files on WhatsApp and stuff like that, it doesn't like it. Over like 6 minutes, it breaks it up into tiny pieces, and I do long ass readings. So, and if I put it on YouTube, no one else can see it, but you can watch it as many times as you like, and you can find it dead easy. So, memberships are starting around March, April time, hopefully. I've got to wait for my US tax number to be created and posted to me, which is going to take a few months. But yeah, memberships will be $5.99, and you get an £18 business education finance reading, an £18 health reading using the Native American Indian medicine wheel, and a how to read tarot series, all for $5.99. So it's an absolute bargain. It's a cheaper way of like entertain yourself with those aspects of your life, and it's nice to focus on something other than love readings, because you can get a bit bogged down with it all, can't you, when you overly focus on love readings or get fed up with it. So it's a nice thing to sort of focus on yourself. That being said, I understand money comes and goes. There's times where I'm like, God, I'm gonna have to stop memberships to this or that, and other times where I think, yeah, money's been all right for a few months, I can do that. I feel like doing that. So it's up to you. But I'm just letting you know what will be on offer. Once the memberships have started, love readings that are collective will continue to be absolutely free. They'll continue to be weekly, so don't worry about that. I'm gonna go, my back's cranked and freezing cold. My dinner's cold. Take care, and I will be on, I think, Tuesday night with Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. Thanks for your patience, because I know I'm running a bit behind, but I just wasn't well last week. So yeah, take care, and I'll see you soon. Thank you for the likes.